Good morning, everyone here in Athens and those of you who are joining us remotely. I'm delighted to convene our panel for this morning, which is entitled Text and Cult. And as a reminder, we're going to hold off on questions until all three of our speakers have had the chance to give their talks. So we're going to hear first from Bartek Bednarek, who's coming to us from Ludwig Maximilians University, and who will be speaking to us on Dionysus Eleutherius in Eleutheri and in the Bacchae.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me well? Brilliant. And sorry for being so late. All the flights from Munich were cancelled, so I reached you only today, and unfortunately I missed everything that has been before me, so sorry about it. So I suppose you might have talked about the Athenocentrism, but still I couldn't help saying a few words about it, and that's the image I found on the internet. To me it looks like Athenocentrism. So it's a notorious demon of Athenocentrism, which seems to have two incarnations. We are far better informed about Athens and Attica than any other part of ancient Greece, which often makes us extrapolate this knowledge on other regions. At the same time, we often perceive other parts of Greece through Attic texts. This is why, especially in older scholarship, myths about Thrace, Thessaly, or Arcadia were often considered Thracian, Thessalian, or Arcadian, respectively, despite the fact that on several occasions we had no access to local sources. So, for example, a notorious question: how much Thracian material is behind the myth of Orpheus? Scholars once would say, well, it's a Thracian myth, but we don't know this. As a matter of fact, sometimes there is no reason to think that Athenian texts contain anything more than a projection of Athenian fantasies that were supposed to have taken place in exotic lands, where the inhabitants would certainly be perplexed if they knew about the stories told about them. A good example is provided by the myth of Iphigenia in Tauris. It would be very unwise to think that any of it was known to the inhabitants of ancient Crimea before they learned it from Greek sailors. The situation of Thebes is much more complex because, among other reasons, Boeotia was much closer to Attica than Tauris. Despite and because of political tensions and open conflicts between the two lands, it was impossible for Athenians to think of Boeotia as an exotic place about which one could invent all sorts of miraculous or dreadful stories. Nevertheless, as Formazaitin famously observed, especially in Athenian tragedy, Thebes is an anti-model of an orderly polis, whereas mythical Athens was always shown in a favorable light. Thus, whereas tragic playwrights tended to depict Attic kings such as Theseus more as democratic leaders than despots, they were free to show Theban heroes and heroines in a very unorthodox way. Yet, it seems that their portrayals involved transforming existing tales rather than inventing them from scratch. Thus, it seems clear that such figures as Oedipus belong to the local Boeotian tradition, even if some of their characteristics were certainly an effect of Athenian influence. My research on the myth of Pentheus has allowed me to conclude that the story of Dionysus' relationship with Thebans underwent a similar manipulation. In Euripides' Bacchae, Dionysus arrives in Thebes as a grown-up god, and he proceeds to punish the entire population for their rejection of him. More specifically, in the prologue, Dionysus states that his mother's sisters were responsible for spreading rumors about Semele's affair with a mortal. Following the logic of the myth, if Semele had been seduced by someone other than Zeus, her child would have been unlikely to be a god. This is why the allegations of Semeles's erotic misconduct injured not only her reputation, but also presupposed the rejection of Dionysus as an immortal. To punish this slander and to prove his divinity, Dionysus drove all the women of Thebes mad and made them leave for Kythairon. And this is a photo of Kythairon I took 2 years ago. It was on top of it. It looks like Munich 2 days ago, but yeah. It's probably not always like this. This is where Pentheus would go to spy on them and meet his tragic end, being torn asunder by his mother and her sisters. In the epilogue to Euripides' tragedy, Agawe returns to Thebes with Pentheus' head in her hands, convinced that she has killed a wild animal in the mountains. Only subsequently does she realize that she has committed the most dreadful act of killing her own son. She did it in a state of Dionysian frenzy, but she is not given the comfort of blaming Dionysus. After all, she was guilty of rejecting the god, and this form of impiety triggered all the events that led to the disaster. This is the story as we know it from Euripides. It is also likely that it featured in a similar way in earlier tragedies by Aeschylus, among others. Curiously enough, however, the vast majority of other sources ignore Agawe's suffering. For example, Ovid makes Pentheus meet his terrible fate, but he does not refer to in any way to Pentheus' mother's disaster. So Agawe is responsible for killing Pentheus, but there is not a single word about her emotional condition. Theocritus, in his Idyll 26, goes even further, insisting that the act of killing Pentheus was pious and noble. This is the quote from the end of the Idyll. Hail to whale-shaped Semele and her sisters, Cadmaids, revered by many heroines who did this blameless deed, driven by Dionysus. Let no one scorn what is divine. And here, to the ergon uk epimomomaton, sorry, it's difficult. Ergon uk epimomomaton is a reference to the act of killing Pentheus. Quite surprisingly, for those who know the story from Euripides. There is no place for sympathy for Agawe. What is more striking is that rather than being an object of sympathy, she is described as a role model. This also results from the way she and her sisters are introduced at the beginning of the poem, where they appear as worshipping Dionysus in the way, quote, he, which is Dionysus, likes and which he himself taught them, end quote. This presupposes their earlier familiarity with the god. In other words, in this version, they don't reject the god, and therefore they're not punished for such rejection. The only impious person is Pentheus, who spies on the women's secret rites, which leads them to tear him apart in an act of pious vengeance. Needless to say, this version seems banal compared to what we know from Euripides. Yet, I believe that the tragic version is the product of Attic transformation of a traditional tale in a way that focuses on human suffering, which is typical of tragedies. This happens at the cost of showing Theban heroines in a less favorable light, but offering much sympathy for their sufferings. Intriguingly, what we otherwise know about one of the three Cadmaids, Aino, confirms that it is Theocritus who follows the more common version of the story from which Attic playwrights departed. In Euripides' Bacchae, Aino is one of the three impious sisters punished by Dionysus for her rejection of his cult. Many other sources from Homer onwards, however, refer to her transformation into a sea goddess, which looked more or less like this, as early as in the 5th century BCE. She is known as a nurse of Dionysus. It's not a picture of Aino because we seem not to have images of Aino receiving baby Dionysus, apart from perhaps one from 460 BCE, but it's quite controversial. From as early as the 5th century, she is known as a nurse of baby Dionysus. We actually know it from literary sources because Pericles refers to this. Sorry, I got lost. There is a tradition according to which her deification was related to this episode in her life. And it's likely that this tradition goes as early as the classical age or even earlier. At any rate, from the Hellenistic period onwards, Ino was clearly thought of as an archetypal follower of Dionysus. She was worshipped in various places, and her descendants claimed a particular ritual expertise, what we know among other sources from the famous Menadic inscription from Magnesia at Meander. All this is inconsistent with her image in Euripides' Bacchae as a woman who committed an atrocious act of kin-killing as a result of divine punishment. This confirms that Theocritus' version was closer to being mainstream before the Attic tragedy overshadowed other texts. Given that the majority of texts about Pentheus don't distinguish between the role that Ino and the other Cadmeids played in it, it seems that killing Pentheus was something that Dionysus' nurse and his paradigmatic female worshipper would do. Indeed, in a much later Kinegetica, Pseudo-Oppian states that Ino was the first to give her breast to baby Dionysus, and that her sisters soon followed suit. This is why Ino retained the status of an only slightly more zealous backhand than the other two. Subsequently, they were joined by other women who learned from them certain secret rites consisting of mimicking the actual nurses of Dionysus. This is where the nexus, which consists of poetic versions of myth and references to ritual reenactments of this myth, provides a piece of information about the actual cult, which clearly involved some kind of role as Dionysus' nurse. Despite this transformation of the traditional story, Euripides left some traces that allow us to appreciate the importance of nursing Dionysus for those who killed Pentheus. This is particularly evident in the messenger's speech, which shows two subsequent phases of Theban Menads' behavior. First, they are described as performing ritual actions, including breastfeeding little wolves and deer. Subsequently, triggered by cowherds, they plundered the nearby villages of Hysiae and Erythrae. Seaford prints the text transmitted in line 754-9 in the following form. I will read the translation. Breaking everything, they turned it upside down, and as they snatched children from houses. Whichever they put on their shoulders was not attached by bonds, but it did not fall, and here is the bracketed part, on the black soil, not of brass or iron, and so on. Most editors agree that the text here is suspect, given that the words that refer to two metals, ukhalkos or sideros, don't seem to make particularly much sense here. And this is why Seaford, following Jackson, transfers these words after line 761, which is further on, where they fit much better. What Seaford actually didn't realize, but as Orania in his monograph of the Bacchae observed, if this is right, the passage doesn't say that the Menads stole anything other than children. Thus, the phrase herpazon ekdomon tekna can be taken as explicative, for they were snatching children from homes. And hoposa, in the line that follows, should refer to children whom the Menads balanced on their shoulders while performing all the brisk movements that were typical of them. This means that the passage seems to focus on kidnapping children as the only goal of the Menads' plunder, rather than as its collateral effect. This fits the pattern referred to by Pseudo-Oppian. The behavior of the Maenads in the Bacchae is a slightly distorted and exaggerated form of actual cult practices, which clearly consisted of performing the role of the mythical nurses of Dionysus. How it was done in actual cult practice is a different question, which I'm not going to answer right now, and thank me for this. Most likely, anyway, it didn't involve breastfeeding wild animals and kidnapping other women's children. At any rate, the fact that Euripides referred to Erythrae and Hysiae, rather than other settlements as being plundered by Maenads, seems to be telling. Looking at Pentheus' story from our arguably anachronistic point of view, we may imagine that the most dramatic events took place somewhere close to the highest peak of Mount Kithairon. If so, the settlement that would be mentioned in this context would be the famous and dear to Athenians city of Plataea. Euripides' choice is different. The two villages he mentions were situated at the foot of Kithairon on its Boeotian side, relatively far from the highest peak, but very close to the road that connected Attica with Thebes. This choice seems to be significant for two reasons. First, we may be almost sure that Euripides knew this part of Kithairon, given that this was the way he was likely to walk when going to Thebes, Delphi, or some other location. We can be almost sure that Euripides has been to Delphi and to Thebes, given his perfect familiarity with its topography. So he must have walked this way. Secondly, the two villages were located close to the settlement called Eleutherae, which was situated next to the same road, but on the Attic side of the mountain range. This town was particularly important for the cult of Dionysus. Diodorus goes as far as to claim that it was founded by the god himself. He says he, which is Dionysus, led the army of not only men but also of women, and he punished the unjust and impious among the people. He also returned the favor to his homeland, Boeotia, by liberating all the cities and founding the city named Eleutherae after independence. Diodorus refers here to the rationalized version of the Dionysus myth, in which he acts as a mortal general. The moment when Boeotia is liberated clearly corresponds to the events we know from the Bacchae, the death of King Pentheus, and possibly the exile of his family. In this way, Diodorus seems to suggest that Pentheus' myth provides the etiology of Eleutherae. According to Pausanias, the town was originally a part of Boeotia, and only subsequently did it decide to unite with Attica. This is when the statue of Dionysus Eleutheros, which was worshipped in Athens, was brought from Eleutherae. This statue was kept in one of the two temples adjacent to the theater and played a central role in the city Dionysia, which seems to have been a festival of Dionysus of this particular epiclesis. According to Sorvino Inwood's reconstruction, it is likely that this statue was brought to the theater as a guest of honor and was entertained by dramatic performances. In other words, when the Bacchae was first performed in Athens, it was conceived of as a form of the cult and entertainment for Dionysus Eleutheros, who was believed to have originally come from Eleutherae. The cult of Dionysus in Eleutherae as a village belonging to Boeotia is also referred to in Euripides' Antiope. In this tragedy, the sons of Antiope, Amphion and Zethus, were raised by shepherds in a cave at Eleutherae. The cave has been tentatively identified. It's really tiny, but we can't be sure whether or not it's the actual cave known from the mythical tradition and then referred to by Pausanias. Anyway, this is where the enemy of the mother of Amphion and Zethus, Dirce, came one night to celebrate the nocturnal rites of Dionysus Bacchus. These rites are referred to in the extant fragments as traditional or paternal. This would make enough sense given that the story took place 2 generations after Pentheus. And that's an illustration of the myth. It's a crater now in the British Museum by the underworld painter. What you can see here are the 2 brothers discussing on 2 sides of an idol which looks like a herm, but it's a beardless herm, so not of Hermes. It doesn't have, it's not ithyphallic either, which strongly suggests that it's not a herm of Hermes. And most likely, it's actually a herm of Dionysus, which evokes the place where the story is taking place. If so, it is very likely that this is an image of Dionysus Eleutheros, which is also referred to in one of the extant fragments of Antiope as stylos, so a post. We have only 2 images of this idol. One is this one, the other one is on a vase by Darius painter. And both are unfortunately South Italian painters, so it's very likely that none of them has ever seen the statue itself. But this is more or less how they imagined it. And just the conclusions. Joining the dots, it seems that Euripides' Bacchae refracts an etiology of female orgiastic rites in Kithairon, in which Boeotian women took part. These rites involved the area close to the villages of Erythrae and Hysiae. In this context, Aino, Autonoe, and Agawe clearly served as role models for worshippers. The mythical events in which they were involved, which led to Pentheus' death, could have provided the etiology of Dionysus' cult in Eleutherae, which, at least according to later traditions, was of Boeotian origin, but subsequently transferred to Athens and played a substantial role in the development of theater. The Bacchae, as we have it, doesn't contain an explicit reference to the foundation of Eleutherae or Dionysus' cult in that area. Nevertheless, it is not impossible that a lost part of the epilogue of the play, it's something like 50 lines are missing, which contained the speech of Dionysus ex machina, contained this etiology. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that fascinating talk and those very memorable visuals. Our second speaker, Nazim Khan Serbest, is a PhD student at Yale University. His talk today is titled Thucydides and the Daedala, an eco-critical re-examination.
Kalimera se olus. I would like to start by thanking the organizing committee for such a rich and comprehensive conference on the cults of Boeotia. The topic I'll be discussing is part of my ongoing research into the representation of physical environments in classical Greek historians. Today, I will focus on the following question. What are the similarities between Thucydides' Plataean episodes and our sole direct evidence for the festival of the Daedala found much later in Plutarch and Pausanias? In other words, what is the textual basis for the variously made claim that the Thebans attacked Plataea at the Daedala of 431? This is an important question because, as we will see, these similarities suggest that the cultic significance of the physical environment around Plataea informed the way Thucydides' informants narrated the assaults against the city. I argue that we should insert the Plataea episodes as indirect evidence into our study of the history of the Plataean cult of Hera, in addition to Thucydides' temple building reference that Albert Schachter already included in his dossier. So the bubble in the middle row should be included in this chart, which regularly is not used in the study of the history of the Daedala, I think, and it's the connection that I'm exploring between the bubble on the right that tells me that we should be doing this. Thucydides does not explicitly identify the Plataean festival of 431 as the Daedala. So we can at most claim that his speaker's references to Hieromenia, i.e. sacred months or the sacred time of month, could be a predecessor of the Daedala. If this is true, then Thucydides provides us indirect evidence about the cultic significance the Plataeans ascribed to the Theban night raid and the ensuing events. There are, in fact, many common motifs between Thucydides' narrative of these events and what we know of the Boeotian festival of Daedala in the Roman imperial period. Due to time constraints, I will discuss only the two highlighted features you see on this slide, namely the large bonfires and local water sources. But first, I need to say a quick word on the legitimacy of extracting indirect evidence for cultic activity from Thucydides. The religious implications of the Plataea episodes have recently gotten some attention. Rachel Brutsone and Edith Foster have both associated the question of divine interference with the role of the physical environment in Thucydides' account. During the Theban night raid on Plataea in spring 431, the Spartan siege of the city between summer 429 to 427, and the Plataean escape in winter 428-7, the soil, vegetation, and weather events impact military outcomes at least as much as human plans and their implementation. The unusual frequency of references to the physical environment in the Plataea episodes is juxtaposed with explicit cultic allusions. It does not seem to be a coincidence that both the physical and the cultic realities are frequently referred to in these episodes. As Susan Cole has observed 20 years ago, I quote, "To the ancient Greek imagination, the landscape was a living world, alive with the possibility of divinity. Human activity was structured to avoid angering gods believed to inhabit physical space." End of quote. Since Thucydides is not particularly interested in explaining environmental phenomena through divine intervention in human life, however, we can only find indirect evidence for the connection between cult and landscape in his text. As our panel chair Scarlett Kingsley discusses in her article Plataea on the Pyre, a tension between divine and mechanistic explanations exists in Thucydides' text. On the one hand, his authorial voice frames environmental phenomena through either chance or mechanistic causation. For example, when he uses an Anaxagorean explanation of mountain fires during the Spartan siege of Plataea. On the other hand, we can reasonably infer that some of his characters and informants preferred divine explanations for the role of environmental phenomena in conflicts among humans. For example, when he reports thunder and rainstorm, again at the end of the Spartan siege. In examining Thucydides' juxtaposition of conflicting explanatory frameworks, we should consider how his ancient audiences may have read him, which was something he consciously anticipated at the beginning of his work. In a 2015 article, Vasilis Liotsakis, following Liza Khaled, highlights the importance of ancient readers in our study of Thucydides. For example, 2nd century AD reader, Arrian, in justifying a tradition that explained Alexander's destruction of Thebes as the result of divine anger for past Theban crimes, seems to follow Thucydides closely in his account of the Theban treatment of Plataea in the Peloponnesian War. Consider also Demosthenes and Ennius Tacticus, who both follow Thucydides almost verbatim and merely focus on the political and military aspects of the Plataean episodes, without any comment on their cultic implications. In other words, tension between divine and mechanistic explanations existed not only between Thucydides and some of his informants, but also among his ancient readers. In short, although his narrative does not revolve around the violated and unidentified Plataean hieromania of 431, it is important to examine his text for indirect evidence about this interrupted festival. One way to do this is to examine the identification of this festival as the Daedala offered by Ans, Kirsten, and Paul Iverson, but not explored in detail. If true, this identification would provide invaluable evidence for a 5th century BC predecessor of the Daedala. It would, for instance, provide the only piece of evidence about which time of the year this festival was celebrated. The only way to decide whether the festival during which the Thebans attacked Plataea was a predecessor of the Daedala is to compare the details of Thucydides' narrative with the sole available evidence found in Pausanias and Plutarch. The shared motives that you see listed on this slide reinforce the observation made by Kirsten and Iverson that the festival of 431 was a predecessor of the Daedala, perhaps before the creation of the Great Daedala. If only one or two such commonalities were present, we could consider them coincidences, and some of them can still indeed be mere coincidences. But there is a significant concatenation of similarities. I will now examine two of the motives that we find both in Thucydides and in the later evidence for the Daedala. The first motive I would like to focus on is fire. A remarkable feature of the rituals conducted during the Great Daedala recounted by Pausanias is an enormous fire in which the eponymous wooden xuana are entirely burnt down alongside sacrificial animals. I read from William Jones' translation of Pausanias. The cities with their magistrates sacrifice severally a cow to Hera and a bull to Zeus, burning on the altar the victims, full of wine and incense, along with the Daedala. All the victims alike are burned. The fire seizes the altar and the victims as well, and consumes them altogether. I know of no blaze that is so high or seen so far as this. About 15 states below the peak on which they make the altar is a cave of the Kityronian nymphs. End of quote. This total combustion of sacrificed animals, the altar, and the wooden xuana is thus conducted, Pausanias tells us, in honor of Hera and Zeus, the only gods named in Thucydides' Plataean episodes. A mountain-top ash altar has not been detected yet on the summits of Kityron, as it has been, for example, at Mount Lycaon. If this kind of ritual was interrupted by the Thebans in 431, then the burning of the city in 429 by the Spartans and its narrow escape from total destruction was probably interpreted as a sacrilege that would align the relevant deities with Plataea, if not a doomed attempt to play God. Pausanias echoes the burning of the city in the consumed Daedalon. He seems to equate with Plataea, the daughter of Asopus. According to his etiology, on the advice of Kityron, who was the ruler of Plataea, Zeus dresses a wooden agalma as a bride to reconcile with Hera by tricking her. Citing his local guide, the Periegete asserts that the wooden figure was supposed to be Plataea, the daughter of Asopus. Although it is unclear whether the Daedala that were ritually burned represented Plataea herself, it may not be a coincidence that the city was indeed burnt down first by Persians, then by Spartans. The precedent of the burning of a deserted Plataea at the hands of the Persians in 480, again through Theban mediation, may have resonated in a cultic interpretation decades later. It is also significant that during the Theban night raid of 431, the Plataeans considered burning down their invaders trapped in a large building, but ended up not burning them alive, as we learn from Thucydides. If the Roman Daedala are any sign, the action of totally burning something down had divine significance, and perhaps not sanctioned outside the ritual context. When we compare Pausanias with Thucydides, two similarities immediately catch our attention. First, the emphasis on the size and the visibility of the fire. The historian asserts that the fire that the Spartans started by using pieces of wood, pitch, and brimstone produced the biggest blaze anyone had ever seen up to that time. The visibility of fire is later echoed twice in the escape episode. First, through the deceptive fire signals of Plataeans, then the Spartan torches on Mount Kithairon seen from the Plataeans on the plain. The Spartan fire of 429, Thucydides tells us, damaged a large part of Plataea, Pollou Horiou tes Poleos, making it inaccessible. But the city narrowly escaped total destruction thanks to the lack of the required wind that the Spartans hoped for, and or a pop-up summer rain shower with a thunder, which the historian reports with an added legatai. In this passage, as in the other Plataea episodes, environmental phenomena are rife with what Susan Cole has called the possibility of divinity. Commenting on this thunder, Hornblower writes, it would surely have been taken to show that Zeus was on the side of the Plataeans. Thucydides, whatever he himself thought of such reasoning, will have known that most of his readers would sympathize with it. Significantly, Thucydides couples this religious insinuation with Anaxagoras' mechanistic explanation of mountain fires. If this sentence is indeed not an interpolation, the historian seems to be at pains to interrupt his siege narrative just to indicate that natural fires are much larger than the greatest human-made one at Plataea. This sort of juxtaposition occasionally reinforces the tension between mechanistic and divine explanations in Thucydides. In fact, each time he provides an explanation for an environmental phenomenon, which he doesn't do often, a mythical reference is around the corner, whether the connection is clear to the modern reader or not. Examples include the formation of the Echinades Islands, which he couples with the reported wanderings of Alcmaeon, the tsunami of 426, which he couples with the reported presence of Hephaestus' forge on the Lipari, the sea currents of the Messina Strait, which he couples with the reported Odyssean Charybdis, and the Anaxagorean correlation between solar eclipse and lunar phase, which he couples with a reference to Tereus. Given Thucydides' habit to associate divine and mechanistic explanations, his superficially marginal comparison between mountain fires and the partial but impressive conflagration of 429 seems to be an effort on his part to counterbalance a cultic interpretation of these events. What exactly such an interpretation entailed, he would not tell us. The repetition of the greatest fire ever motif and the emphasis on visibility in both Thucydides and Pausanias seems more than a coincidence, despite the fact that the historian often highlights magnitude and first times to emphasize the importance of the Peloponnesian War, with 5 such instances in Book 2 alone. That both Thucydides and Pausanias use a similar expression regarding an event in the same location decreases the likelihood of such a coincidence, however. Of all places, why Plataea? It is more likely that a Plataean tradition going back to at least the 420s blended their ritualistic mountain holocaust with the city's burning. The unexpected reference to mountain fires makes more sense if the informants of Thucydides related some kind of bonfire ritual on the mountain, like the one described by Pausanias, within the context of divine interference in the misfortunes of Plataeans in the first years of the war. By contrast, we can make the connection from the other direction and hypothesize that the conflagration of a partially deserted Plataea at the hands of the Spartans in 429 inspired a later Holocaust ritual. If this is the case, then the interrupted festival of 431 did not necessarily feature a Holocaust, and perhaps was more focused on the holy marriage aspect, emphasized in both Pausanias and Plutarch. In 1891, excavating a structure he identified as the Naos of Hera in Thucydides, Henry Washington found, I quote, inside the building and along the outside of the wall, H, a layer of blackened earth, a few centimeters thick and lying on the rock, end of quote. The recent re-examination of the evidence by Andreas Konechny has called into question the date of the extant remains of this structure. Future excavations may improve our understanding of the connection between the ritual Holocaust and the burning of the city. I now move to the second common feature between Thucydides and later sources on the Daedala, the role of the Asopus River. Between at least the late 6th century and 2nd century AD, as we learn from Herodotus and Pausanias, this river formed the boundary between Thebes and Plataea, and thus it is no wonder that its transgression was an essential part of a military conflict between the two cities. Yet we also know, again from Herodotus, that the Asopus played an important role in the religious interpretations around the events in the Battle of Plataea, since the crossing of this river was declared by the seers on both sides as a divine recipe for failure. It is important in this context that Kithairon and its slopes, presumably up to the Asopus, were called the Meadow of Hera by Euripides in the Phoenician Women. In Thucydides' account of the Theban nitrate of 431, the Asopus plays a crucial role. The Theban vanguard secretly entered Plataea at the night of Hieromania, placed weapons in its agora, and invited its inhabitants to ally with them in accordance with tapatria of all Boeotians. However, this vanguard is soon defeated by Plataean men, women, and slaves, as well as the natural world, particularly rain, mud, and the lack of moon. Outside the city, environmental phenomena also delay the Theban reinforcements who had planned to arrive Plataea before dawn, in case the vanguard fails its mission. Here, Thucydides emphasizes twice that the swelling of the Asopus was responsible for the delay, was guilty for the delay, which also raises questions about his sources. Hornblower hypothesizes that members of the family of Eupompidas, whose descendants wrote on siege techniques, as well as an Anaxagorean book on piety, could be his sources. If you go to the area in early spring, you will find it difficult to imagine the Asopus as overflooding. This is because in 1979, the river was turned into a channel stream for industrial sewage. We get a better picture of the situation in spring 431 when we read William Leake, who went from Thebes to Plataea in December 1805. The valley below, Leake writes, which in summer, when I last saw it, was a dry and cultivated plain without even a brook in it, is now an extensive inundation. End of quote. On the one hand, it seems unlikely that the Thebans, who knew the area well, could have miscalculated their travel time to Plataea in early spring. On the other hand, that night, rain could have poured down in unusually large torrents, which would be critical when minutes mattered before the Plataeans caught the Thebans. Such irregularities in environmental phenomena were once again efficient for making culting connections. From the Scamander in the 21st book of the Iliad to the Asopus himself in Statius' Thebaid, river gods in ancient literature took active roles in warfare by overflowing. Since the Theban attack occurred during Hieromania, the flow rate of the river must have easily inspired assumptions about a personified deity in control, willing to punish the transgressors. Divine interpretations of water movements bring us back to the Daedala. Pausanias mention the Asopus River both in the etiology and in the ritual of this festival. As I mentioned earlier, Zeus pretends to marry Plataea, the daughter of Asopus, while in the Great Daedala, the procession of the wooden effigies that would be burned on Kithairon begins from the banks of the river, symbolically tracing the territory of Plataea. Local water sources also play an important role in Plutarch's etiology, in which the Tritonid nymphs bait the wooden bride effigy to lure Hera. It is difficult to see how exactly the mythical and ritual roles of the Asopus in the Daedala overlap with what the religious informants of Thucydides could have made of the river's role in military action. One possibility is the following. If the festival during which the assault took place also included a ritual visit to the Asopus, the river was probably imagined to be overflowing in reaction to this aggressive interruption of its ritual contact with its children, the Plataeans. The importance of Zeus in the Daedala myths and rituals could also be behind the rain that Thucydides indicates to have poured a lot that night. Although Pausanias' local guide told him it was Hera who named the festival, he also indicated that the animals at the summit were sacrifices for Zeus and Hera, the only gods named in Thucydides. To conclude, if my analysis does not suffer from a bad case of false pattern recognition trapped in the wishful thinking of previous scholars, we need to accept that Thucydides' Plataea episodes provide indirect but important evidence for the history of the Daedala. Analyzing these episodes will help us better trace the long-term history of the cult of Hera in Plataea, spanning from the Bronze Age to the Roman era. Further close reading of Thucydides will also shed some light on the utilization of the cult of Hera in the internal political conflicts of southern Boeotia, particularly through religious interpretations of environmental phenomena. Plataeans and neighboring Boeotians' experience of some of the turning points in this city's history seems to have been shaped by the links they made between the cults and the physical surroundings of Plataea. Last but not least, it will also help with our analysis of Thucydides' representation of cults in his work. Thanks for your attention.
And thank you. That was absolutely wonderful. Our final speaker in this panel is Tullia Spinelli, who's coming to us from the University of Urbino. Tullia will be speaking to us today in a talk that is titled Mythology, Rituals, Sexual Boundaries, Intersections Between Local Poetry, Local Historiography, Material Culture in Eastern Boeotia. Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, it's okay, can you hear me? Good morning. I'm glad to share with you part of my studies in Kourina's poetry, and I'm grateful to the organizers and to the chair. And I hope that you can easily follow the presentation through the handout, because it's very dense. The poetry of Kourina is characterized by a distinctive mythic narrative content. When it comes to the performative hic et nunc, it shows a consequent connection with local cults. Albert Schachter, in his study The Singing Contest of Kityron and Helicon, delimited the plausible Kourina's chronology within the half of the 5th century BC and the last quarter of the 4th. He identified a precise time frame for one of her best preserved poems, The Contest of Kityron and Helicon. As the Thespian had been allied with the Spartans during the period 382-73, the victory of Kityron over the Thespian Helicon would have worked as a humiliation for the recently suppressed town. The proposed time frame implies a defined Theban will that discredits the defeated Thespians. Kourina would have worked as a voice for the rising superpower. However, by looking at the totality of Kourina's production, her poetry traces a map of Boeotia that includes and celebrates different towns and localities. Thespia itself was sung by Kourina. The Thespians are described as friends of guests of the Spartans. Such an adjective may refer, as Schachter recognized it, to other foreign interests. For example, toward the Athenians during the last quarter of the 5th century, when the Thespians were even charged of Attikismon by the Thebans who wanted to destroy their wall anyway. It cannot be excluded that the identified Theban bitterness against the Thespians was due to different circumstances. If one proceeds in mapping the localities that were sung by Kourina, besides Thebes and Thespiae, further sagas can be identified, such as those centered on Orchomenos. Besides, references are made to the cult of Athena Itonia and Coronea, and also to eastern locations, Tanagra and the Asopos Valley, Hyria, Aulis, for this last town if we accept a new interpretation for the papyrus of the Italian Society in 1174. This delineated map may suggest that Corinna was a sort of Boeotian traveling poet, in a way that strongly resembles her male counterparts. If poets like Bacchylides or Pindar were commissioned by tyrants and aristocratic elites all over the Greek world, the same could have happened for Corinna in a more confined area. There is no need to implicate a proper travel, as even for the male celebrities there is no certain proof of an actual trip related to the composition performance occasions. This presentation aims to investigate in which way Corinna's preserved poetry concerned Eastern Boeotia and its legends, in comparison with local historiographers and current material finds. Such an analysis may reveal some clues about Corinna's chronology and role, and at the same time it may enlighten female participation in common ritual life and consequently in shaping local identity. The places mentioned in Corinna's fragments will be analyzed for first. Boeotian eastern coast was defined by Breglia as an extreme territory of passage. Literary and material sources seem to denote an area that was characterized by multiple and ancient links with Eubea and Attica, and also by a peculiar migration nuance, as some of the eastern coast localities were considered a point of departure for mythic colonial expeditions. Besides Tanagra, Corinna mentions a couple of these places, the Euripos Strait and the town of Hyria. The Euripos Strait appears in a fragmentary papyrus that probably preserves the incipit of a song. Line 13. The place seems to be considered as a set of the performance, as it is possible to read about good winds, sweet voices, purple sea, and a reference to the hic et nunc here deuro, line 18. Hyria's geographic identification has long been debated. It is mentioned by Corinna as a motherland characterized by beautiful dances. It's not possible to identify whether it was the place of the ceremony or just a mythical reference. However, the presence of such a town in Corinna's poetry implicates the knowledge of the place, and one might infer that it was a direct one, as Hyria, wherever exactly situated, was quite close to Corinna's hometown Tanagra. In addition, the village of Aulis can be enumerated among the mentioned eastern locations. Recently, I proposed a new interpretation, also shared by Giambattista D'Alessio and Lucia Prauscello, for the first poem preserved in the papyrus of the Italian Society in 1174. The proposal consists in identifying the Iphigenia's sacrifice as the topic of the song, before interpreted as a Eleupersis. The surviving text, in fact, shows the presence of a family ritual killing autophone, and the final departure by ship. Iphigenia's sacrifice happened in Aulis. In such a text, it is possible to identify Aulis only as a narrative set. However, it may be connected to the local ritual practices that are testified for the year 396, when Agesilaus was prevented from sacrificing at Aulis. At the time, ritual practices were probably established, as it seems from Plutarch's words, that refer to a tetagmenos upoton boioton. The presence of an altar, even if a temporary building, is testified by Plutarch and by Xenophon. This last author explicitly refers to the cult of Artemis. This cult cannot be described by material finds any further back than the 5th century. But this doesn't mean that the cult did not exist. Probably it lapsed and was renewed from time to time. Probably it always shared feature with its twin at Brauron, for example, the Iphigenia's motive, or ritual practices, as testified by a list of offerings similar to the dedication at the Brauronion. But probably it had its own characteristics, as Plutarch mentions oinomoi kai ta patria boioton, and if the overlap of the local priests caused so much anger in the boiotarchs. One might guess that the Homeric tradition influenced local narratives and cult at an high stage, as Boeotia was very epicized, as testified by the vital Boeotian poetry that always engaged with the Panhellenic tradition. We have Pindar, Corinna, Myrtis, the Shield of Heracles, and epigraphic metrical sources. The same papyrus conveys the beginning of another poem entitled Orestes. As only the first line are preserved, no mention of the episode survives. It is possible to read only references to the performance. The apparently surprising fact is that the poem seems to be intended to a Theban ritual, as a chorus entering the seven-gated town is mentioned. The connection of Orestes with Thebes is not so puzzling at all, as Boeotian sagas included Orestes in the context of the Boeotian migration that set off from the eastern coast. This poem, then, might have contained a celebration of this expedition. The reference to eastern localities, both as legendary sets and as place of performance, characterized by a Theban flavor, Orestes' migratory enterprise celebrated at Thebes, may reveal the presence of Theban Tanagram celebration connected to the eastern coast. As Knöpfler and Breglia underlined, a tradition of a unity between Eastern Boeotia and Eubea, contemporary with common colonial adventures, seems to be followed by a tradition adopted by Tanagra as its own that is characterized by a pro-Theban viewpoint. The border location of Tanagra made the town open to cultural influences, but also vulnerable to attack, and this could have been a factor in keeping the Tanagrans loyal to the Thebans for most of the classical period. Probably ritual celebrations, revoking and reshaping mythical episodes had an active role in defining the identity of the communities. Breglia proposed to imagine an involvement of female rites in the area of Chalkis in the oral transmission of myths. Eastern Boeotia was strongly linked to Eubea, and a special connection tied the town of Chalkis, Tanagra, and Thebes. This fact allows to suppose that similar celebration and genealogy narrative paths were performed both in Eubea and Eastern Boeotia. It cannot be underestimated that Boeotian female poets, Corinna and Myrtis, were from Eastern Boeotia, Tanagra, and Antedon. This part of the region, as land of passage, seems to be very influenced by bordering territories, especially in cultural and cultural field. Recalling a couple of hyper-famous examples, Tanagran terracotta figures benefited from outside inputs, and Artemis cult in Aulis was conditioned by the near sanctuary in Brauron. This might have led to a peculiar poetic development too. Furthermore, Corinna and Myrtis was poetry had a strong narrative evocation, sang female episodes, Aesop's daughters, Euonymus' daughters, but also male legends, to quote a few, Orion's Retar and the Seven Against Thebes. This wide thematic prerogative gives them the authority of describing identity-involved episodes, perhaps intended to male and female rites. If looking more widely at female poetry, Praxilla's dithyramb Achilles may reinforce the hypothesis that female poetic production in late archaic and classical Greece was not confined to female themes, especially in mythic narration and cult practices. One might suppose that a later, ancient or modern male bias happened if some of them, Corinna and Myrtis, were labeled as teachers or as hetairai, as it was for Praxilla. In the second part of the presentation, a comparison between local historiography sources and Corinna's fragment is proposed to investigate the factual engagement in identity themes. First of all, it has to be reminded that the town of Tanagra had a peculiar foundation. It started with the Cynicism. The center involved in the oldest Cynicism are not surely identifiable, as the core of Tanagra changed over time. It is possible that Tanagra incorporated through Cynicism the village of Hyria and its tradition, strongly connected to relevant genealogy, linked to the forefather Hyrieus and to the local hero Orion, both present in Corinna's preserved poetry. It seems also relevant that as structural registers of the Boeotian towns mentioned in the catalogue of ships, only Aulis and Mykalessos definitely survived into the classical period and beyond. As Hyria is one of the mentioned, the presence in Corinna's composition might involve a specific, perhaps political, will that has to be collocated in a period in which such an appropriation was relevant to the Tanagrans, probably before the legend of the foundation of the town by Poimandros. Poimandros was the mythical founder of Tanagra, but his story cannot be traced back further than the 4th century. And the whole legend appears to be the expression of the Tanagrans' desire to justify the absence of the town in the catalogue of ships. Neither Corinna's preserved poetry mentions him. The first author who mentions Poimandros is Aristophanes of Boeotia. that was likely active during the first decades of the 4th century. He belongs to the first generation of local historiographers. Boeotian local historiography started during the years of the classical koinon, when Thebes was not at the political core of the Boeotian League. This political climate explains the relevance of tradition concerning other places. In Aristophanes' Fragment 1, Rhianos and Aristophanes affirm that the wife of Poimandros was Stratonike, Euonymus' daughter. In other sources, the female figure connected with him could change, but constantly absorbed the function of explaining something about the history of Tanagra. What seems relevant to our investigation is that Euonymus is mentioned as the father-in-law of Poimandros. It has an ancestor, a predecessor. There are not so many literary sources about him. Stephanos of Byzantium and the Scholia D to the Iliad affirm that he was the father of Aulis. He is, however, well present in Corinna's preserved production. He appears as the first mantis of Apollo in the poem of the Asopides. Preceding Hyrieus' misappropriation, his daughters were protagonists of a lost composition. Aulis was one of the Praxidikae. They were Aulis, Alalcomenia, and Telchinia. They were worshipped in an open-air sanctuary in the Haliartian territory. In the preserved sources, the Praxidikae were daughters of Ogyugos, a mythical Boeotian founder who was incorporated among the proper Theban heroes. In fact, Ogyugos, as a son of Boeotus or Poseidon, was probably involved in the Theban legendary past when a non-stranger founder was needed as a local counterpart of Cadmos. The legend could have been elicited when Thebes began to pursue hegemonic ambition during the 5th century BC. The Praxidikae represent a typical trinity, and the site of their open-air sanctuary was identified by Schachter in the site excavated by Spiropoulos at the chapel of Agios Ioannis Prodromos. Schachter identifies the three Praxidikae as related to female gods, Alalcomenia to Athena, Telchinia to Hera, Aulis to Artemis. The first two seem to have a link to the local territory, as the village of Alalcomene is very close. Next to Alalcomene, there was the oak wood used to build the statues for Hera's Daedala. The connection to Artemis via Aulis appears to be less clear, first of all, in a territory sense. The presence of Artemis could be explained if referring to the presence of Apollo in the story of the site in the Homeric hymn, and a relevant source that reveals the presence of Artemis is represented by an inscription dedicated to her. But the Via Aulis has not precise revealed references. The site is in fact quite away from Aulis, and the cult seems to gather together local and non-local deities. The one shared thread could at least be Thebes, as the Praxidikae are told to be Ogyugos' daughters. The legend of the Praxidikae as Ogyugos' daughters can be traced back at least to the 4th century, and this might be a clue of a Theban discourse when the town tried to overlap its identity with the Boeotian one during its hegemony. Probably the tradition reported by Stephanos of Byzantium was prior. Euonymus, in fact, is connected to a land closer to Aulis. In Corinna's poetry, he seems to be an eastern hero connected to Tanagra. He precedes the proper Tanagran heroes, Hyrieus and Dorion, in the prophet's genealogy. He has daughters, fact that frequently reveals interpretation of links between towns and territories. It cannot be excluded that Stephanos of Byzantium drew on the same tradition of Corinna. The fact that Euonymus appears in Rhianos and Aristophanes as linked to Poimandros as his father-in-law suggests that he was probably perceived as a land ancestor. He probably reveals a link with the Cora. His role as a forefather could have been connected to the original idea of synecism prior to the redemption legend of Poimandros. His female progeny then may reveal links with territories and village that could be stressed or remodeled when necessary. Aulis was under the control of Thebes until sometime in the 4th century, and only from Hellenistic times belonged to the Tanagraia. The link to Euonymus then might be interpreted as in line to the constant connection between Tanagra and Thebes. If he was a local Tanagran ancestor, he could have worked via his daughters as a trade union between Tanagran land and Theban territories close to Tanagra. In Corinna's poetry, he acts as a religious founder too, and this may enforce the idea of shared Theban Tanagram ritual practices connected to the eastern territory and coast. However, the Theban superpower role supposed in the genealogy of Praxidicae seems not to be proposed in Corinna's poetry, while preferred a genuine Tanagram mediation. In conclusion, it can be inferred that Corinna's poetry was very engaged in themes that were under the focus of local historiographers too. The peculiarity of such themes is that they are often connected to the identity of places and of the communities that daily interact with them. They involved ethnic and local identity, links between towns and territories, connection of towns and cult sites. The quoted episode of Agesilaos, an anecdote told and retold by historiographers and biographers, may reveal the importance held by such stories that are the product of a ritual-centered society. Ritual practices had a strong influence in shaping the way of thinking of the communities. Ritual practices involved ritual songs, as Corinna's songs were. One might guess that the shared perception was affected by the oral transmission of genealogies, as Breglia supposed for Chalkis, and in case of Boeotia, also through site-set sagas, as we have seen for Aulis in the Agamemnonids papyrus. Such a determining role was held, as it seems, by female composers, whose production was probably intended to male and female performers, prayer and audiences. The religious, social and cultural agency has then to be rethought, besides later male bias used in describing minimizing their activity. Thank you.
Thank you for that very exciting talk. If you could join us. Now, we have time for some questions. So if you'd like to ask questions of Bartek, of Nazim, or Tulia, please do so now. And I'll be monitoring online if you have questions as well.
It's on. Thank you all very much for these interesting talks, and it's nice to sort of delve deeply in the texts and also to think about the topography. So in a way, I may be confusing some of the talks because of the connections between them. But for Bartek, I guess I wanted to ask too about the procession, about Eleutherae generally, and I mean we know it as the fort, and and it's sort of this intermediary zone between Boeotia and Attica. And I guess how does your analysis sort of figure into the history of Eleutherae itself, as a sort of contested periphery zone, and also about the procession that we talk about of the statue coming into Athens. What are also? I guess I should know better, but are there good sources on that actually?
Oh, thank you. Thank you for this question. And I must admit, I really don't know the answers. Because regarding our sources, it is very complex because most of them are very, very late. And they clearly contain something that looks like a mythical tradition. So basically we have Pausanias and not much more. Apart from Pausanias, for example, there is a scholiast to Aristophanes' Acharnians, who refers to the origins of the statue of Dionysus in Athens from Eleutherae, and it's quite interesting that he refers to Eleutherae as a Boeotian town, and he does it in present tense, which is completely confusing. I have no idea what he meant by this, because obviously at that period Eleutherae was definitely an Attic town. And if you look at the topography, it's quite obvious that it must belong to Attica because it's on the Attic side of the mountain range. According to the tradition, it used to be a sort of contested place, more or less like, I don't know, like Plataea was sort of a town connected with Athens, allied with Athens, but on the other side of the mountain range. So possibly Eleutherae was initially something like this, a sort of Boeotian satellite on this side of the mountain range. And according to Pausanias, the people of Eleutherae decided to join Attica on their free will. What it actually means, it's a separate question. Then we have a very important article by Carson, but it's like from 1990, which is quite dated. But he suggests that the actual annexation of Eleutherae could have taken place very, very late. So like after the Cleistanic reforms, actually. Still, it seems that the archaeological record doesn't show very much in this sense. We know that the most important works, especially the construction of the fortress, took place in the 4th century, and obviously that upset quite a lot of traces. So the material is extremely confusing, and also when it comes to the statue of Dionysus. There is a legendary tradition which attributes to a certain Pegasus. Who was Pegasus? When was he supposed to live? From Pausanias, we can deduce that he was likely to have lived in the mythical times, and he was probably believed to be contemporary of the king Amphictyon. But still, it's just the way Pausanias puts it, juxtaposing a reference to him with a reference to Amphictyon. This is all we actually seem to have.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. And, I know you're covering centuries of time, so it's very difficult. So I can cede my time, or I could continue with another question. Sorry. To Nazim, I just wanted about the Daedala itself. Do you, just the term itself, I mean, have you sort of worked with the nature of that term, Daedala? You know, is it something well crafted, but then to destroy it in a fire too? I don't know, have you sort of thought more about the term itself?
Yeah. Well, Thucydides, I focused on Thucydides' text, and he doesn't use the term, but there is a very detailed terminology about crafting in Thucydides' description of the Spartan siege. So, like, which could have even resonated or echoed mythical, like even the myth of Daedalus and. Or, I mean, Pausanias thinks, Pausanias explains that Daedalus got his name from the events as an epithet. But yeah, I mean, the woodworking aspect is not something I had time to engage with today, but it's fascinating because there is a lot of references to building an altar made of wood, like a stone building, or combining wood with earth in building defense walls, things like that. I mean, I could go on, but so even that woodworking aspect could resonate etymologically or, like semantically with Daedala, perhaps. Yeah. Thank you, Brandon.
Can I ask a question again about the Daedala? Have you any thoughts on the difference between the yearly Daedala festival and the bigger Daedala? So my impression, as far as I remember the sources, is that the fire ritual is only for the great Daedala, isn't it? And when was this festival really instituted? Because the annual Daedala that we can see as a more local festival, the one log that they construct is preserved, as far as we know. There isn't. Is this the case, or I don't remember the sources very well? Yes. And what are your thoughts about when the federal festival basically is actually instituted? And yeah.
Thank you. Actually, that's a very significant question, I think, for the history of the Boeotian koinon. I mean, in its southern part, in the late classical and Hellenistic periods, because of the political implications of such a federal festival would imply. I don't have a stance on this. I'm focusing on incorporating Thucydides to our understanding, but let me. So I mean, Pausanias unambiguously says that the purpose of the the great Daedala is to celebrate the reconciliation of Thebes with Plataea. But then which reconciliation are we talking about? Because they broke up multiple times, as it were. And according to Paul Iverson, this would fall in the time of Cassander's restoration of Thebes around 315 BC. But for Denis Knöpfler, for instance, he dates the beginning of the Great Daedala much later in the 3rd century BC. But I would say that it's difficult to be sure whether there was a fire element before the introduction of the Great Daedala or not. It could be the case that before that it was only the little Daedala, and maybe it was more about the Hieros Gamos. It could also be the case that that was the situation until the Spartan siege, or perhaps the Persian burning of the city, and then things changed. It's very difficult to tell. But I do believe that doing more close reading of Thucydides' texts could perhaps shed some light on these issues too. Thank you for that question.
And can I ask another question for the Pentheus? So don't you think that the emphasis that Theocritus puts in saying, oh, this is really divine, shows a bit that this is not such a mainstream tradition, that he really needs to prove a point there, that killing somebody, killing your son, can never be exactly a role model?
Well, thank you for this question. Obviously, it's very counterintuitive that killing one's own son can be considered something good you do for yourself, for your son, or for your family, even if that family includes a god. But if we look at the material regarding the Pentheus myth, it is a scholarly tradition according to which we perceive all the texts about Pentheus through the lenses provided by Euripides. And we tend to think that everybody who engages with this story based his or her account on Euripides, and sometimes somehow goes against this Euripidean tradition. However, I'm just about to publish a book about this myth, so I'm quite well prepared for this discussion. So I analyzed all the material regarding Pentheus, and it turns out that Euripides is almost completely alone in his sympathy for Agape. The majority of authors, excluding just very few, like Seneca, for example, who was clearly influenced by Euripides. Others either don't care for Agawe or display such an attitude as Theocritus. And also, if you look, for example, at the iconography, it's again the same. Agawe is not an object of the piety, and her sisters, like Aino, are even less an object of anybody's sympathy. They did what they were supposed to do by killing Theomachos. And their act can be taken as all the more heroic because that Theomachos happened to be the son of one of them and nephew of some others. And I have this impression that the tradition is quite consistent, and Euripides and possibly other Attic tragedians were unusual in this respect, which makes perfect sense given what we know about the way in which Attic tragedians used the Boeotian material.
Isn't that tragedy shows an interest in searching the emotions of the characters, while just a retelling of the myth?
Well, exactly.
But it doesn't mean that this character is unproblematic. Most heroes are problematic figures in general. And I don't think even in cult they are taken very simply. They are heroes because they're problematic. So the same argument, hasn't it been made for Oedipus, that if you read Homer, you don't find the tragic Oedipus. But was it okay to kill your father and commit incest?
Well, quite obviously not. But I don't think Oedipus is praised for doing any of this in any other text, or in any text we know of. Whereas the Cadmaids are explicitly praised for having done what they did. And it's also I'm having in mind at this moment a really beautiful crater also by the Inferno painter, which is now in Naples, with Dionysus in the netherworld. With a little Naiskos in which you can see Hades and Persephone, and there is Pentheus and Agawe, and Agawe is standing between the washing basin and the Naiskos, which strongly suggests that she doesn't carry any sort of miasma. So according to this tradition, apparently what Agawe did was not considered any sort of crime, or she can be, it doesn't necessarily mean that in this according to this tradition she had to be a role model, but I have the impression that she actually was everywhere apart from Attic tragedies, and then the tradition inspired by them, which became a mainstream tradition, and it continues to be, obviously, for us, because this is the nature of the sources we have.
We can talk about it later.
I hope we will.
I would like to ask Tulia a question out of ignorance. Thank you very much for your interesting paper. I wondered if you could develop a little bit more about the relationship between Myrtis and Corinna, if we know anything more about this. And perhaps also what you call the later male bias about descriptions as teachers and students.
Okay. Yeah, it's easy and difficult answer at the same time because we have nothing. So we have to imagine, starting from really few late sources. We have, for Kourina, we have something. For Mirtis, we have 3 mentions. We have a mention in Plutarch that speaks about her narration of the myth of Eunostos, and so a local myth, a local hero. And we have a mention in Suda and in the epigram of the 9 female poets in the Anthologia Palatina. And that's what we have about her. The fascinating thing is that she has a common content with Kourina, is that narrative, local legends, myths, and that she's said to be, in Suda, the teacher of Kourina and the teacher of Pindar. And but if we read Plutarch about Kourina, there is an episode, famous episodes, in which Kourina seems to be Pindar's teacher, because she tells him not to speak of many myths, but to select one and tell it and stop. And so it is a sweet teacher of Pindar. So we have these very late sources, and we can imagine. But the one thing that is clear is that they have a thematic prerogative, a common thematic prerogative, that is the mythic narrations. And that the fact that they were teachers is not, of course, possible to know, but this might be what I said, a bias, so a perception of authority that later culture interpreted as teacher, but I think that is poetic authority in narration.
Hi, I have a question also for Tulia. Could you say a little bit more about Kourina's relationship with material culture, especially since you referenced the Tanagra figurines, which implies a certain chronological implication for her?
Okay, I'll try another difficult question. So there is not clear evidences because and for this, it's because of the fact that we have really few fragments, and that they are really narrative and of mythical episodes, and so we cannot directly connect Kourina's poems to material culture because we have not material text to connect. So it's very hard. We can just make inferences. Beck made an inference between, in his book, Ancient Localism, between Tanagran terracotta figures and the fragment of Kourina that you can read at the first page of the handout, because Kourina speaks of the Tanagrides leucopeplus, that is the Tanagran women with white peploi, that are all the singers, all the audience of the poem. We can discuss about it, but they are mentioned as white-robed, okay? And so he made a connection between the terracotta figurines and the elegance, the typical elegance of the Tanagran women. But of course, it is a clue, a sensation, but it's not a proof. We may infer that, I don't know, dress style was very important for Tanagran women, so that Tanagran terracotta figures were perceived as really identifying for Tanagran people. But we have just a few. In fact, I focused much more on mention of places, because we can detect places and localities in Kourina's poetry as set of performances and as set of sagas, so that we can better speak of identity of places and legend connected to places than material culture in a strict sense.
Okay, I'm going to request that we take a break for coffee, but before we do so, can we please thank our speakers in this panel one more time? And we are scheduled to resume at 11 here in Athens, so we'll see each other soon. Thank you. Thank you. Yes. Would have been playing upon.
I
Okay.
don't like the lights.
No, I don't like it at all. And
It's like,
also the people who try to change
interrogating.
this, and it always bounces back in your face. You know?
Yeah, but
And-
you're tall, so you have
Well,
don't
this
have
is right.
problem.
Okay, we should get started. Thank you all for reconvening. This session today is, this before lunch will be on ceramics in context. And so we have 3 papers, and we will then have a session for questions, and then we'll break for lunch. So our first speaker today is Trevor Van Dam from the University of Victoria, and he will be speaking on a project near and dear to my heart, so 2 Euboean cult vessels from Elion and their late archaic context.
All right. Kalimera Sas, and good morning, everyone. Just to preface my talk, there will be a lot of context, but I do promise we'll get to the 2 Euboean cult vessels. All right. So the archaeological site identified as ancient Elion is located in East Boeotia, today approximately 40 minutes north of Athens, just outside the modern village of Arma. The most prominent topographical feature of the site is a large flat-topped acropolis, roughly triangular or trapezoidal in plan, which rises above the surrounding fields. Since 2007, a joint Greek and Canadian team has explored both the Acropolis and its territory, first by means of an extensive field survey conducted from 2007 to 2009, and since 2011 by means of targeted excavations informed by geophysical studies. These investigations have revealed extensive late Bronze Age remains, including the well-preserved bluestone structure that you see here, an early Mycenaean mortuary enclosure of the late 17th to early 16th century BCE, as well as the extensive settlement remains of the 12th century BCE, including the northwest structure, a late Mycenaean household featuring multiple architectural spaces, cooking hearths, a partially tiled roof, a collection of bronze tools, and a rich assemblage of ceramic vessels. All of these well preserved due to a fiery destruction that took place towards the end of LH3C early, or the middle of the 12th century BCE. The most enduring monument on the Acropolis, however, is the carefully constructed arcuate lesbian polygonal wall that defines its eastern edge. Visible throughout antiquity and described by early travelers to the area beginning in the 19th century CE, the wall still stands over 3 meters high towards its southern tower. Archaeological soundings along the northern course of the wall, carried out from 2012 to 2017, placed its construction in the last half of the 6th century BCE. These also revealed a rich series of stratified ramp deposits and surfaces abutting the north tower of the polygonal wall, forming a ramped entrance to the Acropolis from the east. The finds from the ramp will be discussed further below. My paper today, therefore, investigates cult activity at the site of Elion during antiquity. In the interest of time, I will omit a discussion of the late Bronze Age cult activity on the Acropolis. I will instead focus exclusively on the cultic landscape of the late geometric to early Roman imperial periods from the 8th century BCE to the 2nd century CE. In doing so, I have 3 major aims. The first is to identify the historically attested cults of Elion. The second is to present the archaeological evidence for cult activity at Elion discovered in our ongoing excavations. And lastly, to explore in detail 2 Euboean cult vessels from the Acropolis in their historical context and their relevance for identifying the deity or deities worshipped there. So the site of Elion enters the historical record with its appearance in the Iliad, where it is mentioned not once but twice, first in the Catalogue of Ships in Book 2, and later in Book 10, when the site is mentioned as the point of origin for a boar's tusk helmet worn by Odysseus during the night raid conducted against the Trojans. Neither reference, unfortunately, holds much relevance for identifying cult activity at the site. Moving on, the only explicitly attested cult at the site of ancient Elion is that of the so-called Parthenoi, mentioned in Plutarch's Quaestiones Graecae as the daughters of the river Scamander and the spring Acadusa. These Parthenoi have been variously identified as the Harites, or nymphs. Albert Schachter, in Cults of Boeotia, preferred to retain the Parthenoi designation on account of this ambiguity and suggested that they might even be depicted on bronze coins issued by Tanagra under the Emperor Augustus, like the example you can see on the upper right of this slide. Various pieces of evidence, however, suggest that the cult at Elion was in fact one dedicated to the nymphs. Most significantly, there is strong agreement across our ancient sources that there was an early figure named Bacchus from Elion who delivered a series of oracles, multiple of which are cited by Herodotus in the context of the Persian Wars. These oracles appear to have been issued under the influence of the nymphs, and this would seem to parallel the oracular nymph cult that Plutarch indicates was found on Mount Kithaeron, which he describes as an oracle in former days, as they say, and many of the natives were possessed by an oracular power, and these were called nympholepti, or nymph-possessed. Thus, the cult at Elion has a distinctly Boeotian flavor. One piece of evidence that might support the presence of a local nymph cult is the presence of an epichoric inscription seen on or near the Acropolis by Chaubert in 1848. The context isn't precisely clear. First published by Eric Pruner in 1924, the inscription is preserved today as a drawing in Chaubert's travel diary. The actual inscription is lost. As noted by Pruner, the inscription appears to be funerary of a known Boeotian type, using the structure epi plus the name of the deceased, plus first-person singular form of Imi. The name of the deceased in this instance, very likely Nymphodotes, one given by the nymphs, based on the surviving traces. As theonyms were often based on prominent local cults, and since this tombstone plausibly derives from one of the surrounding local cemeteries, we can view it as a further piece of evidence for the prominence of Elion's cult of the nymphs. Oops. The cult of the nymphs is plausibly associated with ancient remains identified at the southwestern foot of the Acropolis by John Fosse. Near the cave from which the Acadusa spring originally originated, seen here, Fosse reports that an ancient foundation was visible up until the 1960s below the small chapel. Although the foundation is no longer visible today, the size would allow for a monumental altar or a monument base for a statue group to the Parthenoi or nymphs, and would fit the etiological narrative preserved in Plutarch. Early travelers to the site of Elion provide further glimpses of a cultic landscape now lost largely to later development and overgrowth. This is especially true of the lower town that extends along the south, west, and north sides of the Acropolis. One of the earliest surviving detailed descriptions of the site was made by William Leake, who visited in February of 1806. In his travel diary, published in 1935, Leake described seeing fortifications around the lower town, in many places visible, enclosing a slope to the south and west of the Acropolis, in which direction the site was bounded by a small torrent. And later in his narrative, and on the opposite side of the stream bed, a stone foundation that he believed might be for a small temple, based on the presence of an unfortunately now lost tripod base with relief decoration that had eroded out of the banks of the stream bed. To whom this purported sanctuary might be dedicated is not speculated on further by Leake. In the summer of 2022, based on Leak's account and the results of our 2007 to 2009 survey, we decided to conduct a clearing operation centered on some architectural blocks still identifiable on the surface. We soon rediscovered a moderately well-preserved fortification wall with regularly spaced towers placed above the eastern bank of the stream that flows to the west of the Acropolis, a stream that's very likely to be identified as Plutarch's Glaucia. And this wall is located exactly where Leak had formerly seen it. A total of 200 meters of contiguous wall was cleared in 2022, and geophysical survey carried out in tandem indicated its continuation below the surface to the south and to the northeast. The wall itself is about 2 meters and 80 centimeters wide, with irregularly sized and irregularly spaced towers, the largest of which is about 9 meters wide and projects some 7 meters from the wall. We also found remains that can be plausibly identified with Leak's so-called temple foundation on the opposite bank of the stream. These may be the foundations to a structure, although their placement and orientation may also point to a bridge that would have been necessary to span the stream and would have linked Thebes and Elion via a major road. This is a hypothesis that still needs to be tested further. You can see on this plan of the site that the path of the road from Thebes would, however, pass directly over this point. At any rate, no tripod base remains to be found, and no obvious signs of cult material are located in the immediate area. It is plausible, then, that the tripod base that Leak saw was displaced from its original display context, and perhaps we could imagine that the tripod base was actually originally set up much closer to the spring and has to do with the cult of the nymphs. Turning our attention to the Acropolis, it was clear already from the surface survey carried out from 2007 to 2009 that cult activity was carried out here in antiquity. A particularly high concentration of archaic and classical finds is present immediately to the west of the polygonal wall, including large quantities of fragmentary miniature vessels, black-figured cups and hydrias, and even some specialized Boeotian shapes, such as a rim to a Calathos pyxis, a shape that's been previously linked to classical Boeotian votive practices. While the area behind the polygonal wall has yet to be tested directly, soundings placed at its northern end revealed considerable evidence for cult activity on the Acropolis. These secondary deposits are concentrated in the area of the ramped entrance, located on the eastern edge of the Acropolis. A gate that was rebuilt in several phases, as you can see clearly in this aerial view, beginning in the late Bronze Age and continuing into the Classical period. At least 3 separate series of thresholds or door jambs revealed at the time of excavation also attest to the gradual reworking of the entrance. So here in yellow, you can see an early 6th century BCE pivot stone. You can see a late archaic monumental stone threshold, and in blue, classical door jambs. Most notable, however, was the presence of a dense accumulation of votive materials stratified between successive ramp surfaces. On the basis of these finds, our team has been able to link the ramp deposits with the major architectural phases of the gate. While I do not have time to discuss the stratigraphy in detail, nor do you probably want to hear it, the most important phases for our purposes are the stone chip ramp of the mid-6th century BCE and the well-preserved lime plaster ramp constructed around or just after 480 BCE, which provide the upper and lower dates for the finds sandwiched between them. The deep fill contains fragmented but mendable vases and artifacts, predominantly local Boeotian Kylix ware, as you can see on this slide, and hundreds of imported Corinthian miniatures. Rarer examples of late Corinthian and black lace pottery help to date the bulk of the material between 525 and 475 BCE. This includes a single mendable example of a black-figured Attic Type A cup of Beasley's floral palmette class that appears to be closely related to the group of Rhodes 11491. This piece demonstrates clearly also that a number of badly burnt fragments exist in the deposit, attesting to a fire destruction that resulted in the discard of the votive materials under discussion. The clearest evidence of the votive character of this deposit, however, comes from the accumulation of figurine and protome fragments found in the ramp fills. These include a mixture of handmade and rarer mold-made types, such as those seen on the present slide, and these are currently under study by Haley Bertram at the University of Cincinnati. Despite the quantity of material recovered from the ramp deposits, the deity worshipped remains enigmatic. The figurines are almost exclusively female and therefore point towards a female deity, but they have no identifiable attributes that would narrow the selection further. While no graffiti have been discovered directly in the deposit, a previously overlooked find in the BSA Sherd collection may offer some evidence for a cult of Athena at Elion. This rim sherd appears to be inscribed with a votive dedication, plausibly restored as Athanae. Given the nature of its collection, however, it's not possible to definitively link the sherd to the Acropolis. Nevertheless, a couple of additional ceramic finds seen on this slide might support a link to Athena. These include a Gorgonian pendant in the shape of a shield, and a black-figured Boeotian canthariskos in the silhouette style, a type that Annie previously argued served as prizes for the Etonian Games. As Albert Schachter demonstrated in cults of Boeotia, Athena cults are widely distributed, particularly on rocky acropolis. And the addition of Athena at Elion would seem to fit this pattern well. It is also tempting to view this distribution of Athena cults and Elion's participation in it as linked to the emergence of an Amphictyonic league in Boeotia in the 6th century. Two additional finds from the late Archaic ramp at Elion deserve to be highlighted in this regard. These are diminutive hydria seen at the upper right, and a jug with high neck seen at the lower right. Both of these vessels are marked as Euboean imports by their fabric, and both find close parallels with published Euboean vases seen on the left of this slide. Both types of vessels are particularly closely linked in Euboean cult practice, and they form the two most common vessel types in the northern sacrificial area. A sanctuary located near the temple of Apollo Daphnephoros. This sanctuary, published in full by Sandrine Huber, has been linked to a cult of Artemis Amerisia. The jug with high neck in particular seems to be unique to her cult on the island. Notably, Artemis Amerisia also had a martial character comparable to Athena Itonia. Strabo famously observed a stele in her sanctuary at Amarinthos that described her annual festival procession with 3,000 soldiers, 600 horsemen, and 60 chariots. At some point, this cult also became a pan-Euboean one, as Livy attests that both the people of Chalkis and Charistos joined in its celebration. What, however, can this tell us about the cult on the Acropolis of Elion? Should the high-necked jug be taken as a sign that the cult was actually to Artemis? After all, other East Boeotian sites such as Aulis did indeed worship the goddess, and the name of Elion is even said by Strabo to derive from marshes, an appropriate location for an Artemis cult. In my opinion, the appearance of these Euboean imports in the late Archaic ramp deposit is significant, though a connection with Artemis is not necessary. More important is the historical context in which their deposition in a Boeotian cult site took place, since we know from Herodotus that in the late 6th century BCE, the Boeotians under Theban leadership forged close ties with the Euboeans, including a military alliance that led to the failed invasion of Attica in 506 BCE. This was commemorated in an issue of silver coinage from Chalkis that even depicted the Boeotian shield on one side, aptly expressing their military sumakia. That these bonds went beyond just a one-off alliance is perhaps best attested by the recent find of a tripod dedication set up in Thebes that both celebrates military victories over a series of Attic demes and the ransoming of Chalkis, as Herodotus clearly indicates that it was the Boeotians who took the deme of Oinoe, mentioned in this inscription, and perhaps Herodotus's account is even dependent upon the very inscription we're looking at. It seems very likely that the Boeotians are, in fact, the lost subject of this inscription. The fact that the Boeotians paid the ransom for the Chalcidians captured by the Athenians, in my opinion, indicates that this was a deeper alliance. The Euboean vases from Eleon, therefore, can be seen as a reflection of the close relations that existed between the two regions at the close of the 6th century, indicating at the very least closer economic ties and trade between them, and somewhat more speculatively, shared celebration of their two major martial deities, in Boeotia, Athena Itanea, and on Evia, Artemis Amarisia. Thank you for listening, and thank you everyone who makes this project possible.
Our next speaker is Dr. Amy Smith from Reading University and Katerina Boeotia of the University of Roehampton. Their talk is entitled Boeotian Cups in Their Rural Context.
Hello. Thank you, Brendan, and all the organizers of this very well-organized conference, and all the speakers, too, who've given us much to think about. Also, thanks and due credit to my co-author, Katerina Boeotia, who passes her fond regards on to all, and she's with us online, at least for this part, this session, I hope. And also to one of my undergraduate students, Lorena Rodriguez-Tunon, who worked with us over the summer on Attic and Boeotian material in the Ur Museum and gave us much to think about. Everyone else has done this beautifully, moving forward. There we go. Okay. Boeotian black figure ceramics are, of course, a distinct regional type, showing similarities with the ceramics of most of their neighbors. Take this example of East Locrian black figure. My colleague and co-author Katerina Boeotia has studied such small black-figured lekythoi in the storage of the Archaeological Museum at Atalanti. These are crude in their own ways and called Boeotian prototypes. Corinthian influences on Boeotian wares have been noted also by Gloria Merker, among other scholars, for a long time. And then, of course, there's Athenian influence, on which we will focus in this presentation. But in all cases of cultural transmission, what is the direction of influence? Traditional studies that concentrate on the Mediterranean-wide dominance of Corinthian in the 7th to 6th centuries and Athenian in the 6th to 4th centuries, of course, see the influence as a one-way street, that Corinth and then Athens are influencing all their provincial neighbors. The Attic and Laconian origins of the droop cups, shown here, however, remind us that influence goes both ways. And speaking about Boeotia, Gloria Merker aptly notes, the very nature of local pottery which was not produced for export and hence not controlled on a large scale, contributes to the problems. I suppose she's talking here about of identification. The local potter was relatively free to improvise for the local market, and his pots may very well not fit into schemas the scholar tries to impose. And indeed, we observe that Boeotian pots made for the Boeotian market and not for export are suited for use in local festivals. Broadly speaking, we want to argue Boeotian kylakis evoke a celebratory, festive ambiance in the gatherings of different groups of people at festivals. This cantharos is the characteristic ritual drinking shape of Boeotia, of course, certainly at the Kyberion, which was dedicated to underworld deities associated with fertility. Their cult included mysteries whose introduction is ascribed to the agricultural goddess Demeter. Yet we think all festivals, whether or not at the Kyberion, had an agrarian basis and placed supply and demand dynamics. Supply and demand dynamics on the rural economy. Supply insofar as festivals were outlets for the consumption of local produce, and demand in that festivals depended on rural produce for the festive ambiance to work. People needed to have something to eat and drink and to be proud of as local producers and inhabitants. Cantharoi, especially from the Kyberion, are very deep drinking cups. You have to put some wine in them. For this presentation, however, we consider Boeotian black figure kylakis, few of which are illustrated on Kyberic wares, in fact. Yet kylakis were used, and we postulate, amongst other places, in open-air festivals. Boeotian kylakis tend to be so shallow that they're hardly suited for drinking. Each kylix contain only small amounts of diluted wine, perhaps destined for the consumption by young individuals. These Boeotian kylakis clearly served no purpose in a domestic setting, because spillage from these shallow kylakis is quite possible. Perhaps they may have served as libation vessels. Nor were they suited to an andron, the masculine setting of the Athenian symposion with its low tables. We think rather that they were meant for use outdoors, in open-air festivals where it didn't really matter that their shapes, not to mention their decorations, were crude. If festival wine is shared with the gods through libation, then no one, least of all the young people, would take care not to spill the contents or even perhaps the vessels themselves. Nor would care in handling be a desirable characteristic of pots that would be stacked and packed, for example, in baskets and carried by pack animals to and from a festival setting, where crude pots would seem more appropriate. And crudeness, in fact, signals that these pots were suited for use out in the open, perhaps in festivals that may not have had a fixed point in the landscape, although Elion's magnificent ramps give us a sense of people transitioning, and we had in the earlier session a talk about procession. So, in fact, every session we've talked about processions. You get the point. After festivals, of course, kylakis eventually were placed in graves where we find them in abundance, but that doesn't mean they were destined for the grave in the first place. Karl Kalinsky notes, late in the Archaic period, Boeotian cup painters, such as the painter of Kiel B41 and the Three Sirens painter, would adopt wholeheartedly both shape and decoration from artists working in and near the Haimon group. It's not only the Haimon group, but there are other workshops near the Athenian Haimon group that inspire Boeotian artisans well into the next generation. The Lanchet group, the Lindos group, and the Pistius class, all groups specializing in small cups, but not kylakis, influenced late 5th century Boeotian kylakis, where the overlap has been seen. Here's a Boeotian kylix from the 3rd quarter of the 5th century now in the Ur Museum. Indeed, the small and shallow kylix seems to be close to the kylakis of the Haimon group, also in the Ur Museum, such as these two specimens shown at the bottom of the slide, attributed to the Sir John Beasley attributed these to the manner of the Haimon painter, but even he doubted his attributions when it came to late black figure. The iconography here is unknown from the oeuvre of the Haimon painter, and Cleopatra Cathario and Alexandra Zampiti wondered whether they're Boeotian and had Professor Mommsen analyze them with neutron activation analysis, and they've let me tell you the preliminary results suggested they were made out of Attic clay, but this too is inconclusive. Here's a close-up of the smaller one. It's small and shallow and visually close to our Boeotian specimen also in terms of iconography. Cleopatra and Alexandra have spotted at least 9 vases that can be attributed to this artisan, who must have worked, they suggest, somewhere between North Attica and Boeotia. Yet there are visual affinities with our Boeotian late 5th century kylix here, and late products, not kylixes, relating to the Kymone group. The Pistius class skyphos, shown here, for example, also attributed to the manner of the Kymone group, shows women, perhaps at a festival, dancing with kurtula between palmettes. As with our kylixes, the scene is articulated through simple silhouette figures, no incision. Likewise, there's no incision on this late cup skyphos, which again features silhouetted women between palmettes engaging in festival activity, specifically playing lyres. Note also the imbalanced shape, as with our Boeotian kylix in the Ur Museum. The Lancet group of cup skyphoi, to which this example belongs, is massive. 230 on the Beasley database, which is surely just a dip in the ocean. But it gives us a snapshot, this analysis gives us a snapshot of find spots, east, south, and west. Their shapes are almost exclusively cup skyphoi, perhaps some called one or the other by the various catalogers. I was unable to check the so-called mastoid in Montauban because I couldn't find a picture. If anyone knows of it, let me know. Then there's the Lindos group, exemplified by this miniature skyphos in the Acropolis Museum. According to the museum website, it was found in 1956 on the Acropolis south slope in a pit that contained many more similar miniature pots and lamps, possibly used during the enactment of a foundation ritual, they say. We doubt the evidence of a foundation ritual, but the contents sound very much like backfill. Yet originally, this vessel probably did have something to do with ritual other than wine consumption, because it's so small, only 3 centimeters in height. And once again, the typical decoration is a figure between palmettes. The Beasley database has 68 in this group, which have the same broad distribution of the Lancet group. Such small, late cups in silhouette, crude, showing something relating to festivals near the Kymone group, may have inspired late 5th century Boeotian kylixes, especially the presence of the palmettes, more than earlier kylixes and cup skyphoi of the Kymone group. Of course, there's a long history of palmettes and birds and animals on Boeotian wares. Boeotian bird cups from circa 550 show palmettes, albeit differently, and birds, again, different species maybe. Annie Ure published in 1946 this Swans Between Palmette cup from north of Helicon, as she puts it, seemingly from Mabai in focus, now in the Kyrenia Museum. And she observes that hens, cocks, swans, and sphinxes come between the palmettes in that region, and that the birds seem to be almost an alternative to the floral motifs. In that 1946 article, in which Annie Ure counted and classified the Boeotian palmette cups that had been published or displayed in Boeotian museums, she analyzed this particularly careless kylix, as she put it, bought from a dealer who claimed it was from Tanagra, though she convincingly classed it with the Kyrenia material, especially in the placement of the lyre between palmettes, or the lyre player between palmettes. When she likened the lyre player to Orpheus, beside whose statue Pausanias saw a statue of Telete, that's Pausanias 934, she quickly dismissed it because it was on the wrong side of Helicon and suggested rather it might have referred to the Apollo of Abai. Ure ended her analysis of Boeotian palmette cups with the mention of this unique early cup in Kyrenia, which has affinity with the southern group from Tanagra and environs. On one side, a swan. On the other, as she describes it, impish little Hermes, complete with petissos, rhabdos, and wing sandals, speeds through the air on some celestial mission. She adds a comment, it's a pity this cheerful cup has no fellows. But of course, Hermes does have fellows or comparanda, even in the Pistius class, with which we started this digression, and with figures on Kabiric wares, such as this Cantharos, with which we began our discussion of Boeotian festival wear. Archaic and early 5th century Boeotian specimens that show human and human-like figures might be interpreted with reference to ritual and cult. When humans are absent, however, can we still talk about festival wear? We think that the cup skyphoi are the most numerous, widely distributed, and thus more influential Hymonian wares, and certainly most influential on Boeotian wares. Many have been found in Boeotia. Two iconographic elements from these earlier Haemonian vessels that seem to influence the decoration on Boeotian kylikes at the later 5th century, by which time Haemonian cups have died out, are Dionysiac themes, including maenads and satyrs, and simple palmettes. Both iconographic classes capture the ambiance of festivals with their emphasis on fertility. Today we focus on the palmettes because we're interested in the role of non-human imagery. Palmette or floral kylikes comprise a distinct category of Boeotian black figure. They're decorated in a simplified black figure style rather than a silhouette technique without incisions. On these kylikes, palmettes might cover the entire surface. Floral kylikes, though few, were found at the Kiberion, also at the Cave of the Nymphs at Helicon, and a deposit wall at Thespiae. Elon Haemons has suggested their shape derives from Attic cup scyphoi of the Haemon group, but we don't quite see a good connection in terms of shape. It's in decoration and hastiness of drawing, rather that they recall the Haemon group. It's a truism, however, that Boeotian kylikes are characterized by more vegetation, especially elongated palmettes, perhaps under the influence of Euboean and local floral wear, but also birds and other animals. The floral vegetable motifs are visually more pronounced when the kylikes are upturned. It's likely this was a desirable viewing angle, and kylikes were stored and stacked upturned. Almost a century ago, Annie Ure proved the floral kylikes were not made in the same workshop as the Kiberic wares, and suggests perhaps they're a specialized product for other local festivals. Palmettes probably capture something of visual reality of Boeotian wetlands, but also the festive atmosphere where plants from marshlands were used by festival goers. What might the palmettes signify? Clearly not the viticulture to which some Kiberic wares refer. Palmettes are stylized, described as generic decorations in scholarship, but perhaps they illustrate ubiquitous vegetation in rural Attica and Boeotia. Like waterfowl, they capture something of the low-lying bushes and wetlands, marshlands, outside urban spaces. On closer inspection, in fact, these are not palmettes, which have leaves flat and pointed, but are closer to the rounded petal form of the honeysuckle, for which the anthemion found in sculpture is named. The plant itself is poisonous, but strong, so strong that it's been used for rope and horse bridles. But the flowers are useful both in medicinal contexts and as strongly scented. Similar florals are found in Boeotian lidded containers, so-called pyxides, decorated also with floral elements traditionally called lotuses in scholarship. Here's a Ure Museum example from the Brantigam workshop, which also has myrtle leaves. These floral elements between the so-called palmettes don't remotely resemble lotuses, which have pointy rather than winding petals. Once again, we're inclined to think about the honeysuckle. There we go, there's our honeysuckle. Is our anthemion, the gold flower Alcman mentions in his words quoted by Athenaeus in his De Sophistae. And with some embarrassment, I suggest I should look closer in Corinna, in the fragments of Corinna, for a suitable quote, because Corinna's bang on target for place and time. And thank you for the Corinna talk earlier. Anyway, whatever these pots contained, they could have been used either for votives or for consumption. The floral element might hint at their sweet-smelling contents. Likewise, the floral decorations on the kylikes could refer to the honey that the bees took from the flowers, or the sweet smell of the garlanded participants. If these anthemia, like myrtle leaves, were used for wreaths and garlands worn at festivals out in the open air, they would have provided a wonderfully scented environment, which would have added to the overall bodily, sensorial experience of people on the move, getting from festival sites to and from festival sites and taking part in dances and activities there. As it turns out, the honeysuckle, like the rose and the myrtle, was sacred to Aphrodite. It's essential to Longinus' story of Daphnis and Chloe. These lovers could only meet when the honeysuckle bloomed and prayed to Aphrodite to extend the blooming period of the flower so they could extend their time together. And she granted their wish, with the result that the honeysuckle lasts a long time in warm weather. Annie Ure noted on the floral wear that a long-necked waterfowl, swans she called them, sometimes substituted for palmettes, as on this example. There's a connection in the real world between these vegetal and animal motifs. Birds and occasionally foraging human are hidden within low-lying vegetation and marshlands. The Acropolis Museum holds an almost intact handle of a bronze vessel, perhaps a fiale or a lecanus, certainly a dedicated ritual shape, from the 5th century that brings together this fauna and flora. The handle is in the form of a swan arising from a palmette, or is it an anthemion? We are in nature. The swan's connection with water is enhanced perhaps by the presence of a water snake, and the floral element recalls the swan's feathers. In traditional iconographic studies, birds and animals are usually interpreted with reference to myth and matter for their symbolic potential. Indeed, swans, doves, and other birds are relevant to the worship of Aphrodite. But now we would like to explore another angle. The birds and other animals represent livestock and wild animals that matter to the rural economy, which fed into the agricultural and subsistence lifeways, but also festivals. Waterfowl were surely ubiquitous in the wetlands of Boeotia amid its distinct marshlands. There were drainage projects, of course, at Boeotian cities in the Kopeus Lake in the Mycenaean period, not necessarily maintained in later periods, probably owing to intercity strife. And it's likely water overflows were common in Boeotian landscapes in the later 5th century. They were wild, agricultural, beyond urban centers. Boeotia divides itself into subregions with settlements and surroundings, differentiating themselves according to the nature of the landscape, mountainous or hilly, or low-lying. Marshes covered many low-lying plains, such as at the coastal plain of Aulis in the southeast, and cores in these marshy lowlands reveal shallow lagoons for the Archaic and Classical periods. As a result of this fragmentation of the landscape, the population is also dispersed. Yet, archaeological surface surveys across the Boeotian countryside have noted a continuous carpet of ceramic potsherds, even far away from towns. Constant manuring for intensive cultivation to maximize crop yield is a logical explanation. The Boeotia project revealed large-scale manuring for the 5th to 3rd centuries, which suggests that people and pack animals moved incessantly across the landscape. Festivals would play a role in bringing together agrarian communities and mixing people and their pots from rural and urban contexts. Every town and village extended beyond the places of habitation, spreading out to the countryside, in the domains of open-air festivals near the places where agricultural produce, especially wine and olive oil, was collected and processed and packaged in situ before being taken back to towns. Large ceramic containers were needed to store wine and olive oil, but small ones to distribute it to individual consumers at festivals and near the places of production. The festival use of late 5th century Boeotian kylakis we propose here reframes the question of influence on Boeotian ceramic designs. Designs respond to a local Boeotian festival culture that is dispersed more than the metropolis of Athens. Certainly, technical know-how flows from Athens, with lessons on how to make crude pots decorated with a black figure technique efficiently under economies of scale. Yet Attica and Boeotia have distinct local festival cultures which play a role in ascertaining very local identities within each region. We suggest the abundance of nature on Boeotian wares reflects the unique landscapes of Boeotia and its rural lifeways. Ideas about natural ingredients, wine, oil, cooked food, and nature and decoration, play for making pots and decoration, and plants and animals in the decoration were suited to such festival wear. Floral wear is an apt term, but we must stop describing these flowers as palmettes and lotuses, which are irrelevant to Boeotia and perpetuate perceptions of reliance on Eastern, Egyptian, Athenian, and Corinthian dominance and influence. Clearly, the decorators were inspired by the natural elegance of their birds and plants that they emulated and imprinted on their wares. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Amy. We'll quickly move on. Our schedule is a little bit behind today. So we'll move. Our next talk is by Alexandra Zambiti of the Effort of Boeotia. Her talk is on graffiti on ceramic offerings to the Labyrinthine nymphs on Helicon.
Hello, everyone. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the organizing committee for the initiative to arrange such an interesting conference And of course, thank you for accepting me. The finds I will speak about have been unearthed in a cave broadly known as a Triada cave. It is located on the eastern slopes of Helicon, and its opening was facing the southwest masses of the mountain range. It was probably not far from the mountain paths which connected the western Boeotian cities like Koronia, Thisbe, and Livadia with the Phocian territory on the other side of Helicon. Highland routes passing via the plain that existed nearby the modern village of Agia Triada were leading westwards to the Phocian territory. Other paths were descending to the south, connecting Boeotia with the Corinthian Gulf. This road and path network must have been in use by pilgrims who wanted to visit the cave sanctuary. The closest city to the cave must have been Koronia, which according to Pausanias was 40 stadia far, almost 7.5 kilometers. Actually, the real distance is estimated at about 50 to 55 stadia. That means that worshippers who were coming from ancient Koronia and from even more distant cities had to undertake a lengthy journey up to the cave, whose elevation is approximately 820 meters above sea level. Considering that no workshops have been spotted near the cave, we suppose that dedicators had to carry their votive offerings, which they had previously brought from their hometowns Agore, all the way to the cave, passing through dense wooded areas and walking on steep slopes. Long-distance journey and portability difficulties, alongside the possible danger and risks that travelers were facing, contributed to transforming the visit to the cave into a holistic pilgrimage experience. Now, the cave can be accessed from the west by a path which was probably in use since ancient times. In front of the cave, there is a plateau enclosed on three sides by rocky walls that bear several recesses cut into them. The fourth open side offers a magnificent view to the surrounding area. The interior consists of a chamber with a small opening on top, which probably accelerated the erosion of the cave. Nowadays, it is deprived of any pouring water, apart from a very weak dripping detected in a small space in the end of the corridor formed at the rear of the main chamber, here. During the centuries that it functioned as a sanctuary, namely from the Archaic period through the Hellenistic times, the external plateau and the cave's small, dimly lit chamber must have been full of dedications. Although illicit activity at the site has deprived us from valuable stratigraphic data and a large number of finds, many artifacts still survive. The unearthed material abounds in terracotta figurines of rich typological variability, pottery, lamps, needles, hairpins, small-scale marble sculptures. Surely, some of those sculptures were still standing in the niches formed at the external plateau and inside when Pausanias visited the cave, as inferred by his words. An exceptional find is the large assemblage of the astragali, approximately 7,000 registered, that were possibly used as gaming and divinatory objects before being left as offerings to the nymphs. The archaeological context found in the cave fits perfectly to the attribution of the worship to the nymphs and Pan, and perhaps to other female deities, a cult pattern applied to the majority of the caves that served as sanctuaries in the historical times. But the verification of this interpretation, and furthermore, the identification of the cave with the Libythrian andron, to which literary sources refer, is provided by the inscriptions that numerous votive offerings bear, where Libythrian nymphs are mentioned. Apart from a single 6th century terracotta figurine, the rest of the inscriptions are graffiti on vases. Now, the votive practices show a general preference for drinking vases. The quantitative analysis points to a strong preference in Boeotian Kountouri, typical for Boeotia. Attic, Skifi, and Kilikes follow in order. Boeotian bells, surprisingly, are a number of them, a big number. Corinthian pyxides as well, and Attic Likithi are also high on the agenda of the vase repertoire. All inscriptions are incised after firing. They are chiefly voting, while few seem to denote the owners of the vases. Most of them are located just below the rims of Skifi and Kilikes, which is expected due to the suitable surfaces that those vases provide. Fewer are inscribed on the handles and lips or bodies of Kountouri, and even less on other shapes. Owners' names are incised underneath the vases' bases. The majority of the inscribed vases are Attic imports, and the black glazed pieces are twice that of the black figured ones. Now let's focus on the graffiti. All of them are written in Boeotian alphabet and dialect, which is apparent from the appearance of the characteristic shape of some letters like delta and alpha, the writing of the letter psi for the sound he, and psi sigma for xi, and the recording of some specific grammatical phenomena, such as the use of alpha in the place of the Attic Ionic ita, for example. Here we have taninfa rather than tininfi. The adoption of the form iara instead of iara, the use of an as a third plural secondary ending of automatic verbs, here in our case anethion, and the use of the dative plural ending in esi, also attested in Epic. Now I'll try to present the inscribed vases in chronological order. The earlier inscriptions appear on Boeotian vases that date around the middle of the 6th century BC. The earliest is a kipelon that bears the only inscription written in first person by its dedicator. Io is, I think, the Boeotian version of the word, of the personal pronoun ego. On 2 Kountouri, dated a little later, we find abbreviations of the word iara, with the interchange of letters on one occasion. In the second half of the 6th century, many inscribed Attic vases appear alongside a few Boeotian ones. The dedicators introduce themselves by mentioning their names. The handle of a Boeotian canthorus bears the name Pedea in dative. We assume that the omitted word imi is implied. Below the rim of another Boeotian cantharos, we meet the vase owner's name Ermaios. This practice of mentioning the name of the votive offering's owner in the adjective form is common in Boeotia and other Aeolic dialects, and perhaps related to the use of the patronymic adjective instead of the genitive singular of the father's name. On a Boeotian cantharoid cotyle of this period, we read the name Voion, which is unknown elsewhere in Boeotia and extremely rare in general. On the inscription of another Boeotian cap, we find another unknown dedicator's name, Ephethios, who addresses only one nymph. The reference to a single anonymous nymph appears on several inscriptions on other vases displayed in the cave. It is still unclear if the singular form is used to signify the entire group of the Libythrian nymphs, or is related to the inscription Coronia Nymphi, which appears only once on the rock above the entrance of the cave. An unexpected find is a votive inscription on a Boeotian cantharos where Zeus is mentioned as the receiving deity. It was probably made as an offering to Heliconian Zeus, whose altar was located on top of the mountain Helicon, as Hesiod mentions in Theogony. The inscription on one of the earliest black-figured vases, the Attic Icab, number 7, which is decorated with Dionysus at its side, mentions the names of 2 dedicators. Though parts of the names are missing, we assume that they can be completed as Rongon and Radis. If the word Ilokopi is correctly identified, then the two dedicators define themselves as woodcutters. This is the only occasion that we are informed of the dedicator's profession. Another name, unattested elsewhere, is mentioned in the inscription of the Kylix number 13. We assume that the preserved part of the name may be completed as Vlaftion, that derives from the word Vlafti, which means slipper. One more name appears in the interior of an Attic floral Kylix, it is suggested that the third letter is identified with Kopa, which is stated on coins of Koronia at least until 480 BC. Given this assumption, the graffito can be read as Miko, the name Mikos in genitive, denoting the vase's owner. This name is reminiscent of another one, partly preserved on the base of the later in date Scythoid Kylix 146. The inscription, which mentions the name of the vase's owner in genitive or dative, may belong either to a male or a female dedicator, as there are many possible completions of the graffito, as you see. A vast number of vases that bear graffiti date in the late 6th and early 5th centuries BC. Most of the inscriptions are formulaic, mentioning the name of the dedicator, the nymphs or one nymph in dative, and the verb anetheke. We read the name Adisthenidas and Miron, for example. The first name Adisthenidas is not attested elsewhere, while the second one, Miron, is found both in Boeotia and Attica. On another black-figured skyphos with a courting scene, we find the name Tinichidas. We cannot exclude the possibility that the same Tinichidas was probably inscribed on the similar in date red-figured cup number 132. It is noteworthy that the dedicator wrote his votive inscription on the inner side of the vase and specifically on a place not easily visible. Two more names are preserved on the next two black-figured vases. Damatios is a very common name all over Boeotia, especially during the 5th century in Thebes, while Ligon is unknown elsewhere as far as I know. The three following vases constitute original examples of the particularities that the Boeotian dialect presents. On the first graffito, the name Erole, which is not attested elsewhere, is a distinctive example of the Boeotian masculine hypochoristics in epsilon. This characteristic type of names emerged probably after the loss of the final sigma. Another Boeotian dialectical feature is the use of alpha epsilon in the place of the diphthong alpha iota in the word nymphaes. This phenomenon is more common in Tanagraian inscriptions of the archaic time, but it is also found in a few inscriptions at Akrefia and Plataea. On the second vase, the name Askaros confirms the long-lived use of the letter Digama in Boeotia. This retention constitutes a distinctiveness of the Boeotian dialect, particularly in contrast to other dialects where the Digama dropped out of use early in the Archaic period, as in the Attic Ionic and Lesbian. However, here Digama is discernible on a vase which dates in the late Archaic period. On the third vase, we find the characteristic dative ending in "essi" when referring to the venerated nymphs of the cave. This form, which is also used in Phokis and Locris, is considered to be a conservative trait of the Aeolic dialect and is cited in Epic. Considering the name of the dedicator, we assume that only 4 letters fit in the missing part between the two words, and it may be completed either with male names or with feminine ones. On the next 4 vases, the dedicators whose names are Pision, Melisiades, Simirtios, and Hieron mention one name as the recipient deity, as we have seen on some previous occasions. All of the above inscriptions follow the usual structure anatithimi tini ti. However, there is a group of inscriptions that use an alternative syntax, anatithimi ti hieron tinos. Specifically, on the inscription of the Attic Kylix number 23, the word hieron is implied. Notably, the name Dionysimolpos appears also on the vase 184, and the script is very similar, as you see. It is highly possible that the two vases, seemingly of the same date, were dedicated by the same person. The same syntax with the use of the genitive instead of the dative appears on another Attic black figure Skiphos, where Karanos is mentioned as the dedicator. It is also adopted in the inscription of the Skiphos number 198, where the frequent in Boeotian long genitive ending aon is preferred. The same syntax is adopted in the inscription of another Attic Skiphoid Kylix, where the Doric genitive plural form of the noun is used. The same words are inscribed on a Boeotian blacklaced inohoe, which is considerably later in date. One of the latest in date inscription is found on a Boeotian Thymnaterion. The name Polydelos is included in the names attested at the Thespian Polyandrion of 424 BC. Of course, our Polydelos must have lived later, considering that the Thymnaterion is probably dated in the late 5th to early 4th century BC. On quite a few occasions, we're just aware of the dedicator's name, either because it is the only part of the preserved inscription or because a single name was inscribed in the vase. For example, we read Pedaklies, a name which reminds us of many Boeotian names with the ending epsilon sigma, as you see on the slide. Two more names are Palamon and Aristion. The first one is unattested, and the second one is very common. On the Skiphos number 166, we find two graffiti, a dedicatory inscription on the lip and a graffito on the underside of the vase. The name is missing from the dedicatory inscription, but fortunately the owner's name, which I suppose the dedicator's as well is the same, is preserved underneath on the base. We read Gnosia in dative, providing that the fourth letter sigma is written in reverse. Finally, the third 176 belongs to the group of vases where only one name is inscribed. It is part of the lip of an Attic, perhaps black-figured vase of an identified sabe. The name Mikrotilos is unattested, but the ending ilos informs us that this is a hypocoristic name, like other known Boeotian names such as Vathilos or Menilos. Apart from the inscribed vases that name men dedicators, we meet women devotees as well. On 1/5 of the vases, where the dedicator's or the owner's name is preserved, appear female names. One of the few red-figured vases that have been offered to the nymphs, and surely one of the most unique in quality ceramic gifts to them, is the red-figured Kylix number 131. The Dionysiac images that decorate the vase are inspired by one or more satyr plays, but this could be the subject of another talk. We focus now on the votive inscription. The name of the female dedicator is partly missing, so it may be completed in several ways. The word Ευξαμένα informs us that the woman offered this kalon agalma to the nymphs as a redemption of a vow and perhaps as a tangible proof of gratitude towards them for answering her prayer. Indeed, the vase that bears also the artist's signature would have made an outstanding impression to the cave's visitors, let alone if it was displayed among the other mostly humble offerings, as we have seen. Another visually remarkable gift is an Attic two-headed kantharos, which was inscribed by a woman whose name is partly preserved. Considering that there is enough space for only 3 or 4 letters, the name may be completed as Mnasilais. 3 more women appear on Attic black-figured skifi of low quality, like most of the vases that were offered to the nymphs. On the Skiphos 200, the name may be completed as Anthilis or Vathilis. On 2 thirds that belong to another Skiphos, the dedicator signed her name twice. Hithilina or Hithilina is unknown from elsewhere. However, the ending ina is very common in female names and denotes that the name is hypocoristic. Dionysias is the female version of Dionysios, which is attested frequently in Boeotia from the 5th century BC onwards. On the contrary, the female one appears later, from Roman times onwards. Two Scythoid kilikas of almost the same size and shape bear the name Athanodora just below their rims. The name Athanodora is common all over Boeotia. The writing on both vases is very similar. That means that they were probably inscribed by the same person, perhaps Athanodora herself, who offered those twin vases to the nymphs, either at one or two separate visits to the cave. Finally, it is worth mentioning two inscriptions that don't follow the pattern structure of the others. The first is the graffiti found on both sides of the attic, Kilix number 21. On this occasion, the vase is the votive offering of at least two dedicators, named Charon and Vlosis. The first dedicator pleads for the nymph's help for a child's sake, while it is not clear whether the second one shared the same prayer. The second inscription extends on both sides of this Scythoid kylix. The verb egraphen, after the name which ends in vidas or aidas, brings in mind an already known Boeotian potter named Menaidas, who lived nearly 1 century earlier, and at least 4 vases bear his signature. Of course, our vase couldn't have been made by him, but if by chance the name of our dedicator, who is at the same time the artist who painted or potted the vase, is also Menaidas, then he may be a namesake descendant of the potter who lived in the first half of the 6th century, considering that the potter's art was a family tradition, passing down from one generation to the next. As for the ending iatas, it may denote the artist's place of origin. Finally, the use of stu, sigma taf, instead of sthu, sigma theta, in the nymph's name Livestriadesi, is attested only at Orchomenos. Now, some concluding remarks. Firstly, a few grammatical phenomena met in specific Boeotian regions makes us believe that pilgrims came not only from the cities situated at the foot of the Helicon mountain range, but even further. Secondly, though nymphs are usually connected to female dedicants, the epigraphic evidence shows a male predominance. The iconographic themes that appear on the inscribed vases, such as evocative depictions of the heroic past, Dionysian images, courtship scenes, female dancers, and generic male figures representing citizens or athletes, seem to concern both sexes and many aspects of their life. Both men and women appeal to the Nilbithrian nymphs, who are the protectresses of life cycles and the divine receivers of diverse pleas and prayers. Thirdly, the inscriptions appeared chiefly during the period where the number of dedications reaches a peak, namely from the last quarter of the 6th until the first quarter of the 5th century BC. Despite the massive influx of dedicators until the 4th century BC, inscriptions on the offered vases dating from the second quarter of the 5th century BC onwards are extremely rare. This phenomenon is really puzzling. It may be simply considered as an epigraphic habit. However, considering that this practice coincides with the already attested attempt of the Boeotians to construct a collective identity in the late Archaic and Classical period, this phenomenon may be interpreted as a need of the Boeotian dedicants to project their common origin by making their distinctive linguistic identity visible in a public space. Fourth, drinking vases are the majority at the site, as I have mentioned before, and most graffiti are inscribed on them because of the suitable surface they provide. Lichithi are unsuitable, but generally speaking, lichithi are less preferred as votive offerings to the Libythrian nymphs, as opposed to the large numbers of them found in the Korikionon andron. This may indicate a difference in cult practices. For example, the absence of craters and levitas excludes the assumption that symposia were taking place at the external plateau of the cave, the only suitable place for gathering, considering that the interior space was very small and could be full of dedications. However, the abundance of drinking vases may denote some special use for them, and this has to do with some kind of liquid. If we accept that there was no consumption of wine, then the most common liquid that comes to mind is water, which is often present at sanctuaries, and on some occasions it was connected with the cult practice. Moreover, the large assemblies of astragali that have been found in the cave constitutes a strong evidence of divination activity at the site. This is asserted furthermore by the name of those nymphs itself. Libithriades is a compound word originating from the word livo and thriazo, or thriaume, or thrie. The first one, thriazo, means pour, make a libation of, while the second one means to be wrapped, possessed, and thrie are pebbles used in divination. The interpretation of their name makes us assume that the wet environment of the cave, and particularly some water that was probably pouring inside, was used as a divinatory tool. In this context, we may suppose that the pilgrims collected small amounts of this sacred water in their drinking vases and applied the method of divination by means of water, perhaps combined with the astragali, or not. Afterwards, they offered those vases as dedications to the nymphs. As we have seen, nymphs' epigraphic presence is dominant, but their permanent faithful escort Pan is totally absent from the inscriptions, despite the fact that his image is depicted on almost 300 figurines that have been unearthed in the cave. His significant personality, though, inspired the excavator of the cave, Vivi Vassilopoulou, who wrote a series of books about him, adopting an alternative approach to Greek mythology. Thank you.
Alexander, could you join us up here? And maybe Amy also. So thank you so much for that extremely interesting talk. So I would like to open the floor for questions to our speakers. We heard a lot of new evidence, so I think we're getting the mic.
I have a question for Alexandra.
Okay.
Thank you, Alexandra. That was all fascinating. I was your end conclusion, just to play devil's advocate, about if we assume there was no drinking wine, and if there was, should I sit back?
Yeah.
If we assume, as you said, we assume there was no drinking wine, I'd like to ask you to clarify that. And the other thing is, I was very interested, you say no inscription to Pan, which we would have expected, especially because of the figurines. There were also many figurines of Aphrodite there, I gather.
Yes.
And I wonder if you had any inscriptions intimating her.
Okay, I will start from the second one. There are no inscriptions to other deities. As far as the graffiti is concerned, I don't know if there are other inscriptions. I haven't seen any. But on vases, we have only names that are mentioned. This was surprising, yes. And to your first question, I dare to assume that there was some kind of use of this water pouring in the cave. And I tried to connect it with all these drinking vases that bear all these inscriptions. I don't know if they had a special use, but evidence show that there was a divinatory activity in the place, because all evidence point to that. The name of the Libithriades, because they are not names. They're with a name, an epithet, Livithriades. So this name means something. And the wet environment. And the astragali as well. There are so many. You cannot ignore the large amount of them. The large number is registered till now 7,000. A big number to ignore it. So I think that all evidence point to some kind of divination taking place.
So we have other questions down here. Stephanie Larson.
This is a question for Alexandra also. It's fascinating that you have all these inscriptions with personal names and coming from a very restricted time period. And you mentioned that they were sort of falling out of use, or they were just what is the ratio of, say, when did they stop being done, and when did they start petering out? When did they start being fewer dedications? What exactly did you say? I can't remember exactly.
You mean dedications in general, or the inscribed
the little inscriptions, the little name
the inscriptions?
Yeah.
They're all gathered in late archaic and early classical periods. It's amazing. That's why I mentioned that it may be an epigraphic habit, but this is the easier, the easy explanation. I tried to find a more deep, let's say, thought, interpretation to this activity. Why did they stop inscribing their votive offerings? Because the number of the votive offerings don't reduce during the 5th and the 4th. In the 4th centuries, they're high. They're very there are many. So something must be going on here. That's why I connected it to your, collective identity.
Well, that's why I think it's so fascinating.
Archive.
What?
Yeah.
This is great.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's really fascinating. And early, yeah. It
like
coincides.
Individuals doing something.
It's very weird coincidence.
Okay. We have another question here.
Thanks so much to all three speakers. I'd like to just ask Amy a question. When you were talking about vessels that didn't seem to be great for drinking, too shallow, and then you went on to say, well, people needed to drink and eat. I'm just curious of what the quantity of plates is. And the reason I ask is I wonder if these aren't doubling as cups and plates when they're long and shallow like this.
It's a fabulous question, but a difficult one. I have not done the numbers on all the plates versus cups collected from across Boeotia, but if I can talk about the Attic material, I strongly believe that the cup skyphos is a shape that evolves as a festival vessel for stew, and can go back to the archaic type, the so-called Thargelia cup, which is in the National Museum, that Semni Kuruzu associated with the Thargelia all the way back in the 1950s. That's associated with a festival that had a bean stew, and that seems like a perfect vessel for a bean stew because it's deep, but not so deep as to hold a lot of liquid in, if you see what I mean. So it seems a better vessel for, it's not a cup skyphos yet, because they didn't exist back then, but it's somewhere between the Hitra and those very characteristic small skyphoi, of which that's the best known example. Yeah, but I don't know if I'll ever be able to prove that, but that's my hunch.
Thank you. Thank you all. This was really, really interesting. I have a question for Alexandra. It borders a little bit on Amy's question about the comparanda for this very fascinating idea of a divinatory ritual. But I also wondered if there are any practical traces. Maybe I just missed that. It's like stairs. How many people would fit into this cave? Do we have lamps? It seemed like a very closed and dark, small space.
Yeah, yeah. It's the inner space. It's only one chamber, as I mentioned, and it's very small. If I remember well, the dimensions are 7 to 10 meters, so very small. And I don't know about the situation that of the site at that time. There was surely an inclination from outside, from the external plateau to the inside. But nowadays it's even worse. It's even higher. The two levels have a big difference. I mean, from outside to inside. But I think that always it would be a little bit difficult to enter, but it would be not so difficult as nowadays. And I don't know about the cult activity, of course, where it was took place. External plateau, perhaps, because inside it's very small, the space.
And no lamps?
There are many lamps. I haven't, you're right, I haven't seen at least one lamp, but there are many. There are many. So they have used the lamps to enter. They entered the cave, for sure. But it was surely full of dedications, because many were unearthed, and many figurines as well. So they would be placed inside.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. May I ask Alexandra also about the names? The Lebistriades, is that related to Lebes, to the vase form, or is there some other meaning of the Lebistriades, the names of the nymphs?
You mean another interpretation of the name? I don't know. I have only this one for now. I don't know.
So that
if you can suggest
I just
something.
No. I mean, I just thought Lebes, the vase, the Lebes, and then that was the only thing I could think of.
Yeah, this is Lebes. Is levo is something that is pouring. I don't know any other interpretation of this word, levo. It's not attested. I don't know.
That's really interesting.
That's why I'm
fascinating. So they're just there, those nymphs there, but then they're also the one nymph of Coronia, of the city, I suppose. But then the city also would be linked with the Coroni, the goddess, or the nymph.
I don't know if here is a problem with Coronia. I have no inscriptions on the vases mentioning Coronia, nymph. Only Lebistriades.
Only on the wall of the cave.
Only this one, on the rock. Professor Mazzeo, that studied this Coronia nymphi inscription, dated in the 4th century. But I don't know who this nymph is, because Coronis is a well-known nymph. Okay, Coronis, the one who was connected with Dionysus. But Coronia and Coronis, I don't know if there's a connection. If Coronis can be made Coronia, I don't know. The epigraphologists can help us, perhaps. I don't know if Coronis is mentioned there. I don't think so. But this is my personal opinion.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Once again, a question to Alexandra. If I remember correctly, virtually all of the names of the dedicators were male, right?
No.
Or the majority of them?
The majority.
The majority?
Yes.
Okay.
Not all of them.
Okay.
I mentioned some women as well.
Okay, but only some women. So basically the majority were male, or do you have any idea what the ratio would be? And then how about the other objects that could testify to the presence and cult activity performed by women?
I haven't heard you.
What could be the ratio, how you would guess the ratio between the male and female names would be? And secondly...
I think 1/5 of them, of the inscriptions, are attributed to women.
Okay. And how about some other objects like votives that could testify to the presence and cult activity of women in that cave?
I don't know. I can say.
Okay.
If I may add to that, there's a huge number of female figurines from the cave, which points to female dedicators. And the inscriptions are only from a very small period of time. The votives continue down to the late Hellenistic period, so
Hellenistic period.
we don't... yeah. This is only one sort of fraction of the sanctuary's use.
And how about some personal negligence?
I don't know about this. Sorry.
Okay, we may need to. Do you want to? We have one more question. Okay, sure. One more question.
Just a quick question for Trevor. The ramp deposit, was there material in there besides the pottery and terracottas, like animal bones or anything like that?
Thanks for the question. There is not much in terms of faunal remains within the deposits. In fact, one of the kind of interesting things about the overall assemblage is that there's essentially no cooking pots either. So again, the focus of the cult activity really doesn't seem to involve eating. So I like this focus on pouring that we've been talking about. The only other, fine categories are other types of votive objects. So, there's quite a bit of degraded bronze, and there are a number of glass beads in there as well, which is pretty common in Boeotian sanctuaries.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I'd like to thank our speakers again today. And before we adjourn for the afternoon, I let you know that our lunch is on our own, but we will reconvene back here at 2 o'clock. And we will have 2 sessions this afternoon with a coffee break in between. And then we will have our reception after our final discussion around 6 p.m. tonight. So I hope you all will join us there, even though it's not on the program. And for lunch advice, too, there is Nora's Deli across the street. Patriochoakim is a great street, Haritos. And Xenocrates nearby also has some tavernas and things. But don't eat too much and come back at 2 o'clock. So let's thank our speakers again.
Good evening. I think we are ready for our session. It's a privilege to ask for Dr. Alexandra Harami, the effort of Antiquities of Boeotia, to stand to give us her speaks with Elena Goula, also an archaeologist in the effort. Η χνηλάτιση της καβυριακής λατρείας μέσα από τα αφικά κτερίσματα της Βιωτίας.
Στόχος της ανακοίνωσης είναι η παρουσίαση εικονογραφικών παραστάσεων και μοτίβων καβυριακού περιεχομένου από τα αφικά οικεία που τοποθετήθηκαν ως κτερίσματα σε ταφές της Βιωτίας, στη Θήβα, τη Τανάγρα και τη Λιβαδιά. Επιχειρείται η αποκωδικοποίηση των παραστάσεων προκειμένου να κατανοηθεί το περιεχόμενο της λατρείας και οι ιδιότητες των καβύρων. Η μυστηριακή λατρεία των καβύρων αποσκοπούσε στην προστασία των μοιημένων από κάθε μορφής κινδύνους, κυρίως πολεμιστών στη μάχη, θαλασσοπόρους στη θάλασσα, στην επίτευξη κάθε στόχου, υλικού ή πνευματικού, και στη βελτίωση του επίγειου βίου, στην αύξηση της γονιμότητας των καρπών, κτηνοτροφία, γεωργία, στην συνειδησιακή και ηθική βελτίωση του ανθρώπου, στην αρμονική ένωση του λογικού και του άλογου μέρους της ψυχής τους, της νόησης και του συναισθήματος, στην σύνθεσή του με τη συμπαντική ενέργεια, αρμονία, στην κατάκτηση της αυτογνωσίας και της ψυχικής αρμονίας που θα καταστήσει εφικτή τόσο την επίγεια όσο και την επέκεινα ευδαιμονία. Οι ημένοι γίνονταν ευσεβέστεροι, δικαιότεροι, βελτίωνες εαυτών και επιτύχαιναν τη μετάβαση στο νησί των Μακάρων. Οι κάβυροι σχετίζονται με τον ύφεστο και τη μεταλλουργία, τη θάλασσα, τη θεραπεία, τη γονιμότητα, τη μαγική προστασία, τις απαρχές του πολιτισμού. Τους αποδίδονται αρχαίγονες μυστηριακές δυνάμεις και θεωρούνται επανίσχυροι με απεριόριστη εξουσία σε γη, ουρανό, θάλασσα και στο σύμπαν. Είναι συνοδοί της Μεγάλης Μητέρας και η λατρεία τους έχει ορφικό και βαχικό χαρακτήρα. Παρατηρείται ότι η λατρευτική δομή είναι συνήθως τριαδική ως προς το βασικό της σχήμα, αποτελούμενη από μια γυναικεία μορφή αντίστοιχη της Μεγάλης Μητέρας, θεάς, τον άρενα σύντροφό της και την αναγεννημένη μορφή αυτού. Στο καβύριο της Θήβας η γυναικεία θεότητα είναι η καβυρία Δήμητρα, η οποία παραδίδεται ότι εισήγαγε τη λατρεία. Το ιερό της, όπου λατρευόταν με μια κόρη, βρισκόταν πλησίον αυτού των καβύρων και δεν επιτρεπόταν είσοδος στους αμοίητους. Συνοδοί της, στους οποίους παρέδωσε το μυστικό της καβυριακής λατρείας, ήταν ένα ανδρικό ζεύγος με σχέση πατέρα-γιου, που φέρει τα ονόματα Κάβυρος Πες ή Προμηθέας Ετνέος. Στις καβυριακές τελετές διακρίνονται δύο στάδια μοίησης, και προϋπόθεση για την τελική μοίηση στο δεύτερο στάδιο ήταν η επιτυχής ολοκλήρωση του πρώτου, με την κατάλληλη προετοιμασία του υποψηφίου μύστη. Αγνία, νηστεία, εξομολόγηση, εξελαστήριες προσφορές και θυσίες, κυρίως κρυού, λουτρό και καθαρμούς. Στη Θήβα, οι μοιούμενοι υποβάλλονταν και σε διάφορες δοκιμασίες. Σημαντικό επίσης ρόλο είχαν τα κοινά, συλλογικά γεύματα αδελφοποίησης, οι ονοποσίες, ο χορός και τα τελετουργικά δρόμενα. Με την ολοκλήρωση της μοίησης κατά τον Απολώνιο το Ρόδιο, οι μύστες έβαζαν στο σώμα τους ένα κόκκινο πανί και ένα σιδερένιο δακτυλίδι. Κορύφωσα της μοίησης ήταν ο ιερός γάμος. Στις λατρευτικές πρακτικές του καβυρίου της Θήβας διακρίνονται αρκετές φάσεις επανοργάνωσης της λατρείας, οι οποίες θα μπορούσαν να συνδεθούν με την ιστορία της Θήβας. Οι αλλαγές του 4ου αιώνα π.Χ., που ίσως συνδέονται με τον Αθηναίο Μέθαπο, θα μπορούσαν να συσχετιστούν με τη διάδοση της Πυθαγόριας φιλοσοφίας. Μετά την καταστροφή της Πυθαγόριας σχολής του Κρότονα, κατέφυγε στη Θήβα ο φιλόσοφος Λύσης και μαθητής του ήταν ο Επαμνηνόδας. Η θεοσοφία των Πυθαγορίων διαχέεται μέσω των σχολών του Πλάτωνα και του Αριστοτέλη, φτάνοντας ως τους νεοπλατωνιστές των νηστικών χρόνων. Ιστορικά είναι γνωστό ότι μετά την καταστροφή της Θήβας από τον Μέγα Αλέξανδρο, η δραστηριότητα του ιερού ανακόπηκε για ένα διάστημα 20 περίπου χρόνων. Η επαναλειτουργία του φαίνεται πως έγινε μετά την επανείδηση της πόλης από τον Κάσανδρο. Ενδεχομένως, κατά τα πρότυπα της επανοργάνωσης από το βασιλικό οίκο των Μακεδόνων της καβυριακής λατρείας της Σαμοθράκης, όπως δηλώνει και η κατασκευή του Ανακτόρου. Όπως οι μύστες ζητούσαν τη μεσολάβηση των καβύρων για να αποφεύγουν κάθε κίνδυνο, οι συγγενείς τους συνήθιζαν να τοποθετούν στον τάφο τους στερίσματα που υποδήλωναν τη μοίησή τους, ώστε να συνεχιστεί η προστασία τους και στον κάτω κόσμο. Στις νεκροπόλεις της Θήβας και της Τανάγρας τοποθετούσαν κατά την ύστερη ελληνιστική περίοδο, ανάμεσα στα κτερίσματα, ανάγλυφους σκύφους με παραστάσεις καβυριακού περιεχομένου που προέρχονταν από τα τοπικά τους εργαστήρια. Παρόμοιοι σκύφοι εντοπίστηκαν θρασμένοι και στο καβρίο της Θήβας. Στους ανάγλυφους σκύφους που θα πιάσουμε αναγνωρίζονται 10 μοτίβα καβυριακού περιεχομένου. Θα ασχοληθούμε κυρίως με τα πιο χαρακτηριστικά και συνήθη και θα αποπειραθούμε τον αποσυμβολισμό τους. Φυτικά μοτίβα. Τα φυτικά μοτίβα συναντώνται ως παραπληρωματικά σε όλους τους σκύφους. Συνηθίζονται λωτή, νούφαρα, ρόδακας. Ως στεφάνια και κλαδιά μοίησης εικονίζονται η μυρτιά, η δάφνη, η ελιά, η δρύς, υποδηλώνοντας κατά τον Ντουμάς το στόχο της μοίησης, που ήταν η ανανέωση, η αναγέννηση της ζωής. Ο λωτός συμβολίζει τη νίκη του πνεύματος πάνω στην ύλη, τη σοφία και τη γνώση, ενώ το άνθος του τη δημιουργία και την αναγέννηση. Ο ρόδακας την ομορφιά, τη γονιμότητα, την αθισμένη ψυχή, αλλά σχετίζεται και με τη μεταθάνατον ζωή. Η Δρύς παραπέμπει στην πελασγική λατρεία του Δοδοναίου Διός, όπου λατρευόταν με τη Διόνη, χνόνια έκφραση της Μεγάλης Μητέρας Θεάς, την οποία αντικατέστησε. Τα κλαδιά φτέρης και τα τσαμπιά σταφυλιών που βλέπουμε εδώ πέρα παραπέμπουν στην κατάσταση της μη μοιημένης ενσαρκωμένης ψυχής, όπου επικρατεί σύγχυση, η αβεβαιότητα, φτέρη, και εξουσιάζουν τα πάθη της φθατής ύλης στα φύλλα. Τα τσαμπιά σταφυλιών υποδηλώνουν το βαρχικό χαρακτήρα της λατρείας και την παρουσία του Διονύσου. Το σπάνιο μοτίβο του κρίνου συμβολίζει την αγνότητα και την αρετή και συνδέεται με την ήρα, ως θεά της αγάπης και της σταθερότητας του γάμου. Η αναγέννηση του μύστη, λοιπόν, θα συντελεστεί μέσω του πνεύματος. Ο στρόβελος του μεταλλίου, που βλέπουμε σε αυτόν εδώ το σκύφο ιωνικού εργαστηρίου, συμβολίζει τη σύγχυση, την αναστάτωση, αλλά και την συντηρητική δύναμη της αλλαγής. Τα πτηνά, όπως ο κόκορας και ο κύκνος, παραπέμπουν στη μοίηση, αλλά γενικά θεωρούνται σύμβολα της ψυχής. Εδώ, όπως δηλώνουν τα είδη της φυτικής διακόσμησης, παριστάνεται η ψυχική κατάσταση ενός αμύητου που βρίσκεται σε κατάσταση σύγχυσης, αποκομμένος από την ενέργεια του σύμπαντος, κλειστός λωτός, αλλά με δυνατότητα εξέλιξης, βλαστόσπυρες. Το αστέρι. Το αστέρι, που συνδυάζεται με φυτικά σχέδια και πτηνά, είναι ένα από τα βασικά σύμβολα των καβύρων και συσχετίζεται με τον ύφεστο, τον οποίο στη Θήβα αντικαθιστά ο Προμηθέας. Κατά την Ντουμάς απηχεί μια κοσμική διάσταση που προσυδειάζει στη φωτιά. Θα μπορούσε να παραπέμπει στο αρχαίγωνο αιώνιο πυρ που θέτει σε κίνηση τη συμπαντική ύλη και στους αρτερισμούς που συνδέονται με τις τελετές μοίησης. Συγκεκριμένη παράσταση ίσως δηλώνει ότι η σπόρη της δημιουργίας, η διαδικασία της αναπαραγωγής, θα τεθεί σε κίνηση από τη δημιουργική δύναμη του σύμπαντος, το αρχαίγωνο αιώνιο πυρ, που συμβολίζει το αστέρι του μεταλλίου και θα οδηγήσει και στην ολοκλήρωση. Εδώ το αστέρι συνδυάζεται με πτηνά στην ανώτερη διακοσμητική ζώνη του χείλους, υποδηλώνοντας την συνειδησιακή εξέλιξη της ψυχής. Στη μεταθάνατο ζωή παραπέμπει ο ρόδακας, ρόδο, στο μετάλλιο. Τα υδρόβια φυτά και βραστόσπυρες της κύριας διακοσμητικής ζώνης υποδηλώνουν τις πνευματικές δυνατότητες που υπόσχεται η μοίηση. Σύμβολα της θάλασσας. Στη μοίηση παραπέμπει η μάσκα του Πάνα, που εδώ πλαισιώνεται από δύο ζεύγια ατοπών δερφινιών, τα οποία υπέβουν νεανικές μορφές, με ανεμπίζωνα μανδύα. Ο μανδύας κατά την Ντουμάς είναι δηλωτικό της μοίησης, συναντάται σε αγιογραφίες από το ιερό, όπως επίσης τα δελφίνια και ο υπόκαμπος που δηλώνουν τον κόσμο της θάλασσας. Η συγκεκριμένη παράσταση θα μπορούσε να συσχετιστεί με την προστασία που οι κάβυροι και οι θαλάσσιες θεότητες που συσχετίζονται με αυτούς, όπως η Νό, Λευκοθέα, προσφέρουν σε μοιημένους ναυτικούς, σαν τον Οδυσσέα, υποδηλώνουν τον κόσμο των Ηρίδων, οι οποίες σύμφωνα με την παράδοση πρωτοδίδαξαν στους ανθρώπους τα μυστήρια. Μάσκα του Πάνα. Ο Πάνας φαίνεται πως υποκαθιστά το ρόλο του Πέδα κατά τον 4ο αιώνα π.Χ., όπως δηλώνει η παράσταση μοίησής του σε ένα αγείο από το Μουσείο Βερολίνου. Κατά την Ουμάς παίζει το ρόλο του ενδιάμεσου φορέα ανάμεσα στις θεότητες του ιερού και στους υποψήφιους για μοίηση, γύρω από τους οποίους οργανώνονταν χωροί. Ο Σάκταρ ταυτίζει τον Ερμή και τον Πάνα με τους Καβύρους. Αρχικά θεωρεί ότι ήταν προστάτες της μηδενικής ζωής, ενώ αργότερα γίνονταν και προστάτες της βλάστησης. Όπως και στον ορφικό ύμνο, ο Πάνας συνδέεται με το σύμπαν, τον ουρανό, τη θάλασσα, την παβασίλεια χθόνα και το αθάνατο πύρ. Στην ποίηση του Πιδάρου είναι ακόλουθος της Μεγάλης Μητέρας, ως θεός των βουνών και των δασών, όπως και εκείνη, αλλά κυρίως ως θεός της άγριας μη ελεγχόμενης φύσης. Γι' αυτό ταυτίζεται με την εκστατική φύση της λατρείας της. Η φύση του Πάνα είναι δυσυπόστατη, όπως δηλώνει το τραγόμορφο προσιωτικό του. Εκφράζει από τη μια τα ζωώδη πάθη, τις ψυχικές αδυναμίες, ελαττώματα, διαστροφές και φοβίες, και από την άλλη την ανώτερη υπόσταση του νοήμαν ανθρώπου που προσπαθεί να κατακτήσει την αυτογνωσία και να τη θασεύσει το κατώτερο αυτό του. Η Μέδουσα. Ιδιαίτερα σημαντικό μοτίβο στην καβυριακή εικονογραφία είναι το γοργόνιο, η μάσκα της αποκεφαλισμένης μέδουσας, γωγούς. Το συναντούμε στο μετάλλιο της βάσης 6 αγγείων της υποεξέταση ομάδας και συνδυάζεται με μια ποικιλία άλλων μοτίβων. Σε όλα τα παραδείγματα, η επικόνηση του γοργονίου είναι πανομοιότυπη, υποδηλώνοντας τη χρήση ίδιας μήτρας. Σε μία μόνο περίπτωση συμπεριλαμβάνεται το γοργόνιο στα μοτίβα της κύριας διακοσμητικής ζώνης. Ο μύθος της Μέδουσας Γωγούς συνδέεται με τα ηρωικά δρόμενα του άθλου του Περσέα που αποσκοπούσαν στην διαπαιδαγώγηση των μυστών. Στη ταφική εικονογραφία προβάλλεται όμως ο αποτροπαϊκός της συμβολισμός του γοργονίου που προασπίζει τον ιερό χώρο, ακόμα και το βασίλειο του Άδη, από τους αμύητους και ακάθαρτους. Αναγνωρίζονται επίσης αρκετοί κωδικοποιημένοι συμβολισμοί σχετικά με τη διαδικασία της ειδικής εξέλιξης του ανθρώπου. Οι βραδύνοες γραίες και οι ταχύνοες γοργόνες θεωρείται πως συμβολίζουν στο επίπεδο του κοινού θνητού τα αντίθετα άκρα του διπολικού ανθρώπινου εγκεφάλου, ο οποίος επιπλέον λειτουργεί ασυντόνιστα και ανεξέλεκτα. Οι γοργόνες, μορφές τρομακτικές, συμβολίζουν την αθανασία, η οποία όμως κυριαρχείται από τον εγωισμό και την κακία της Μέδουσας, στοιχεία που κάθε άνθρωπος έχει μέσα του, απειλώντας να τον νεκρώσουν ψυχικά, να τον αποσυνδέσουν από τη ψυχική του μνήμη. Επιπλέον, η ταχύνεια του νου που στερείται ηθικής καθοδήγησης είναι επικίνδυνη και μπορεί να καταστεί καταστροφική. Επομένως, η απακόνηση του γοργονίου σε ταφικά οικεία υποδηλώνει ότι ο νεκρός μύστης είχε κατακτήσει τα συνειδησιακά του αυτά στάδια. Θα μπορούσε επίσης να συμβολίζει την προστασία από τις αρνητικές ενέργειες κατά τη διάρκεια της μοίησης ή στο επέκεινα κόσμο των νεκρών. Σύμβολο της εξελιγμένης ψυχής είναι κατά τον Πλάτωνα το ισόπλευρο τρίγωνο που βλέπουμε σε αυτή την παράσταση. Ο κύκλος της ζωής και η μεταθάνατον αναγέννηση, κυρίως πνευματική, συμβολίζεται από τον Ούφαρο, το οποίο στους αρχαίους Αιγυπτίους αντιπροσώπευε το σύμπαν. Η Αρχιβάδα επίσης συμβολίζει την έννοια της αρχής και της γέννησης. Ο συνδυασμός του γοργόνιου με γυναικείες μορφές που έχουν σώμα ψαριού, γοργόνες, υποδηλώνει την προστασία του μύστη από κινδύνους της θάλασσας ή του ωκεανού, τον οποίο η ψυχή πρέπει να διασχίσει για να φτάσει στα ηλίσια πεδία. Με την ηχθειοκέντραβη μορφή της γοργόνας λατρευόταν στην Αργαδία η ωκεανίδα Ευρυνόμη, η οποία συνδέεται με τον Ύφεστο, που έσωσε και περιέθαλψε τη Ρέα, που απορρόφησε τις ιδιότητές της, την ημαρμένη και τις χάριτες, τις οποίες γέννησε. Αυτές, κατά το Σάκτερ, εκφράζουν την αντίθετη όψη των γοργόνων και ειρηνιών. Ενδεχομένως η παράσταση δηλώνει τις αντιθετικές όψεις της Μεγάλης Μητέρας, που συμπαραστέκεται αλλά και καταστρέφει. Στα άλλα οικεία της ομάδας, το γοργόνιο του μεταλλείου συνδυάζεται με φυτικά μοτίβα. Βλαστόσπυρες, φτέρες, νούφαρα, που θα μπορούσαν να θεωρηθούν δηλωτικά των σταδίων της μοίησης. Τη σύγχυση και αβεβαιότητα του αμύητου διαχέεται η πνευματική αναγέννηση και γνώση του μοιημένου. Το ιωνικό διακοσμητικό θέμα της ακάνθου, που είναι σπάνιο στις βιωτικές παραστάσεις, υποδηλώνει τις δυσκολίες και τα εμπόδια είτε των δοκιμασιών της μύησης, είτε αυτών της μεταθάνατον ζωής, από την οποία προστατεύει το γοργόνιο. Το πτηνό που πετά ανάμεσα στις φτέρες συμβολίζει την αναγεμένη ψυχή του μύστη. Τα φύλλα μπέλου παραπέμπουν στον διονυσιακό κύκλο και στην κατανάλωση κρασιού κατά τα καβρεϊκά ομαδικά γεύματα, και οι μικροσκοπικές σχηματοποιημένες μάσκας του Πάνα δηλώνουν ότι ο νεκρός είναι μύστης των καβυρίων. Μυθικά κατοθώματα ηρώων. Σύμβολο εμβληματικής νίκης είναι και ο Πίγασος, το φτερωτό άλογο που ξεπήδησε από το λαιμό της αποκεφαλισμένης μέδουσας και αποτελεί χαρακτηριστικό μοτίβο της καβριακής εικονογραφίας. Το συναντούμε σε μια μελανόμορφη λίχηθο πρώην κλασικών χρόνων που αποκαλύφθηκε σε ταφή της Ηλεκρόπολης Λιβαδιάς ως λεωτικό της νίκης σε κάποιο αγώνισμα ενός νεαρού συνοδευόμενου από μυσταγωγό. Δεν είναι ωστόσο εξακριβωμένο αν ο νεκρός ήταν μύστης των καβυρίων ή άλλης μυστηριακής λατρείας, γιατί κτερίσματα άλλων τάφων από το ίδιο νεκροταφείο δηλώνουν διασυνθέσεις με την γειτονική λατρεία της γειτονίας Αθηνάς. Μια σημαντική παράσταση αναγνωρίζουμε σε ανάγλυφο κήπο που βρέθηκε σε ταφή της Ταναγραϊκής Νεκρόπολης. Απεικονίζεται η είδηση της Θήβας από το Οκάδμο, τονίζοντας τον ηγεμονικό ρόλο της Θήβας και τη σύνδεσή της με το ιερό των Καβύρων. Αναπαραστάσεις τελετουργικών δραμάτων που σχετίζονται με τα καθορτώματα ηρώων έχουμε και στο Καβύριο από τον 5ο αιώνα π.Χ. Ο Κάδμος είναι ένας από τους βασικούς ήρωες που απεικονίζονται. Τα ιερά δρόμενα είχαν χαρακτήρα διδακτικό. Μεταβιβάζονταν ηθικά διδάγματα και ο μειούμενος προσπαθούσε να ακολουθήσει τα ηρωικά πρότυπα ώστε να φτάσει στο συνειδησιακό και ηθικό επίπεδο των ηρώων. Στον αιτιολογικό μύθο των Καβυρίων σημαίνοντα ρόλο έχει ο γάμος του Κάδμου με την αρμονία, που συμβολίζει την επίτευξη της αρμονίας σε επίπεδο κοσμικό και προσωπικό, κατά αναλογία με την αρμονία του σύμπαντος. Ο Κάδμος, όπως και ο Ερμής, συνδέεται με το αστρικό σύμπαν και τη συμπαντική τάξη. Ο Κάδμος και η αρμονία λατρεύοντας τη Θήβα ως θεότητες. Ο γάμος τους, ως αντίστοιχο σε εθνικό επίπεδο του ιερού γάμου των θεών, αναβιωνόταν κάθε χρόνο τελετές των Καβυρίων Μυστηρίων στη Σταμοθράκη και στη Θήβα. Κατά τη διάρκεια του γάμου τους συντελέστηκε και δεύτερη ιερή ένωση, με τον έρωτα της Δήμητρας και του θνητού Ιανσίωνα. Ερωτικές σκηνές. Ασυνήθιστο μοτίβο της καβριακής εικονογραφίας που δεν συναντούμε στις παραστάσεις από το ιερό. Είναι ερωτικές σεξουαλικές σκηνές που έχουμε στις διακοσμητικές ζώνες του σώματος δύο σκύφων από το νοικοταφείο της Θήβας. Σε ένα οικείο που παρεμβάλλονται ανάμεσα σε μορφές πολεμιστών που δίνουν την εντύπωση ότι χορεύουν κοντά σε κάτι που θα μπορούσε να δηλώνει την ήμαξη βράχου. Σε αυτή την περίπτωση πρόκειται για τη λατρευτική αιστεία της Μεγάλης Μητέρας Θεάς και το σημείο τέλεσης πιθανώς των τελετουργιών ή υποδηλώνει την παρουσία της ίδιας της Θεάς. Ο χορός, όπως γνωρίζουμε από τις αρχαιογραφίες του ιερού, είχε καθοριστικό ρόλο στις καβυραϊκές τελετουργίες, είτε στο στάδιο των δοκιμασιών του μειούμενου, νυχτερινός χορός υπό το φως των δαυλών, είτε στη τελετή μοίησης, χορός μεταφιεσμένων. Υποστηρίζεται ότι ο χορός, όπως και τα ιερά δρόμενα, συνέβαλαν καθοριστικά στη διαδικασία κατάκτησης της αυτογνωσίας. Μέσω του χορού επιτυγχανόταν η διαμόρφωση ευχάριστης διάθεσης που ήταν βασικό προαπαιτούμενο τόσο για τις δοκιμασίες του μειούμενου όσο και για την κύρια τελετή μοίησης, τον ιερό γάμο. Ενεργοποιούσε το συναίσθημα, στοιχείο καθοριστικό για την αφύπνιση του μύστη και τον προετοίμασε και σωματικά ώστε να συμμετάσχει ψυχήτε και σώματι. Μέσω του χορού επιδιώκεται η έκσταση η οποία θα καταστήσει εφικτή την υποκοινωνία με το Θείο. Οι ερωτικές σκηνές δηλώνουν τη γήινη σεξουαλικότητα των θνητών που κυριαρχούνται και χειραγωγούνται από τα πάθη. Το σεξουαλικό ένστικτο είναι συνυφασμένο με τη γεννητήσια ορμή, καθορίζοντας την ανθρώπινη συμπεριφορά. Οι πολεμιστές αγωνίζονται να ελέγξουν και να υποτάξουν στη λογική και στην ηθική τα ζωώδη αυτά ένστικτα. Παράλληλα με τη σεξουαλική πράξη εκφράζεται η κοσμική αρχή της γονιμότητας, που στο συγκεκριμένο αγγείο δηλώνεται επίσης με τους καρπούς. Στον άλλο σκύφο έχουμε 3 ζεύχες σε διαφορετικές ερωτικές σκηνές, ανάμεσα στα οποία παρεμβάνονται γυναικείες αγαλματικές μορφές, σε χειρονομία αποκαλύψεως, που δηλώνουν την παρουσία της Μεγάλης Θεάς ή το λατρευτικό της άγαλμα. Η ομοιότητα της χειρονομίας με αντίστοιχη μορφή στην παράσταση της μοίησης του Πάνα υποδηλώνει ότι η παράσταση του Αγίου συγχετίζεται με τον Ιερό Γάμο, στον οποίο επίσης παραπέμπει η σχηματοποιημένη διονυσιακή μάσκα με κορώνα. Τα ανθέμια που την πλαισιώνουν συμβολίζουν την αναγέννηση. Την αντιδιαστολή με τον Ιερό Γάμο των Θεών εκφράζει ικανοποίηση του σεξουαλικού инστίκτου των αμύντων θνητών. Στην ανώτερη διακοσμητική ζώνη, οι σκηνές κυνηγιού παραπέμπουν στις δοκιμασίες της μοίησης και υπτάμενες στερωτές μορφές στη νίκη στην απελευθερωμένη ψυχή μετά τη μοίηση. Μάσκα Καβύρου. Σύμφωνα με τη ταφική αγιογραφία, ο Διόνυσος είναι παρόν στην καβυριακή θεματογραφία με τη μορφή του προσωπείου του, αλλά απουσιάζουν οι ακόλουθοί του, Σιληνοί, Σάτυροι, Μενάδες, Συνό, Λευκοθέα, που έχουν έντονη παρουσία στην εικονογραφία του Καβυρίου. Φαίνεται πως γίνεται έμφαση στις ποιότητες του Θεού. Η επικόνηση του Καβύρων, λόγω έλλειψης καθιερωμένης εικονογραφίας, συνδυάζει κατά τους άκτερ ανεικονικά χαρακτηριστικά άλλων θεοτήτων. Κατά την ντεπέση, κάμφαροι που συναντώνται σε μεγάλη ποσότητα στο ιερό σχετίζονται με τα τελετουργικά δείπνα και δεν είναι δηλωτικά της παρουσίας του Διονύσου. Οι Κάβυροι φαίνεται πως εκφράζουν τη δυτή υπόσταση του Ζαγραία Διονύσου στην ανανέωση του πατέρα Καβύρου μέσω του γιού του. Το θηβαϊκό ζεύγος των Καβύρων δηλώνεται κατά περιόδους ανάλογα με το θεοσοφικό και κοινωνικό πλαίσιο της κάθε εποχής ως Κάβυρος Πες ή Προμηθέας Ετνέος ή Διόνυσος Ερμής Πάνας, εκφράζοντας τις ίδιες ποιότητες των λατρευόμενων θεοτήτων άσχετα από τα ονόματά τους. Συνδέονται με το χθόνιο κόσμο, τον έλεγχο της φύσης, τη γονιμότητα, τη μεταλλουργία, το αστρικό σύμπαν, τη σημαντική πηγή της δημιουργίας. Η μάσκα του Καβύρου υποδηλώνει το κέριο ρόλο του στις τελετουργίες μοίησης. Η συμμετοχή του στο Ιερό Γάμο με Μεγάλη Μητέρα Θεά, συμβολίζοντας τη γονιμική ενέργεια που προκαλεί δυναμική παρουσία των αντίθετων δυνάμεων. Είναι η ανεικονική μορφή, το πνεύμα, η συμπαντική ενέργεια με την οποία οι μύστες ενώνονταν μετά την ολοκλήρωση της μοίησής τους. Φτερωτές μορφές, νίκες. Στην εμπειρία της ένωσης με τη θεϊκή ενέργεια του σύμπαντος και τη Θεία Χάρη παραπέμπουν τα αγία του τελευταίου μοτίβου με τις στερωτές μορφές. Το μοτίβο των ομόκαινων τόξων που κοσμεί το μετάλλιο αυτού του σκύφου θα μπορούσε να αποδηλώνει τη ροή, το ρεύμα της συμπαντικής ενέργειας. Το σημείο των τελετουργιών δηλώνεται και εδώ από τον Ιερό Βράχο της Μεγάλης Μητέρας Θεάς, παραπέμποντας στο προϊστορικό υπόστρωμα της καβυραϊκής λατρείας. Η λατρεία των λίθων συνηθιζόταν στη Βιωτία, Χάριτε στον Ορχομενό, Έρος στις Θεσπιές, Ηρακλή στην Ιετώ, η Τονία Αθηνά στην Κορώνια και συνδέεται με τις παραδόσεις των μηνύων, οι οποίοι τιμούσαν τη Μεγάλη Μητέρα Ιρέα, ιδρύοντας λίθινους βωμούς. Η σφίκα θα μπορούσε να συγχετιστεί με τα δεσμά του αμήμου του ανθρώπου που κατατιναστεύουν τη ψυχή του, σύμφωνα με τους συμβολισμούς των επιμέρους μερών του σώματός της. Δεν θα τα πω όλα αυτά. Ως σύνολο, λοιπόν, η σφίγγα συμβολίζει την ψυχή που βρίσκεται σε αστάθεια και έχει παρασυρθεί από τον απατηλό κόσμο των αισθήκων και των φαινομένων. Παράλληλα, όμως, θεωρείται πως προστατεύει, όπως η Μέδουσα, τα μυστικά και αποκρούει την ανίερη είσοδο των αμύητων και ακάθαρτο στον ιερό χώρο. Στην κύρια διακοσμητική ζώνη ενώνονται τα μοτίβα που συμβολίζουν τη γη και τους καρπούς της, αμπελόφυλλα, το κόσμο της θάλασσας, δελφίνια, τον αέρα, οι πτάμενες μορφές. Οι φτερωτές μορφές εκφράζουν τη μοιημένη ψυχή που έχει απελευθερωθεί από τα δεσμά και ενώνεται με την ενέργεια του σύμπαντος. Και σε αυτό το αγίο παριστάνονται τα διαφορετικά στάδια της απελευθέρωσης. Το απελόφυλλο και του μεταλλίου παραπέμπει στην εκστατική δύναμη του ίνου και τις συνοποσίες των καβυρίων, η μορφή του Πάνα στις κατώτερες ενέργειες που κρατούν καθυλωμένο τον άνθρωπο, οι μάσκες Πάνα στη μοίηση και οι φτερωτές μορφές στην αναγεννημένη μορφή που έχει πετύχει τη νίκη του πνεύματος επί της ύλης. Τους ίδιους συμβολισμούς έχουμε και σε αυτό το Αγίο, σύμβολο της μεταθάνατος ζωής, ο ρόδακας του μεταλλίου, της μαντικής αναγέννησης ο ανθισμένος λοκοτός, της μύσης ή της ίδιας της ψυχής τα υδρόφια φτηνά που κάθονται στα φύλλα του λωτού, της χαράς και της γιορτής, οι γυρλάντες, της απελευθερωμένης ψυχής, οι πτάμενες μορφές. Το μοτίβο των φτερωτών ανθρώπινων μορφών που στέκονται αντοπά, εκαθαρών ενός πτηνού πεπετά, μας παραπέμπει στο μύθο του Πλάτωνα, Συμπόσιο, και στον ερμαφρόδιτο γένος, που στο δαιμόνιο του Σοκράτη, για το οποίο μιλά ο Πλούταρχος, η ψυχή είναι μέρος του συμπαντικού νου του Διός, αλλά και με την ενσάρκωση διαμεράζεται. Η ενσαρκωμένη ψυχή κατώτερος εαυτός και του εγώ, η οποία παραλληλίζεται με ένα σκάφανδρο που έχει βυριστεί στο βυθό, αλλοιώνεται από τα πάθη της ύλης και αναζητά απεγνωσμένα την ένωση με το αναλύωτο μέρος της, το δαιμόνιο, κατώτερος εαυτός και υπερεγώ. Η επαφή με το θείο ανέπαφο και αναλύωτο μέρος της ψυχής γίνεται διαμέσου κατόπτρου, όπως συμβαίνει με τον Σαγραία Διόνυσο όταν τον κυνηγούν οι Τιτάνες, ή τον Περσέα τη στιγμή του αποκεφαλισμού της Μέδουσας. Στο πλατωνικό μύθο της Ηρούς, η ένωση αυτή επιτυχάνεται μετά το θάνατο του λιμώνας της Περσεβόνης, μέσα σε μια ατμόσφαιρα πανήγυρης. Ο μοιημένος αξιώνεται μετά θάνατο να ενωθεί με το δαιμόνιο της ψυχής και να κερδίσει την αιώνια ευδαιμονία. Η ψυχή λοιπόν του νεκρού μύστη πρέπει να συναντήσει το αναλύωτο μέρος και το δαιμόνιο και να ενωθεί και μαζί του. Το ίδιο μοτίβο έχουμε και σε ένα ακόμα σκύφο, όπου δύο φτερωτές μορφές πετούν η μία προς την άλλη, έτοιμες να καλιαστούν. Τα φύλλα ηλιάς δηλώνουν τα στεφάνια της μοίησης. Στο χαμηλότερο επίπεδο, τα ανθέμια δηλώνουν την αναγέννηση, ενώ η κύκνη και η μάσκα καβύρου τη μοίηση. Σειρά όσχημου μοτίβου που πλαισιώνεται το κάτω μέρος της παράστασης παραπέμπει στο ορφικό αυγό τη συμπαντική ενέργεια. Το οργόνιο προασπίζει το χώρο και το χρόνο της ιερής μυστικής τελετουργίας. Όπως είδαμε, οι εικονογραφικές παραστάσεις των βιωτικών σκύφων από τα ταφικά σύνολα συμπληρώνουν την εικόνα που ως τώρα είχαμε για το περιεχόμενο των καβύρων και συμβάλλουν καθοριστικά στην ευρυθή κατανόηση του ενιγματικού μυστηρίου της λατρείας. Το θεοσοφικό της υπόβαθρο υποτυπώνεται στα φιλοσοφικά ρεύματα της κλασικής και ελληνιστικής εποχής, από τον 4ο αιώνα π.Χ. έως τον 2ο αιώνα π.Χ. Ενδεχομένως, οι αναδιαμορφώσεις και οι τομές προστατευόμενων πρακτικών που διαπιστώνται στο καβρίο της Θήβας αποτελούν απόπειρες σύγκλησης της λατρείας και της φιλοσοφίας και προσταμοργή της πρώτης στις διδαχές της δεύτερης. Ευχαριστούμε.
Σας ευχαριστούμε πολύ. And the next one, between localism and federalism, reconsideration of the role of Boeotian mantis in the Hellenistic period by Charlotte Penseaudon.
Before starting, I would like to warmly thank the organizers of this conference. It is an honor for me to present some of the conclusions of the PhD work that I defended actually 3 years ago in the Université of Paris-Nanterre. By way of preamble, I would like to recall that Plutarch, in his treatise on the obsolescence of oracles, in stark contrast to the Boeotia of his time, described the Boeotia of the former times as Heneca Christerion Polyphonos, which spoke with many tongues because of its oracles. And it is true that there were more than 15 oracular sanctuaries that have been identified for the region. And even if we can't know precisely to which former times actually Plutarch referred to, thanks to some preserved evidence, we can say that the Hellenistic period was actually a good case to study, thanks to some preserved evidence, these many divine voices and their spokespersons in Boeotia. And this is all the more since the KEYNOTE, once reactivated and actually fully recovered in 287, developed a strong interest in oracles, which had direct repercussions on the practices, places, and also agents of divination in Boeotia. But before going any further, we shall remember that this was actually part of a broader religious program implemented by the Koinon in order to promote the construction of the community at a regional scale and in the form of a Koinon, as it was convincingly demonstrated by Emily McKill in creating a common polity in 2013. And to go back to oracles, the sanctuary of the Ptoyon, which was actually extensively presented yesterday, was primarily, if not exclusively for me, concerned by this federal oracular policy just mentioned before. Indeed, this oracular shrine of Pan-Hellenic renown, for which non-Boeotian interest appears to have waned after the Persian Wars, and I borrow this to McKill, was promoted by the Koinon into a federal-level sanctuary and used actually as the federal oracle for the brand-new confederation. But this did not affect, though, the use of the sanctuary at a local level at the same period, as we also know from two Epigraphian consecrations dating from the 3rd century BC. And this observation led recently Christelle Muller to put a final end actually to the simplifying polarity between local and federal sanctuaries. Using Peter Funke's argument, we can now assume that the same sanctuary could be simultaneously implied at different levels, from local to Pan-Hellenic scales, depending on the situations and the needs. And in this case, the change of scale implied also sort of staffing needs or personal requirement, which resulted in the creation of a seer function, the mantis, appointed to this oracle and different from the prophet, which was local. And how could we actually understand this duplication of the agents of divination? Can this be interpreted as some sort of competition for space? And we have to look first at the evidence. If we refer to the story of the notorious consultation by Mys during the Persian Wars, as reported by Herodotus and then by Plutarch several centuries later, the oracular agent who was traditionally officiating in the Ptoyon was a prophetess. And very surprisingly, it is the only Boeotian sanctuary for which this agent was historically recorded. This episode of Mys had led the historians to believe that an inspired or natural divination was actually practiced in the Ptoyon, following the very outdated categorization by Auguste Boucher-Leclerc. Mainly 3 inscriptions confirm the existence of a historical prophet at the Ptoyon during the Hellenistic period, and I would like to set apart the problematic consecration to Apollo by Aristikos, which does not explicitly mention a prophet. So first we have a dedication from the police of Thespiae, which base was found in Perdikovrissi, mentioning the prophet Theodoros as the eponym. We have also an inscription which is a part of the Amphictyonic decree granting the Asylia of the Ptoyon, dated to 221-220 BC, which mentions the prophet of Apollo as one of those in charge of the sanctuary. Enai dokunumuntas takatatonieron tonte propheten kaiton lirea, etc. And third, the acceptation decree from Oropos to participate to the Ptoia festival, also dating from 221-220, which mentions amongst the Theoroi, sacred ambassadors from Akrasia, 3 men accompanying the priest and the prophet, kai tou prophetou prostas poleis. The evidence just collected does not allow us to tell much actually about this prophetic office. We can just say that his role probably consisted in transmitting the divine word to the consultant. He was the one who was consulted in the God's name, and I borrow this to Charter, his mouthpiece, but apparently not his interpret. And the evidence doesn't allow either to say that at the Ptoion, Apollo appeared to his mouthpiece, the male prophet, as a vision inside the gloomy grotto, and the prophet attained his hallucinations in an altered state, which affected his articulation, at least on some occasions, as did Yulia Justinova. We still don't know where the consultation took place, and this, for me, highly questionable interpretation of some sort of ecstatic state borders on the implausible because the sources do not tell such a thing. But what is certain, however, is that this function actually benefited from an increase in prestige during the Hellenistic period, leaving the anonymity which the prophet has in the text of Herodotus. We can see that he became, at least since 221-220, the spokesman of the city of Agraphia for the Amphictyony, as well as for the other Boeotians, as a sacred ambassador announcing the Ptoia festival. But throughout the 3rd century, a mantis was as well officiating in the Ptoion. We know this from 8 out of 12 tripod consecrations made by the Boeotians as a confederacy after an oracular consultation with Apollo Ptoios. The Boeotians dedicated this tripod to Apollo, for the god prophesied and gave a prophecy that was favorable to the Boeotoi. Sometimes we can read more simply in accordance with an oracle of Apollo Ptoios, or even in accordance with an oracle, and in some cases nothing is said at all. 4 of these inscriptions were found in the sanctuary of the Ptoion, and dating from 287 to 880, they were actually consecrated to Apollo Ptoios himself. They mention the same person. As you can see below, Onomastos, son of Nikolaos, was the mantis. This is on IG7 2724, and we can find a slightly different mention in Greek, Manteomenos, Onomastou Nikolaiou Thespeios, Onomastos, son of Nikolaos of Thespiae, was the mantis. The translation made by Emily Mackhill is the same in English, but it should be slightly modified, I think. We can also say from this inscription from the Ptoion that this mantis function was actually probably long-lasting, if not perhaps lifelong. There is also one consecration of the tripod to the Muses of Thespiae, which mentions Agon, son of Aristonos of Thespiae, as a mantis, as the mantis actually. There is also an inscription from Orchomenos consecrating the offering to the Graces, mentioning Dinias, son of Erotion of Thespiae, as the mantis. And the last occurrence we have is actually for Homoloikos, son of Menesthenes, with no ethnic, but probably from Thespiae too, on the 2 tripods that were consecrated to Zeus Eleutherius in Plataea. These federal consecrations provide not only the only epigraphic occurrences for the word mantis in Boeotia, but also one of the rare mentions of a historical mantis for the region, the other being the mantis mentioned by Pausanias, officiating in the Trophonion of Libadia, but in a very different context, and so I had to leave it apart. And once again, the sources connect tightly the historical mantis to the Ptoion, and they do not provide us with many information on the function either. According to Morisolo, the mantis was in charge of consulting Apollo Ptoios at the request and on behalf of the Koinon. Concerning federal decisions, we know almost nothing about. But Albert Charter does not completely agree with this, and basing his analysis on the inscriptions IG 7, 1673 and 3207, where Dinias of Thespiae was listed as Manteomenos and Theopropos, Shorter assimilates the mantis function to the one of Theopropos, without saying more about this. And to me, on the contrary, these two functions have to be clearly separated, the Theopropos being, for me, fundamentally attached to the local level. Considering all the aforementioned inscriptions that are very well known, and even if the Boeotian prophet and mantis are never mentioned together on the same inscription, it can be assumed that these two charges were actually exercised at the same time and not successively. The coexistence of these two charges of mantis and prophet in the Ptoion did not make them neither interchangeable nor overlapping, though. First, this clearly shows that divinatory methods could be combined in the same oracular sanctuary, shrine, even if we know barely nothing about the mantique techne that was practiced. Second, each agent played actually a specific role for and within its scale of recruitment. So it is to me the level of the charge that does really distinguish them. The prophet officiating in the Ptoion was a local agent from Akraetia, consulted exclusively by the police or the individuals and deeply attached to the sanctuary and its gestion. And the mantis was, on the other hand, a religious official of federal level, created by the koinon for its special needs and attached on ad hoc basis to the Ptoion. The Thespian mantis was certainly accountable for the Confederacy, and this contrasts sharply with the general assertions that the mantis was an independent religious expert free from the control of authorities. I don't think so. If the Hellenistic koinon was probably the first and perhaps the only koinon to employ mantis, this gives nevertheless the impression of reactivating the ancient patterns of mantis at the service of kings or tyrants in archaic and classical times. And the question that now arises most acutely is the following. Why would the Hellenistic koinon employ a mantis when a local prophet was already officiating in the Ptoion? Could this duplication of the agent of divination at a federal level be a sign of a mistrust or of some suspicion towards the local prophet? So, beyond divination, is there any memory of ancient territorial competitions or quarrels? Three elements listed below could provide actually an answer to this question. First, it seems that the creation of the office of mantis by the koinon is a purely institutional phenomenon, comparable somehow to what John Dilry observed in the 4th century Athens. As can be seen with the aphedriates, the institutionalization of the right of consecration of tripods by the koinon in order to strengthen ethnic bonds imply the institutionalization of the mantis. The koinon gave a special luster to this locally recruited but federally applied office. Indeed, we are witnessing the rebirth, to me, of a mantis function, which existence in Boeotia had only been attested previously by very few mythical examples in rare written sources from archaic and classical periods. And this allows us to say that this mantis office was then not a mere creation from the Hellenistic koinon, but rather some sort of rehabilitation or recreation of an old mythical charge, perhaps felt in disuse after the Persian Wars. In other words, we have here a historical successor to the heroic mantis, often linked to warfare, even if I can't find some warfare in the Hellenistic period. We have, for instance, In fragments of The Daughter of the Asopus by the poetess Corinna, the mention of Acraephane, probably the eponym hero of Acraephia, who is successively described as preeminent spokesman of the holy sanctuary, gifted with truthfulness, and some lines after as mantis, but this last word is actually fully restituted. Pindar, as for him, qualifies, for instance, successively the Theban Tiresias of Prophetess and Orthomantis in the Nemean Odes. This interchangeability of terms is very common at that time, classical and above all archaic periods. Amphiaraos, whether in Aeschylus or Herodotus, is called Mantis when he is fighting for Thebes, for instance. So the Koinon seems here to update, to me, legendary figures of Mantes, reactivating some sort of mythical oracular memory, endowing this religious charge then with spatial aura. And here I come to the aura. The fact that these Mantes all originated from Thespiae was an innovation from the Hellenistic Koinon. This single origin should not come as a total surprise, though, since there are many examples of divination experts coming from very specific areas. And we can presume that these Thespian Mantes were probably the descendants of a seer lineage, which was also actually very common, unless they had been influenced by the muses of Thespiae, but we can't say for sure, actually. But perhaps what is most striking here is the fact that this Mantis was not consulted actually in Thespiae, but he had to travel to the Ptoion, where perhaps he had to reside, and this brings it closer to the well-known figure also of charismatic migrants that were seers, even if for sure here it was only a small distance. And this creates both a new bond in the religious network of Boeotia, connecting more tightly Thespiae, district number 2, and the Ptoion, district number 7, and at the same time an imbalance setting aside all the other Hellenistic districts. It's as if Thespiae had received a preferential treatment from the Confederacy, unless it had been an enterprising city within this Confederacy. And this stands in favor of the need to differentiate some cities while promoting the unity of the Koinon. In other words, the Aphedriads, who represented all the members of Poleis of the Koinon in an equitable fashion, were the instruments of integration used to reinforce the cohesion of the Boeotians. And the Mantis, on the contrary, or on the other hand, might represent the need of differentiation and local distinction within the Koinon, despite the cohesive effect of their oracular prescriptions. And this brings me to my final point. Under the cover of local differentiation and oracular memory, ancient and bitter rivalries between Thebes and the rest of Boeotia, and especially Thespiae, might actually be here at stake. As a matter of fact, Acraephia and the Ptoion had been part of Theban territory for long, as we can see in Strabo or in Pausanias, and the texts were already shown yesterday. And this bond could be perhaps materialized or embodied by prophetic links, in particular thanks to the figure of Teneros. I agree here with Charter when he says that Teneros is linked genealogically with the Ismenian and geographically with the plain which bears his name. He is also associated with the Ptoion, thanks to Strabo, who might take it from Pindar, and this version may be due solely to Pindar and might reflect the Theban presence at the sanctuary during the 5th century. Pausanias echoes, too, the version of this etiological myth which deeply links the Ptoion and Thebes thanks to toponymy. This strong mythical and historical connection between Thebes and the Ptoion was somehow embodied by the prophet, who could appear then as some sort of Teneros' heir, at least in mythical traditions that seemed to prevail and was widespread at that time, even if it was obviously not the only one, as we can see with Corina, and Tullia's speech this morning told this too. So we can therefore presume that to perhaps avoid any risk of collusion between the federal oracle and Thebes, the resurrected Koinon had no choice but to select another agent of divination who could compete directly with Thebes' local influence and traditionally fierce opponents of the city of the Seven Gates, and probably the only ones capable of providing Mantes endowed with mantic skills and divine aura. The Thespians seems like the ideal candidates for this, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. And may we have Nikolaos Papazarkadas, the cult of Leto in Boeotia, new evidence.
So I would like to thank the organizers for the invitation, especially for the initiative to invite here all the Boeotia geeks. There used to be more often these occasions, but I think last time that there was a Boeotian conference anywhere in the world was in 2016 in Paris, so it was about time. After some subtle treatments of major aspects of Boeotian religion, I propose to do something much more modest and examine the cult of Leto, a pretty important figure of the Greek pantheon, although she's not an Olympian, she was an Olympian, but one whose cult is curiously little attested. There's a handout going around. Right? Yeah. In compliance with the purview of our conference, my discussion is limited to Boeotian. Here, as with other presentations we have attended so far, the starting point is the emblematic cults of Boeotia, brainchild of Albert Schachter, the doyen of Boeotian religion and more widely Boeotian studies. So let's commence with what we have known so far. You might not be surprised to hear that little, in fact nothing, has changed since Schachter published the second volume of his four-part work, which contained the lemma Leto. Not that there was much there to begin with. For the most part, Leto appears as the third and less important figure of the so-called Delian triad, namely Apollo, Artemis, and Leto. To start with, and I'm already number one of my handout, there is the famous Delian of Tanagra, a shrine which by virtue of its name should be closely connected with Delos, where Leto famously gave birth to the divine twins. There is a possibility that an unusual collocation used by Thucydides in his excursus on the Battle of Delion, this is in handout number 1C, the homochetas daimonas, if you want, could have included Leto. Still in the territory of Tanagra, but within the urban center, Pausanias describes in what is widely believed to be a corrupt passage, a temple of Apollo with statues of Artemis and Leto. This has been taken to be an urban annex of the more famous seaside Delion. Then there is Akrefia. This is handout 2, or rather the shrine Aptoion, where a reference to Leto has been detected in an ingenious, albeit heavy restoration in a dedication that accompanied a statue made by the sculptor Theocritus, and his presence suggests a date in the early Hellenistic period. That supplement shows a public entity or a magistracy dedicating a statue of Leto and a boar, Kapros. This might at first appear strange until we recall a story, and these are handout items 2B and C, according to which Leto was startled by the sudden appearance of a boar while she was giving birth. This is a very typical etiological myth that tries to interpret somewhat awkwardly the inexplicable, in this case the name Ptoios. A third appearance of Leto in a Boeotian context is that of Tegura, number 3 in the handout. Tegura does not feature heavily in our sources, but it was, of course, the site of a famous battle that was won by the Thebans in the mid-370s. One of the earliest military successes of Thebes in her course to establish her famous hegemony. It is in this context that Plutarch makes a reference in his Life of Pelopidas to an old oracular shrine of Apollo. We saw it on a map in the previous presentation. One is struck by the heavy presence of the Delian triad in this second-rate site. A nearby hill is called Delos. There are 2 fountains directly or indirectly connected with the birth of the divine twins by Leto. And we hear yet again the story of Leto being startled by the boar. Last but not least is the presence of Leto in Kithyron. This is the last item in my handout. Here the testimony is laid, Plutarch, and the association of Leto with Hera and the festival of Daedala, of which you heard earlier this morning, is so convoluted that I don't believe that much can be made of it. Although there is a strand in scholarship which sees Leto as in her archetypal disguise as the wife with a capital W. And this has to do with the very uncertain etymology of the name Leto, which according to some linguists meant wife or spouse in the Lycian language. So this is in sum the evidence we have about Leto in Boeotian, and it should be used as the background against which we should try to assess a new piece of evidence that I'm now going to present. It all started as part of my ongoing work in collaboration with my colleague from the Ionian University, Yannis Kaliongis, on the preparation of a new fascicle of Theban inscriptions for the new edition of Inscriptiones Graecae. While working in the so-called Dia storeroom, we came across an inscription that attests to Leto. The inscription has received the inventory number 44511. It is a small tsipus, or kippus if you want, made of soft yellow limestone, measuring 31 centimeters height, 30 centimeters width, 29 centimeters in depth. In other words, this is an almost perfectly square monument. It's a little bit broken at the bottom, but we have part of the what appears to be the original face of the bottom. The provenance of the stone is unknown. Unfortunately, this poses major problems. One might be excused to believe that an inscribed monument stored in the collection of antiquities of Thebes should actually come from Thebes itself, but certainty should be contained, as Yannis Kaliongis clearly demonstrated in his excellent checklist of inscriptions from the Museum of Thebes. Thebes has been historically the repository of inscriptions from all over Boeotia and even other parts of central Greece. And in fact, the largest assemblage of inscriptions deposited in the Museum of Thebes comes not from Thebes but from Thespiae. In other words, nothing ascertains a Theban origin for the inscription under examination, and in fact we should be open to the possibility that the stone might have come from somewhere else. So back to the new inscribed monument. The kippus preserves a palimpsest. An early inscription, I think you can see traces of it, was originally carved at the top of the stone in very small letters, measuring about 2 centimeters. Unfortunately, this early inscription is illegible, and despite all our good efforts, we have been unable to recover the original text. Now, this type of monument was traditionally used in the Archaic and early Classical periods as a sepulchral. So there is a good chance that the original inscription was funerary, a name, or the dative, or the preposition epi plus the dative of a name, although I would not exclude the possibility that it was a religious text. The main text that will preoccupy me here is arranged in 3 lines. The letters are between 2.5 centimeters and 4 centimeters in height. All letters end in very prominent ornamental serifs. Alpha has a broken angular horizontal, sigmas are 4-barred, omega is smaller than other letters and hovers also prominently. Omicron is also much smaller. So I think the lettering points towards a date at some point in the 1st century BC, 1st century AD. The text of the new inscription reads, Latos Pedi Polies, or Pede Polies if you want the Erasmus pronunciation. The form of the monument in the genitive case, of the nomen sacrum, strongly suggests that this is a boundary stone marking the shrine of a previously unattested cult of Leto. I start with the goddess's name, which appears to be the least problematic aspect of the new inscription. Latos is almost certainly the dialectal form of the much more common Ionic form Lito. We find here the Boeotian inherited alpha, and most importantly, the orthographic representation of the diphthong omicron ypsilon by an omega. Now, this is worth noting. As our select audience knows very well, the Boeotian dialect was one of the last lines of resistance against the merciless advancement of the Koine. Throughout the Hellenistic period, the Boeotians employed their dialect in their inscribed monuments, which is why we know so much about this specific dialectal branch of Aeolic Greek. But the dialect seems to have died out at some point in the 2nd century BC, and it used to be believed that this happened in the aftermath of the dissolution of the Boeotian Koine by the Romans in January of 171, according to Christel Müller's recent chronological reconstruction. Or at least this used to be the opinion put forward by Paul Roesch. But more recently, it has been convincingly demonstrated that the disappearance of the Boeotian dialect was less abrupt. It was a gradual process, definitely less abrupt than Roesch would have made us believe, and in fact we find inscriptions with a strong dialectal coloring as late as the late 2nd century BC. But in truth, nothing after that date. In this light, the new inscription represents a shockingly late case of the use of the Boeotian dialect. I think that 2 factors are at play here, not mutually exclusive. The first is cultic inertia. Religious phenomena are often characterized by a strong element of conservatism. And I state this with some hesitation, of course, because there is also a lot of innovation. We heard it in the previous presentation, but religious innovation always tends to disguise itself into tradition. It's a very interesting phenomenon. Alternatively, we could assume that somebody in the late Hellenistic early Roman imperial period copied an older text on the stone as you see it on the screen, verbatim. I will return to this conservative aspect of the inscription later, but first I have to tackle the real riddle of the new inscription, the interpretation of the previously unattested term pedipolia or pedepolia. My first line of investigation was to look for a compound word whose first element is the word pedi, fetter. The epithet is morphologically reminiscent of words such as peripolos or peripolia, whose second element is related to the verb poleo, to wander, a derivative of the verb pelome. This root I was reminded by some colleagues, appears in the well-known epithet of Artemis Tauropoulos, and believe it or not, is also the second element of the priestly magistry of Theokolos Theikolos. But this interpretation poses several problems. It's not only that it is hard to understand what pedipolia might mean, or that fetters feature in no known myth of Leto. It's also that in a Boeotian linguistic milieu, one expects the local form peda, not pedi, or pede. I've now come to believe that the first element of the new epithet is the preposition peda, a Boeotian version of the common preposition meta. One might object that here too one would have expected an alpha. Think of, for instance, of the compound adjective pedauros, which is the Boeotian Aeolic version of meteoros. Thankfully, this obstacle is removed once we remember another Boeotian peculiarity, the use of eta to represent the diphthong alpha iota. Again, in the previous presentation, we saw several examples of this orthographic convention. If so, the second element of the new epithet is, I believe, the word Aipolos, the goat herd, or the variation Aipolion, which means herd of goats or even goat pasture, what we call in modern Greek gidotopos. So I think that pedipolia is a compound adjective of a common type whereby the first element, here the preposition meta, peda, qualifies the second nominal element, and more specifically it belongs to a special category of compound adjectives which philologists call the paradoxos type. These adjectives are thought to come from and represent nominalizations of prepositional phrases. For instance, the archetypal paradoxos comes from the prepositional phrase paradoxen, unexpected. And epihorios, local, comes from the prepositional phrase epihora. And so on. In this case, pedipolios could come from the prepositional phrase peda aipolon, amongst the goat herds, or peda aipolion, polion, amongst the herds of goats, or alternatively, we could take the peda with the meaning of after, with the accusative, and think of an epithet that described a locality after the goat pasture. And here I could cite as a parallel the hero Hyperpedios of the famous sacrificial calendar of Thorikos. So we have this hero beyond the plain. At any rate, if this interpretation is correct, we encounter here, for the first time in Boeotia, Leto in a pastoral capacity, which is surprising to say the least. We don't seem to possess any mythological traditions that could substantiate such a connection. The story about the boar startling Leto at the time of her giving birth is only relevant for the connection of the goddess with an animal, but the relationship is antagonistic. My theory is that in the case of the new epithet, we see a shift of milieu from the human, or rather the anthropomorphic sphere, to the animal world. Leto's role as the most successful divine mother begetting children in hard conditions is transposed, in the case of the new epithet, to the realm of animals. Through such an appropriation, herders would have sought Leto's protection for the successful procreation of their kids. Kids meaning young goats here, right? I should note here that in the famous sacrificial calendar of Thorikos, Leto receives a sacrifice of a goat, and interestingly, it appears in a group of fertility divinities, if you want. So, how does this interpretation help us with identifying the provenance of the stone? Not very much, I'm afraid. We should arguably look for an extra urban setting with goats. We heard yesterday about the sacred prohibition from Akraphia on picking up laurel, which also imposed a penalty of a goat and a ram. So at least Akraphia, where Leto has a presence, is a locality with goats. I am, however, more tempted to consider the case of Tanagra. At the beginning of my talk, I went briefly through two key passages from Pausanias' book 9, which attest to Leto, and this is the last time I will ask you to look at the passages numbers 1a and 1b. Both of them have a strong pastoral flavor. The founder of Tanagra is said to have been a mythical figure by the name Poimandros, and we know that the noun poimandrion, means milk pail. And the temple of Apollo, Artemis, and Leto in Tanagra itself seems to have been located next to the shrine of Hermes Cryophoros, the ram bearer. This is admittedly the best I can do with the evidence at hand. Ultimately, one has to admit that the identification of the Boeotian shrine of Leto, whence the stone, one the presentation came from, is hard to pin down. To sum up, this new inscription brings to light a previously unattested cult of Leto. Etymological analysis suggests a connection with the world of animal husbandry, and more specifically with the tending of goats. Leto Pedipolia cannot have been a major divine figure. We should be thinking of a small countryside shrine of some antiquity, which, despite the political turmoil of the Hellenistic period, experienced one last moment of acme, activity, probably thanks to the persistence of some conservative, devout goat herds. And in any case, it is epigraphy yet again that affords us a glimpse into the more mundane aspects of cult. Thank you.
We do thank you, Dr. Papazagadas. And may I ask for all the three speakers or four speakers to join us if any question need to be answered? Just so do we have okay, I know that all we need is coffee, but I'm sure that at least for the last presentation, I have to admire the new inscription work about Letos. It was very interesting. Oh, we can share. Elena. Trevor, did I saw a hand? Okay.
Thank you all for very interesting papers. I have a question for Nicolas. It's very interesting also to find Leto on her own. To find Leto on her own and not connected to her children. Alone from the Delian triad. And right now I can't remember, do Artemis and Apollo have any similar goat or herding epithets that would somehow connect her again to her children?
No, I was unable to find any, but perhaps I didn't look very hard for them. You might know that there is an ongoing French project, the Mapping Polytheisms, that have created a huge database where one can find lots of cult epithets and cult representations. And I did look through it at some point some months ago, not very recently, and I didn't find anything very relevant to what I was looking at. But I wouldn't be surprised if there was one, I would say. However, I believe, to continue, if my interpretation is right, that somehow Leto, if she has this fertility role, right, for animals, could not really be paired with the other two gods, because she is the mother, they are the kids, right? And the Thoricos sacrificial calendar, which I mentioned, she appears and she receives a goat as a sacrificial victim in a wider context of an Apolline environment, but immediately after Kourotrophos. So it's very interesting that you have a Kourotrophos who receives a victim, and then Leto receives a victim, and then I don't remember who else follows.
Yeah, no, my point was really that it is interesting that if there are no similar epithets, because it makes this cult even more special, that she has taken on a completely new role.
Thanks.
And we do have one question from above, very, very... You can shout, okay. Let's.
There's the epithet Apollonomios that appears in Pindar. So the herdsman, not goats specifically, but there is. And I think it's also an Hesiod fragment, so other Boeotian poets. It's not really a question.
That's a very good point. No, exactly. I mean, you're right.
Remark, following always Eugene van der Poel's remark that I mentioned in my talk, it's easier to read when you know what it says. I thought of reading in your interesting inscription that in the first line, the older inscription, could be, with a lot of wishful seeing and reading, Apollonos.
You're not helping right now. You know that.
Because also the form of the monument that you know very well from our work and your work especially, could also be a Horos. Not only a funerary monument, but also a Horos. There are some. So I don't know if you had an older Horos mentioning Apollo, and then Leto was added to an older
Okay, so I think, Yannis is cheating a little bit, because I implied that we have read the inscription together, right? So that's what I mean. And, I'll say something, Yannis, because you don't remember, it has been 10 years since we looked at the inscription, that the letters as they appear on the photo, I think, give a little bit of a misleading impression of what can be read. Because I have a good drawing of the letters and I cannot read Apollo. I'm sure about that.
Thanks so much. On the area of rams, goats, and other herd animals, I have a student who's doing a thesis about this, and he finds the altar of Delos built out of horns might have been built out of both ram's horns and goat's horns. So that would, bring Apollo, Leta, and Artemis together there. And he also argues that Apollo at Sparta, at least, is Apollo Kranios, is Carnios, is the god of ram-horned things. So that there's goat herds and shepherds and all who are celebrating that festival for Leto, Apollo, and Artemis, at least. Yeah. So, but goat horns and sheep horns or ram horns, they look pretty different. But I guess you could use them together to build the altar, maybe.
No, thank you.
I do know that Trevor wants to ask something.
Great. Thank you very much to all the speakers. This was a really interesting panel. My question was actually for Anne-Charlotte. I was wondering if you could expand a little more on what you were saying at the beginning, because, yeah, I mean, I found the first quote very interesting about the fragmentation of Boeotia into all of these oracular sites. I found it interesting that you saw that as a development of the Hellenistic period. The first thing that came to mind for me, of course, with Elion, is something that I didn't have a chance to mention, but Antichares, the Boeotian mantis, who apparently advised the Spartan king Dorieus. So, yeah, I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on perhaps late Archaic, early Classical, whether there may actually be an earlier fragmentation of these local mantic oracles.
So thank you. I hope I have understood what you were asking. So I will try to answer. My PhD work mainly focused on Hellenistic period because I concentrated on epigraphic sources mainly. So I had to look a bit at what was about divination in classical Boeotia, and actually there are few sources, and I think that it was mainly mythical prophets. And it's very hard to say anything, I would say, specific to Boeotia, because this actually is part of narratives. And so it follows, to me, some sort of patterns when there are divination in warfare and so on. So I'm not sure whether we can say things for sure, actually. But I don't know if this answers your question. Sorry. Okay.
So since I don't see any other hand, then may we have our coffee break for our last two speeches for today, and may we say thank you for all of your hard work and thanks.
This is the most prompt conference I've attended in some time, and I would like to thank everyone for being so both attentive and punctual. Konstantinos did just tell me that thus far, online, in addition to this wonderful audience here, there have been 6,071 people who have tuned in to listen to your what you have to say about Boeotia. So I think this is really quite impressive. So now we're moving to our last session for the conference, and it's entitled Crossing Boundaries. We'll have the 3 papers, and then our traditional discussion thereafter. And once that we've answered the questions relating to those papers, we'll have, I think, Trevor and Brian will come up and lead a general discussion to close out the symposium. So I will, without further ado, turn over to our speakers for the first paper, and they are Evitsota and Sofia Perlepe, and their paper will be Liminal Deities of Boeotia, Crossers of Boundaries and Gate Guardians. So, Evie and Sofia.
Good evening. Η παρούσα μελέτη ξεκίνησε μερικά χρόνια πριν, κατά τη διάρκεια έρευνας στην αρχαία πόλη των Συμφών Αλκής και ειδικότερα στην παραλιακή πύλη της Ακρόπολης, η οποία μέχρι προσφάτως χαρακτηριζόταν λανθασμένα από πολλούς ως δίπυλο. Η οχύρωση της αρχαίας πόλης των Συμφών περιλαμβάνει και μια παραλιακή πύλη πύργο, τη μοναδική που συνδέει το άστι, το λιμάνι και την κεντρική οδική αρτηρία προς και από την πύλη, η πρόσωψη της οποίας διατηρεί 2 κόγχες, η μία εκ των οποίων φέρει αετωματική επίστεψη. Αν και έχει αλλάξει ιδιαίτερα η μορφή του μνημείου από σύγχρονες, κυρίως ανθρωπογενείς επεμβάσεις, η παρουσία των 2 κογχών στην πρόσωψη προκαλεί το ερώτημα κατά πόσο σχετίζονται με λατρευτικού χαρακτήρα πρακτικές. Στην ελληνική και όχι μόνο μυθολογία υπάρχει μια κατηγορία θεοτήτων που σχετίζεται με την έναρξη και τη μετάβαση, τις πύλες και τα περάσματα, τις διαδρομές και τα σύνορα μεταξύ 2 κόσμων, του ιδεατού και του ανθρώπινου. Είναι οι θεότητες που διατηρούν έναν εξαιρετικά ενδιαφέροντα ρόλο, να δρουν κατά τη διάρκεια μιας μετάβασης. Σε αυτή την ευρύτερη κατηγορία διαπιστώνεται η παρουσία θεοτήτων, δαιμόνων ή ηρώων που προστατεύουν μια οχύρωση, μια πύλη ή ένα πέρασμα. Κατά την ομηρική παράδοση προσδίδεται μια ιερή διάσταση στα τείχη, καθώς προστατεύουν την πόλη και τον πολιτισμό της. Ενώ μεταγενέστερα στο ρωμαϊκό πολιτισμό οι οχυρώσεις αποτελούν ρες άκρε. Σε ορισμένες περιπτώσεις οι πηγές αναφέρουν και μία διαφορετική διάσταση, όπως στην περίπτωση όπου ο Αλέξανδρος μετά το θάνατο του Ηφαιστίωνα γκρέμισε τις επάλξεις των τυχών ώστε να φανεί ότι και οι πόλεις πενθούν, μια εξ ολοκλήρου συμβολική κίνηση ως ένδειξη του πένθους του. Μεταγενέστερα απαντώνται απεικονίσεις της Παρθένου Μαρίας σε πύλες ή κατασκευάζονται εκκλησίες πάνω από αυτές. Σε ορισμένες περιπτώσεις, η ανέγερση εκκλησιών γίνεται ακριβώς μετά από μία πύλη ή κοντά σε αυτήν, όπως στην περίπτωση της Παναγίας Πορταΐτισσας της πρώτης εκκλησίας της Παναγίας της Λότζιας στη Θήβα. Αν και διαθέτουμε σχετικά λίγα στοιχεία για τις καθημερινές συνήθειες των κατοίκων ή των επισκεπτών των πόλεων που συσχετίζονται με αυτές, οι πύλες φαίνεται να διαθέτουν, εκτός από την πρακτική σημασία τους, και συμβολική. καθώς είναι κατασκευές συνήθως επιβλητικού χαρακτήρα και φέρουν ποικίλα εξωτερικά διακοσμητικά στοιχεία, όπως κόγχες, επιστέψεις, ανάγλυφα ή επιγραφές. Αλλά οφείλουμε να έχουμε στο νου μας ότι οι πύλες είναι δυνητικά το πλέον αδύναμο τμήμα μιας οχύρωσης, καθώς ουσιαστικά αποτελούν πέρασμα που διακόπτει την ασφάλεια που προσφέρει το τείχος. Πιθανόν και οι λατρευτικές πρακτικές που διεξάγονταν στις πύλες ενίσχυαν το αίσθημα ασφάλειας των κατοίκων, των εμπόρων, των φρουρών που είχαν στην επιμέλειά τους τον έλεγχο αυτών των περασμάτων. Μην ξεχνάμε άλλωστε ότι κάθε πύλη ήταν μοναδική και συχνά έφερε μια ονομασία που είτε παρέπεμπε στη λειτουργία είτε σε κάποιον ήρωα ή θεότητα, ακόμα και την ονομασία ενός Αγίου μεταγενέστερα. Χαρακτηριστικό φυσικό παράδειγμα ονοματοδοσίας πυλών στη Boeotia αποτελεί η επτάπυλο στίβα. Στην αρχαιότητα, οι όροι Θεός πύλης και Ιερό πύλης χρησιμοποιούνται κυρίως για να περιγράψουν θρησκευτικού τύπου μνημεία στην περιοχή των πυλών και να καθορίσουν τη σχέση τους με αυτές τις εισόδους περάσματα. Έτσι διαπιστώνεται η παρουσία βωμών εντός ή αμέσως μετά την πύλη, πυρών ή λάκων εναγισμών, η τοποθέτηση αγαλμάτων ή αναγλύφων στις παραστάδες, ναΐσκων, στυλών, πριν ή σε άμεση σχέση με ένα πέρασμα, κογχών ή άλλων αρχιτεκτονικών στοιχείων, αλλά και η χρήση ανάρτησης αντικειμένων σε διάφορα σημεία των πυλών, ακόμα και κάτω από το κατόφλι. Ο όρος δε θεότητα πύλης χρησιμοποιείται για όλους τους προστάτες φύλακες των θυρών, ανεξάρτητα από τη λειτουργία και την ιεραρχική θέση που κατέχουν στο αντίστοιχο πάνθεο και περιλαμβάνει θεούς, ημίθεους, ήρωες και δαίμονες. Στο ελληνικό πάνθεο αρκετά επίθετα χρησιμοποιούνται για να συσχετίσουν ορισμένες θεότητες με πύλες πόλεων και άλλους εισόδους, ενώ σε ορισμένες περιπτώσεις αρκεί και η γενική αναφορά της προστατευτικής τους ιδιότητας, όπως υποδεικνύουν τα επίθετα που τους αποδίδονται. Ορισμένες φορές, ο προστάτης θεός μιας πύλης μπορεί να εξισωθεί και με τον πόλος φύλακα, προστάτη της πόλης, ο οποίος επίσης αναπαρίσταται στην πύλη μέσω της εικόνας ή του ιερού του. Φύλακες πυλών όμως αναφέρονται και τοπικοί ήρωες, ή αρχαίγονοι ή πρόγονοι, οι τάφοι των οποίων είτε βρίσκονται σε κοντινή απόσταση από αυτές ή ορισμένες φορές ενσωματώνονται κατασκευαστικά στην πύλη. Η παρουσία τάφων, κογχών ή μικρών θαλάμων που γυτνιάζουν σε πύλες παρήχαν συμβολική προστασία για τις οχυρωμένες πόλεις ήδη από την εποχή του Χαλκού, όπως παρατηρείται στη Μάλθη, στις Μικίνες, στην Τύρινθα, ακόμα και το Γλάκο Παΐδας. Οι βιατικές πόλεις είχαν αυξημένες ανάγκες οχύρωσης, καθώς οι κάτοικοι της είχαν την ατυχία να κατηχούν πλησίων μεγάλων πεδιάδων, οι οποίες ήταν ιδανικές για τη διεξαγωγή μαχών, κάνοντάς τες την ορχήστρα του Άρη, σύμφωνα με τον Επαμεινόνδα. Ωστόσο, για πολλά χρόνια μονοπολούσε το ενδιαφέρον των μελετητών η θεωρία ότι οι Αθηναίοι υπερτερούσαν στην κατασκευή οχυρώσεων, αγνοώντας τη συνδρομή των βιωτών. Πλήθος νεότερων μελετών επιβεβαιώνει ότι οι βιωτοί κτίστες καθιέρωσαν την πρακτική κατασκευής οχυρώσεων από συμπαγείς λαξευμένες πέτρες κατά τον πρώιμο 4ο αιώνα π.Χ. και έγιναν κυριολεκτικά πλανόδιοι επαγγελματίες για τη λάξευση λίθων και την κατασκευή οχυρώσεων και πύργων. Σύμφωνα δε με τον Κούπερ, είναι διακριτές 3 περίοδοι, κατά τις οποίες συνεργεία κατασκευαστών εξειδικευμένων κτιστών μετακινούνται με σκοπό την κατασκευή οχυρωματικών έργων από το 395 έως το 338 π.Χ. Η αναφορά μας στις κατασκευαστικές λεπτομέρειες, αλλά και στην προέλευση των εργολάβων και των ειδικευμένων κτιστών, όχι μόνο δεν μας απομακρύνει από το κυρίως θέμα μας, αλλά μας προσφέρει περισσότερα δεδομένα σχετικά με τις τελετουργικές πρακτικές που προϋπήρχαν στις περιοχές από όπου προέρχονταν. Αυτό βέβαια δεν σημαίνει ότι παρέκαμπταν τις οδηγίες ή τις πρακτικές των πόλεων που πήγαιναν για να προσφέρουν την τέχνη και την τεχνογνωσία τους. Οι πληροφορίες για την παρουσία λατρευτικών πρακτικών πλησίων ή επί των πυλών της οχύρωσης των πόλεων είναι συνήθως διασκορπισμένες ή έμεσες, πλην ελαχίστων περιπτώσεων, κυρίως εξαιτίας της έλλειψης συστηματικών ανασκαφών στη Boeotia σε αντίστοιχα μνημεία. Η ύπαρξη ή μη ιερών και λατρευτικών πρακτικών στις πύλες των πόλεων ξεκινάει ουσιαστικά από την ίδρυση της κάθε πόλης. Ο Φουστέ αναφέρει ότι αυτή η επιλογή, από την οποία εξαρτάται η τύχη ενός ολόκληρου λαού, αφήνεται πάντα στους θεούς. Χαρακτηριστικό παράδειγμα της υπόδειξης
του Παλατίνου από τους θεούς στο Ρωμήλο, όπου ο Πλούταρχος αναφέρει αναλυτικά τις τελετές καθαρμού ίδρυσης της πόλης. Γνωρίζουμε δε από πηγές ότι η Αθήνα και η Ρώμη πραγματοποιούσαν εορτές κατά την επέτειο των γενεθλίων των πόλεων τους, ενώ γνωστή είναι και η θεϊκή επαρέμβαση του Απόλλωνα για την ανέγερση της οχύρωσης των μεγάρων από τον Αλκάθο. Ο Κάδμος επίσης λαμβάνει χρησμό από το μαντίο των Δελφών για την ακριβή τοποθεσία ίδρυσης της πόλης των Θηβών. Στην περίπτωση των βιωτικών πόλεων, οι πληροφορίες από τις πηγές είναι έμεσες, με βασικό παράδειγμα την περίπτωση της ίδρυσης της πόλης της Μεσσήνης. Ο Επαμεινώντας, μετά την απελευθέρωση των Μεσσηνίων, τους αφήνει το δικαίωμα επιλογής νέας θέσης εγκατάστασης της πόλης τους. Ωστόσο, οι Μεσσήνοι δεν θυμόντουσαν τις πατρογονικές τελετές ίδρυσης πόλεων και μέσω ενός Μεσσήνιου ιερέα οι θεοί φανερώνουν τη θέλησή τους. Το μόνο όμως που επιβεβαιώνουν οι πηγές είναι ότι οι συγκεκριμένες τελετές διέφεραν από εκείνες των Θηβαίων, αφήνοντάς μας με την απορία ως προς τις τελετές των τελευταίων. Σε κάθε περίπτωση, κάθε πόλη είχε τους δικούς τους θεούς για να την προστατεύουν και κατ' επέκταση ξεχωριστές τελετουργικές συνήθειες, όπως οι προστάτες θεοί της Θήβας, που επικαλείται ο χορός τους 7 επιθήβας, προσμένοντας τη σωτηρία της επτάπυλης. Θυμίζουμε δε ότι και οι 7 πύλες της Θήβας σχετίζονται με δαιμονικές ή θεϊκές οντότητες που ήταν οι προστάτες τους. Στην περίπτωση της Αθηνάς Όγκας, προστάτηδα της πόλης των Θηβών από τους εχθρούς της, μαρτυρείται από τον σχολιαστή του Ευρυπίδη ότι σε επώνυμης απειλής υπήρχε σχετικό επίγραμμα, το οποίο βλέπετε πάνω δεξιά. Εάν υπήρχε ναικό οικοδόμημα αφιερωμένο στην Αθηνά Όγκα, το οποίο κατά τον Σάχτερ εγκαταλείφθηκε μετά το 335 π.Χ., δεν είναι σίγουρο. Ο Παυσανίας κάνει μνήα μόνο για την ύπαρξη βωμού και υπαίθριας λατρείας. Ωστόσο, ο Βιάν προτείνει να μην λαμβάνουμε κυριολεκτικά τους όρους ναός και οίκος, καθώς ίσως να υπήρχε μόνο ένας περίβολος με βωμό και ξώανο επί της ομώνυμης πύλης. Η πληροφορία που μεταφέρει ο Πολύενος ότι ο Επαμεινώντας χρησιμοποίησε το ξώανο της Αθηνάς, της θεάς Αθηνάς Όγκας, την παραμονή της μάχης του Δηλίου για να δώσει κουράγιο στους άντρες του, συνηγορεί υπέρ των απόψεων του Βιάν. Ένδειξη σχετικών λατρευτικών συνηθιών ή επικλήσεων αποτελεί πιθανόν και η έβρεση ενός ενεπίγραφου βωμού στη Θήβα που αναφέρει τη Θεοκό, η ιερέα του ιερού του Ποσειδώνα στην Οχιστό. Ο Ποσειδώνας είναι πιθανόν να λαμβάνει το προσωνύμιο Επιλίος, καθώς το ιερό που βρίσκεται στο πέρασμα μεταξύ Τενερικού Πεδίου και Κοπαΐδας, στην είσοδο δηλαδή της Θηβαϊκής επικράτειας με την Αλίαρτο. Στη Βιωτία προκαλεί εντύπωση η έλλειψη παράλληλα πληροφοριών ή λατρευτικών πρακτικών στις πηγές τόσο για τον ίδιο τον Κάδμο, τον Αμφίωνα και τον Ζήθο, τον Τροφόνιο και τον Αγαμίδη ή τον Λεύκηπο και τον Έφυπο της Θανάγρας. Η παρουσία εγκαταλελειμμένων διδήμων, όπως χαρακτηριστικά τους αποκαλεί ο Μπακ, ή τουλάχιστον αδελφών στους βιωτικούς μύθους, αν και συνδέονται με την κατασκευή οχυρώσεων, δεν δύναται να συνδεθεί με λατρευτικές συνήθειες και πρακτικές. Ο χώρος γύρω από τις πύλες και τις παρυφές των πόλεων συχνά λαμβάνει λατρευτικό χαρακτήρα εξαιτίας της παρουσίας ιερών αφιερωμένων σε ήρωες. Ουσιαστικά, η ιεροποίηση των νεκρών αποτελεί την αναγνώριση των μελών μιας κοινότητας, που λαμβάνει τα αντίστοιχα ωφέλη από την καθιέρωσή της. Το ιεροποιημένο πρόσωπο, ιδρυτής, νομοθέτης, ήρωας, λαμβάνει πλέον μία μεταμόρφωση και τη δυνατότητα να επεμβαίνει στις υποθέσεις των ζωντανών. Συχνά μαρτυρούνται ταφές ηρώων εντός ή εκτός της οχύρωσης, αλλά κοντά σε πύλες και θεωρούνται προστάτες ή υπερασπιστές φύλακες. Η προστασία των πυλών μοιάζει να μοιράζεται εισάξια και σε θεούς και σε ήρωες. Εάν όμως απουσιάζουν επιγραφικές μαρτυρίες, δεν είναι εύκολο να ταυτιστεί σε ποιον είναι αφιερωμένο ένα ιερό ηρώο. Στις πλατείες αναφέρεται ότι έθαψαν τους νεκρούς τους μετά την ομώνυμη μάχη, ακριβώς έξω από την είσοδο της πόλης, όπου λατρεύονταν από τους κατοίκους. Στη Λιβαδιά, δίπλα στην Έρκινα και πλησίον του ιερού του Τροφόνιου, σύμφωνα πάλι με τις πηγές, είχαν μεταφέρει από την Τρία τα οστά του Ηρώα Αρκεσίλαου. Είναι πιθανόν, λοιπόν, να επιλέγουν μια διακεκριμένη θέση, αποδίδοντας φόρο τιμή στους πεσόντες, προσδοκώντας να λαμβάνουν την ηρωική τους βοήθεια. Η ταφή των πεσόντων κοντά σε πύλες υποδηλώνει τον αέναο ρόλο τους ως προστάτες των πυλών. Στον τάφο του Μενικαία, που βρισκόταν κοντά στις νηΐστες πύλες της Θήβας, φυόταν μια ροδιά, το ιερό για τις χθόνιες θεότητες και τους νεκρούς δέντρο. Αν και δεν γίνεται μνήα για λατρευτικές πρακτικές στο χώρο, δεν είναι τυχαίο που γειτονιάζει με τη συγκεκριμένη πύλη, καθώς ο ήρωας θυσιάστηκε με τη θέλησή του στον Άρη για τη διάσωση της πόλης κατά τη διάρκεια της εκστρασίας των 7 επί Θήβας. Παράλληλα, σύμφωνα με τον Εσχύλο, ο ταφικός στίβος του Αμφίωνα βρισκόταν μπροστά από την πύλη των Βορέων στη Θήβα. Ο Πίνδαρος μας προσφέρει μια σημαντική πληροφορία που σχετίζεται με την πρακτική θυσιών στο πλαίσιο λατρείας των ηρώων μιας πόλης. Το χωρίο, προερχόμενο από τις επινίκιες οδές, αναφέρει τις τελετές που πραγματοποιούνταν πλησίων των ηλεκτρών πυλών της Θήβας στη μνήμη του θανάτου των παιδιών του Ηρακλή και της Μεγάρας. Δεν υπάρχει λόγος να αναφέρουμε εκτενώς τη σημασία που είχε ο Ηρακλής για τους Θηβαίους, καθώς είναι γνωστή. Ωστόσο, οφείλουμε να αναφέρουμε ότι η λατρεία του ήρωα ως προμάχου πρώτων πυλών της Θήβας έχει διαπιστωθεί ανασκαφικά και ανάγεται τουλάχιστον από τα τέλη του 8ου αιώνα π.Χ. Τόσο από τις πρώτες ανασκαφές του Κεραμόπουλου στις ηλέκτρες πύλες, όπου διαπιστώνονται πύρες σε διάφορα σημεία του χώρου, όσο και η επιβεβαιωμένη πλέον ηρολατρεία του Ηρακλή και των παιδιών του ως πεσόντες πολεμιστές από νεότερα ανασκαφικά δεδομένα, προσδίδει μια ιδιαίτερη σημασία στην επιλογή του χώρου για τη συστηματική τέλεση θυσιών και ναγισμών. Ήρος Θεός κατά τον Πίνδαρο, αλλά και μια χθόνια φύση πλέον, την οποία φαίνεται να μεταβιβάζει στους πολεμιστούς γιους του που λατρεύονταν με το τυπικό χθόνιων θεοτήτων. Ο ήρωας δε στη Βιωτία συνδέεται τουλάχιστον σε μία περίπτωση με το χάρωμα, μία οντότυπα με κατεξοχήν χθόνια φύση, ενώ όταν του προσδίδεται το επίθετο φύλαξ ή καλίνικος, τον επικαλούνται με σκοπό την αποτροπή κάθε κακού, όπως προκύπτει και από τον βίο του Διογέννη του Κοινικού και τον γραφίτι πάνω από τις θύρες οικειών στην Πομπία. Είναι μία από τις επιγραφές που έχει δημοσιεύσει ο Νικολός Παπαδάκης και το γραφίτι που βλέπετε αριστερά από την Πομπία. Δεν είναι σπάνια η παρουσία κογχών στις πύλες των πόλεων. Χαρακτηριστικά παραδείγματα διατηρούνται στη Νέα Πλευρώνα, τις Ινιάδες, την Τορίβια, τις Φυλές, τη Φιγάλια, την Απολωνία, το Ραμνούντα, το Αλάρτι, τη Γορτινία και σε ορισμένες περιπτώσεις κόγχες ή κτιστές εσοχές όπως τις Μικίνες και την Τίνηθα, τη Μεσίνη ή το Κουρούλ βρίσκονται είτε αμέσως μετά την πύλη ή στο εσωτερικό της. Κοιλότητες ή κόγχες στους τοίχους είχαν πάνω απ' όλα πρακτικούς σκοπούς στην αρχαία αρχιτεκτονική. Παραδείγματος χάρη για την τοποθέτηση λίχνων ή άλλων αντικειμένων εν είδη κυβωτίων ή ραφιών. Σταδιακά όμως, η κόγχη εξελίχθηκε σε ένα ανεξάρτητο αρχιτεκτονικό στοιχείο με εντονότερο ίσως λατρευτικό χαρακτήρα παρά κοσμικό. Από τη μελέτη του Πικάρντ για τις πύλες της Θάσου φάνηκε ότι στην αρχαιότητα η ύπαρξη κογχών πρόσδεται και λατρευτικές εκφάνσεις, είτε με την τοποθέτηση αγάλματος ή αναγλύφου, είτε ως χώρος προσφοράς θυσίας για την ανάθεση αποτροπαϊκών αντικειμένων. Ενδεχομένως, οι κόγχες στις πύλες αποτελούν μια παραλλαγή μικρών ναΐσκων, ενσωματωμένων εκ των προτέρων, όπως στην περίπτωση των Συμφών, ενώ σε άλλες αποτέλεσε μετασκευή σε παλαιότερη κατασκευή. Οι πλευρικές κόγχες φαίνεται επίσης να έχουν χρησιμοποιηθεί σε μνημειώδεις πύλεις πόλεων της ύστερης αρχαιότητας, όπως προκύπτει από νομισματικές σκοπές της Βυζής και όχι μόνο, που εικονίζουν ορθογώνια διάχωρα εικόνων εκατέρωθεν της πύλης ή στις σκοπές των παγών, που βλέπετε αριστερά, που εικονίζονται κόγχες στην πρόσωψη πύλης με την ύπαρξη αγαλμάτων, τουλάχιστον αναγνωρίζονται η Κιβέλη και ο Ηρακλής. Η Ακρόπολη των Συμφών Αλυκής διατηρεί επιβραχώδους εξάρματος σε ύψος 75 μέτρων ύψος από το σημερινό σωζόμενο τείχος της κάτω πόλης. Η οχύρωση του 4ου αιώνα διαθέτει 3 επιβεβαιωμένες πύλες, εκ των οποίων η εντυπωσιακότερη όλων είναι η βορειοδυτική παραλιακή πύλη Πύργος. Από τον δεν ξέρω γιατί δεν φαίνεται το σχέδιο δυστυχώς του Σάχτερ. Συγγνώμη, δεν ξέρω που πήγε. Από τον τραπεζιόσχημο πύργο διατηρούνται μόνο τα θεμέλια του. Οι νεότερες έρευνες φανερώνουν ότι πιθανότατα οι όροφοι του πύργου να ήταν κατ' ελάχιστον 4, με περίπου 13 μέτρα συνολικό ύψος. Η δυτική ευμεγέθης ναϊσκόμορφη κόγχη της πρόσωψης φέρει ανώφλι διακοσμημένο στην εξωτερική όψη του με συμφυή εξόγλυφη παράσταση αετώματος, του οποίου οι γωνίες και η κορυφή έχει εκροτήρια. Το δάπεδο της κόγχης αποτελείται από επίπεδο λίθο, ο οποίος έχει υποστεί σοβαρές φθορές από πτώση βράχου. Η συγκεκριμένη κόγχη κατασκευάστηκε σε ένα τμήμα της οχύρωσης που ουσιαστικά συνέδεε το φυσικό βράχο με το τείχος. Επί του βράχου λαξεύονται τα σημεία προσάρτησης στοχοποιίας και η διαμόρφωσή της έγινε παράλληλα με το τείχος. Στο σημείο αυτό οφείλουμε να αναφέρουμε ότι η συγκεκριμένη πύλη πύργος επιλέχθηκε να κατασκευαστεί στον ίδιο άξονα με το τείχος της Ακρόπολης και με προσανατολισμό ανοίγματος βορρά-νότου. Επέλεξαν το σημείο όπου ο φυσικός βράχος ήταν αρκετά βατός για να λαξευτεί από τους λιθοξώους, αλλά ταυτόχρονα να μπορέσει να συνδεθεί με το τείχος της Ακρόπολης. Σήμερα, δεν ξέρω γιατί δεν υπάρχουν οι φωτογραφίες. Όταν είχα βάλει το PowerPoint υπήρχαν. Στο σημείο αυτό οφείλουμε να αναφέρουμε ότι η συγκεκριμένη πύλη πύργος επιλέχθηκε να κατασκευαστεί στον ίδιο άξονα. Τέλος πάντων, στην προκειμένη περίπτωση θυμίζουμε ότι σήμερα το μνημείο δεν έχει ακριβώς την ίδια μορφή, αν και φαινόταν και στο σχέδιο του Σφάιτνερ. Ας μείνουμε στην διαφάνεια από το έργο του Σαλβαντόρ Λούντβιχ του 1884, όπου διακρίνεται, πίσω ακριβώς από την αετωματική κόγχη, διακρίνονται 2 ορθοστάτες, 2 κάθετη λίθη. Την ύπαρξη λοιπόν ότι υπήρχε πλάτη σε αυτή την κόγχη, το ξέρουμε τόσο και από τα σχέδια που δεν βλέπετε του Σφάιτνερ, και επίσης και από το φωτογραφικό αρχείο της υπηρεσίας, το οποίο, όπως βλέπετε, σώζεται από το 1977, διατηρείται ο ένας λίθος ο κάτω. Το 1980 εξίσου δεν υπάρχει ο πρώτος, δηλαδή ουσιαστικά από το 1884 μέχρι το 1987 έχουμε χάσει τον ένα λίθο. Και φτάνουμε στο σημείο όπου κάπου τον μαρτυρικό Μάιο του 2011, εξαιτίας παράνομων εργασιών της τοπικής κοινότητας στην Αλική, γιατί επιθυμούσαν να διαμορφώσουν με γκαζόν και με προβολήσα την πύλη, την παραλιακή πύλη, προχώρησαν σε αποχωματώσεις, προχώρησαν σε μετατόπιση του αρχιτεκτονικού υλικού, κάτι το οποίο επηρεάσε ιδιαίτερα τη σημερινή μορφή του μνημείου, όπως βλέπετε πάνω στην ασπρόμαυρη φωτογραφία, και συνέχισε μια ανθρωπογενή, τέλος πάντων, φθορά του μνημείου που ξεκίνησε το 1969. Με την διάνοιξη του παραλιακού μετώπου, το βλέπετε στην κάτω φωτογραφία, και στην άκρη αριστερά τις ασπρόμαυρες φωτογραφίες από το αρχείο τότε που είχε συλλέξει ο τότε έφορος αρχαιοτήτων, όπου με γκρέιντερ προχώρησαν στην αποκοπή της οχύρωσης από την πύλη. Η ανατολική τραπεζιόσχημη κόγχη φαίνεται να έχει υποστεί μεγάλες φορές ήδη από το 1884, ενώ αρκετοί λίθια έχουν υποχωρήσει από την ανοδομή πάνω της. Και στις 2 πλευρές της φέρει παραστάδες, οι οποίες διαμορφώνονται ως οχές και είναι δουλεμένες με εξοίδια. Ενώ η επίστεψή τους γίνεται με επίκρανο, το οποίο αποτελείται από προεξέχουσα ταινία, λέσβιο, κυμάτιο και γύσο. Σήμερα, στη βάση της κόγχης, φαίνεται κάτω αριστερά σας, σώζεται μία εντορμία γόμφου στην αριστερή γωνία της και εντορμία στην εφαρμογή μοχθροβορθρίου στον επικείμενο λίθο της. Για το ανώφλι δεν είναι δυνατόν να γνωρίζουμε αν έφερε κάποια ιδιαίτερα χαρακτηριστικά. Τώρα, ως προς το περιεχόμενο των κογχών, βλέπετε και μία ψηφιακή αποκατάσταση. Πώς θα μπορούσε να ήταν η παραλιακή πύλη των Συμφών και ο τελευταίος πύργος που σώζεται σήμερα μέσα στη θαλάσσια έκταση. Κατά τον 4ο αιώνα η στάθμη της θάλασσας δεν ήταν στο σημείο που είναι σήμερα. Από την επιγραφή λοιπόν των αρχών του αιώνα 4ου αιώνα π.Χ., προερχόμενων από τις Κορσιές, μαθαίνουμε ότι οι Θεσποιείς έστειλαν προσφορά στο ιερό της Σύρας των Συμφών. Από τον Παυσανία πάλι μαθαίνουμε ότι στην Σύφα Τίφα υπήρχε Ηράκλειο, στο οποίο διεξάγονταν και ετήσιοι αγώνες, ενώ οι κάτοικοι ήταν περήφανοι για το τοπικό του ήρωα Τίφη. Επίσης, οι κάτοικοι του έδειξαν μια θέση μπροστά στην πύλη τους, όπου σύμφωνα με την παράδοση είχε προσορμιστεί η αργό, γυρίζοντας από την Κολχίδα. Ο Νικόλαος Πλάτων εκφράζει την άποψη ότι δεν είναι δυνατόν η παρουσία τόσων πολλών ιερών να είναι λειτουργήσιμη και εφικτή μέσα στη μικρή πόλη όπως είναι οι Σύφες Τίφες, και ότι πιθανόν η Ήρα να λατρευόταν παράλληλα με κάποια άλλη θεότητα στον ίδιο χώρο. Όμως δεν είναι απαραίτητο να υπάρχουν χωριστά κτίρια αφιερωμένα σε κάθε θεότητα, καθώς λατρευτικές πρακτικές μπορούσαν να πραγματοποιηθούν ακόμα και σε ένα βωμό εν είδη ιερού, ενώ υπάρχουν πλήθος παραδειγμάτων μικρών πόλεων με μικρό αριθμό ιερών. Παράλληλα, βέβαια, δεν είναι απαραίτητο οι λατρευτικές πρακτικές των αρχών του 4ου αιώνα να συνεχίστηκαν αυτούσιες κατά τη διάρκεια των επόμενων αιώνων, ιδιαίτερα αν η πόλη είχε προσαρτηθεί στη σφαίρα επιρροής των Θηβαίων. Σίγουρα, κατά τον 2ο αιώνα π.Χ. φαίνεται να διατηρούσαν τη μνήμη ενός τοπικού του ήρωα, ενώ παράλληλα λάτρευαν και τον Ηρακλή. Η σημασία του Ηρακλή για τους βιωτούς, αλλά κυρίως για τους Θηβαίους, ήταν ιδιαίτερη και δεν χωράει αμφιβολία. Μην ξεχνάμε άλλωστε ότι την παρουσία αγάλματός του στην πόλη της Θήβας, που τιμόταν ως πρόμαχος, ήρωας, ημίθεος, στη συνέχεια θεός, ο Ηρακλής έλαβε μέρος και ο ίδιος στην αργοναυτική εκστρατεία μαζί με τον Τίφη, γιο του Αγνίου από τις Θεσπιές. Ο Απολόδωρος αναφέρει ότι ο Τίφης έφυγε από τις θεσπικές Συφές με την υποστήριξη της Τριτονίδας Αθηνάς, καθώς ήταν ο καλύτερος στο να προβλέπει το κύμα της πλατιάς θάλασσας στις θύελλες του ανέμου, αυτός που κανόνιζε τη ρότα από τον ήλιο και όχι από ένα μονάχα αστέρι. Αν και πεθαίνει στη χώρα των Μαρανδινών, οι κάτοικοι φαίνεται να υπερηφανεύονται για τον ήρωά του σύμφωνα με τον Παυσανία. Η πόλη των Συφών, μετά τη μάχη των Γλέφθρων, ανήκει πλέον στη σφαίρα ελέγχου της Θήβας, καθώς οι Θεσπείς είχαν χάσει την αυτονομία τους αυτή την περίοδο και οι Θηβαίοι, με πρόσχημα την φιλοαθηναϊκή του στάση, κατάφεραν να τους αποδυναμώσουν και να διαλύσουν ακόμα και την οχύρωσή τους. Οι Θηβαίοι επιθυμούσαν ουσιαστικά τον πλήρη έλεγχο των λιμανιών του Κορινθιακού κόλπου, που όπως φαίνεται από το τέλος του 6ου αιώνα π.Χ. έως και το τουλάχιστον μέχρι το 386 π.Χ. κατήχαν οι Θεσπείς. Παράλληλα, ο Επαμεινώντας επιθυμούσε την αυπήγηση πολεμικών πλοίων, κάτι που, όπως μαρτυρείται από το Θουκυδίδη, πέτυχε και οι Τριήρεις εν τέλει απέπλεσαν από τις Υφές. Ωστόσο, εκτός από την αυπήγηση, προχώρησε άμεσα και στην οχύρωση της συγκεκριμένης πόλης, που όπως φαίνεται από τα έως σήμερα στοιχεία δεν διέθετε παλαιότερη. Μακάρι βέβαια να βρουν. Ένα ιδιαίτερο στοιχείο που προκύπτει από τη μελέτη της τοιχοποίησης στις Υφές είναι και ότι παρατηρείται μια σειρά κατασκευαστικών λαθών που συνηγορούν στη βιασύνη τους να ολοκληρώσουν το έργο, ίσως εξαιτίας της έκθριμης κατάστασης πολιτικής που επικρατούσε μεταξύ 370 και 362 π.Χ. Είναι πιθανόν λοιπόν, εφόσον μάλιστα επιλέχθηκε τουλάχιστον η παραλιακή πύλη, η οποία προφανώς και θα ήταν ορατή τόσο από τη στεριά όσο και από τη θάλασσα, να εμπεριέχει στοιχεία που να ενισχύουν από τη μία τις λατρευτικές συνήθειες της πόλης και από την άλλη να εξυπηρετήσει τα πολιτικά του συμφέροντα. Μια εντυπωσιακή πύλη, που στη μία κόγχη θα έφερε τη μορφή του ήρωα Ηρακλή, συμβολίζοντας δυνητικά τις χερσαίες δυνάμεις της και το ηρωικό παρελθόν της, καθώς γεννήθηκε στην πόλη που μετέπειτα δημιούργησε τον Ιερό Λόχο, και στην άλλη κόγχη τον πλοηγό Τίφη, δίπλα στη θάλασσα, να συμβολίζει τη νέα ναυτική δύναμη που αναπτύχθηκε. Η επιλογή των δύο ηρώων που εμπλέκονται με τις λατρευτικές παραδόσεις της Βιωτίας, ανεξαρτήτως εάν τελούνταν τελετές στο χώρο, θα αποτελούσε ορόσημο και πρότυπο για το ηρωικό παρελθόν, θα τόνωνε το ηθικό και θα ενίσχυε την πολιτική σκοπιμότητα της Θήβας. Καθώς όμως το περιεχόμενο των κογχών δεν διατηρείται και επί του παρόντος δεν έχει ολοκληρωθεί η έρευνα στο χώρο, μέχρι να δημιουργηθούν ασφαλείς συνθήκες εργασίας εξαιτίας της πτώσης βράχων, γνωρίζουμε με βεβαιότητα ότι στη Βιωτία απαντώνται αρκετές λατρευτικές πρακτικές που συσχετίζονται με τις πύλες των πόλεων. Και οι δύο κόγχες της Σύφης Τίφα κατασκευάζονται παράλληλα με το σύνολο της οχύρωσης, η οποία δεν φέρει μεταγενέστερες επεμβάσεις, τουλάχιστον στο σκέλος της παραλιακής πύλης πύργου. Η επιλογή να φέρει αντίστοιχα αρχιτεκτονικά στοιχεία παράλληλα με την κατασκευή πύργου δηλώνει την πρόθεση τουλάχιστον εντυπωσιασμού των διερχομένων. Η επιλογή κατασκευής ευμεγέθους ναϊσκόμορφης κόγχης υποδεικνύει την επιθυμία να τιμηθεί κάποιο σημαίνον πρόσωπο ή θεότητα, καθώς αντίστοιχες κατασκευές συχνά συναντώνται σε προσώψεις ναών και λατρευτικές σημασίας κτίσματα. Η παρουσία δεύτερης κόγχης ανατολικά, αν και διαφέρει κατασκευαστικά από τη δυτική, δεν στερείται συμβολισμού και σημασίας. Εξαιτίας του μεγέθους και της προσεγμένης κατασκευής της, σε συνδυασμό με την ύπαρξη εντορμίας, υποδηλώνει την παρουσία αναγλύφου. Ενισχυτικό για την κατανόηση της συγκεκριμένης ανατολικής κόγχης αποτελεί ένας ανάγλυφος κυβόλιθος που ήταν στην πύλη της αρχαίας Αλυζίας της Επτολακαρνανίας, που φέρει την απεικόνιση του Ηρακλή, η οποία δυστυχώς δεν σώζεται στις μέρες μας. Σε κάθε περίπτωση, η έρευνα στον χώρο των συμφών είναι ακόμα σε εξέλιξη. Οι φετινές εργασίες που πραγματοποιούνται για τη σταραίωση του βραχώδους πρανούς, αλλά και η πρόσφατη έγκριση των μελικών από το Κεντρικό Αρχαιολογικό Συμβούλιο θα μας επιτρέψουν να προχωρήσουμε την ανασκαφική έρευνα, αλλά και την περισυλλογή αρχιτεκτονικών στοιχείων. Η αλήθεια είναι μας λείπουν γύρω στα 1580 αρχιτεκτονικά στοιχεία, με την ελπίδα σταδιακά να συμπληρωθούν οι γνώσεις μας για μια εξαιρετικά ενδιαφέρουσα περιοχή. Σας ευχαριστούμε θερμά.
Thank you so much to both authors for this excellent presentation. We'll move to our second paper by Elena, also from the Effort of Antiquities of Boeotia, entitled Continuity of Cult from Pagan Sanctuaries to Christian Churches in Boeotia.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and many warm thanks to the organizers for their invitation. As a Byzantine archaeologist among specialists of the ancient period, this is really a chance to benefit from the expertise of this audience on the cults of Boeotia and thus enrich our discussion with another aspect of the history of cult. Continuity of religious traditions is accepted to an important extent by archaeologists as a general phenomenon. Boeotia builds no exception to that. Sites of religious or burial activity of historic or even prehistoric times are often succeeded by Christian churches. This offers a sense of continuity and of communal memory in the long duration. However, a general sense of continuity is one thing, and another is the specific cases in which we are legitimately entitled to argue about continuous religious practices. So this paper offered me the chance to look into the evidence from Boeotia and try to single out a number of sites which arguably show indications of cult continuity between pagan and Christian cult. In order to single out these sites, I used two following criteria. First, the pagan side of cult has to be attested archaeologically or epigraphically. That is, we need to be able to place it on the map with precision, and not just be mentioned by literary sources vaguely. Second, the Christian site has to date demonstrably to the early Christian period and not any Christian period. Using these two criteria shortened considerably the list of candidate sites. Even in the cases which meet these two criteria, our research is impeded by a gap in the timeline of attestable activity on the discussed sites. To be clear, we normally do not have any evidence for use of the sites in the Roman and the late Roman period up until more or less the 6th century AD. This, however, can be explained. From the Roman period, especially the 2nd, 3rd century AD, many pagan temples were in decline because they were not maintained by the urban communities. The reasons for the temple decline were mainly two. First, reduced civic funding due to the economic crisis of the 3rd century, and two, genuine changes in pagan worship favoring private religious practice instead of public worship. While emperors after Constantine I, with the exception of Julian, were hostile towards spending funds on upkeep of public temples, and city councils had increasingly fewer funds to maintain temples they administered, temples and sanctuaries on land owned by private individuals continued functioning and being conserved if their owners so desired. Thus, private sanctuaries, both in the city and the countryside, are the main kind of locality where pagan acts of piety are attested in the 4th century and thereafter. But private practice of worship, especially in the countryside, is very difficult to attest archaeologically. Christian cult initially took place also in private houses, and in this form it is not attestable archaeologically. Christian churches start to be founded in southern Greece in the 5th century, especially in the second half, and become ubiquitous in the 6th. The above explains, albeit very briefly, why we often have to do with a temple or sanctuary of the classical or Hellenistic period, which is succeeded by a church in the 6th century AD or later. In the period in between, the pagan temple or sanctuary may have known intermediate phases of construction or activity, but this does not become clear unless analysis of architectural and movable finds takes place. Excuse me. Our first case is Tanagra. I translate the account of Demetrios Konstas, written in 1890. I tried excavation on the highest peak of Tanagra, where I was attracted by the existence of column drums of Doric and Ionic style, made of porous stone, and by some fragments from the epistyle and frieze, Thrigos, of a very early temple of Ionic style, made of porous stone and covered with plaster. However, what came to light, instead of an ancient Greek temple, was the foundations and the floor of a Christian church, which measured 40 meters long and 20 broad. A deep trench was dug, and a mosaic 25 meters long appeared on the floor. It was bordered by a band containing a wavy branch, from which stem ivy leaves, end quote. The remains of the basilica are no longer visible. The identification of this building as a church was certified by Fraser, who saw its remains, including an apse. This, in combination with the motif of the ivy branch, which appears commonly as a Christian symbol, are adequately convincing that this identification as a church was correct. That the ancient building was a temple was deduced not only by Konstas, but also by Fraser, who described partly the foundations, the column drums, the entablature, etc. Pausanias attests to the temple of Dionysus at Tanagra, and Fraser seems to think that the temple ruins on the Acropolis belonged to Dionysus. A few sculpted architectural members in the storeroom of Schematari are labeled to come from this basilica. However, they date to the Middle Byzantine period, therefore maybe to a second construction phase. So our dating to the early Christian period is that mosaic. So early Christian plus Middle Byzantine, so this is remarkable because it shows the persistent memory and use of the site. The Boeotia project, directed by John Bindliff, and the work of Katerina Hamilaki have shown that Tanagra survived throughout late antiquity and acquired 2 or possibly 3 more basilicas identified through geophysical research within the city walls. Therefore, reuse of the top of the Acropolis as a religious site should be seen in the framework of the Christianization of the town in the 5th and 6th centuries. We move to Koronia. Even though Koronia is mentioned as a bishopric see in the Council of Ephesus in AD 431, and later lists of bishops in the 9th century and later, no early Christian basilica has been unearthed in the walled area of the ancient city. However, a Christian building has been unearthed 4 kilometers southwest of the Acropolis of Koronia at the location known as Podza. It is characterized by cult during at least 4 successive time periods. In the first period, based on the record of Pausanias, a sanctuary of Heracles Charops was located here by Nikolaos Papadakis and later by Nikolaos Papachadzis. Alfred Schachter disagreed. According to him, the sanctuary of Heracles Charops lay probably in Granitsa, while he preferred to identify Podza with the sanctuary of Heracles Palemon, based on an inscription, which you see, found at Agios Georgios, just west of Koronia. This ancient period of cult, if we follow Papadakis and Papachadzis, is combined with 2 groups of inscriptions. The first group comprises of 52 burial inscriptions dated to the 4th to 3rd century BC, which have been embedded in the early modern church of Agii Taxiarches. Basically, the church consists of these inscriptions plus some other stones. The second group comprises of imperial statue bases and an imperial archive. The latter were found scattered among the ruins of a large oblong building, which lies south of the Taxiarches Church and at a lower level. We move now to this building. Its excavator, Spiropoulos, characterized it as a Roman stoa in 1972. However, in 2006, Mrs. Chariklia Kylakou, then Ephor of Byzantine Antiquities, correctly identified it with a Byzantine building and characterized it as an early Christian basilica based on the masonry of this wall and 37 typical architectural members. The photos shown here come from that campaign, and I would like to thank warmly Mrs. Kylakou for agreeing that I showed and discussed them. Now, if we look carefully at the building, three things become apparent. First, there is no apse. Instead, this wall is straight. Therefore, this was not a church. Second, the masonry of this long wall, which was a retaining wall, is typical of Middle Byzantine churches, especially the large vertical or T-shaped blocks. And I show the parallel of Kapnikarea just as one example. It's a very typical Middle Byzantine masonry. Third, the architectural fragments, based on recent research of Byzantine sculpture, probably do not date to the early Christian period, but to the transitional period. And I show one parallel from Agios Grigorios at Thebes. The last period of cult is represented by the early modern church of Taxiarches, which bears the Hellenistic burial inscriptions. The screen bears frescoes of the 19th century. As a result of the above, the history of the site can be rewritten as follows. The sanctuary of Heracles Charops, if we follow Papadakis and Papachadzis, or Palemon, if we follow Shachta, and the cemetery, which was probably located somewhere nearby, based on the inscriptions, were succeeded by a church which can be dated to the transitional period and maybe in the 9th century, based on the sculpted architectural members. So foundation of this church coincides with the time when Koronia appears again as a bishopric after the Dark Ages. This church, in its turn, was repaired or succeeded by the careful Middle Byzantine masonry with the T-shaped blocks. And finally, the Taxiarches Church was built at some point between the Middle Byzantine period and the 19th century. As a conclusion, the early Christian phase of the site is not visible, but it probably lies hidden. Despite the fact that we missed the early Christian phase, Podza is one of the most remarkable sites in Boeotia regarding the continuity of cult, not only because of the attested length of its use from the classical period to today, but also because of the dedication of the early modern church to the Taxiarches, the archangels Michael and Gabriel, responsible for the transition from life to death, might have an equivalent capacity with Heracles worshipped as Charops. We move now to Cheronia. The remains of an early Christian basilica near the 19th century chapel of Agia Paraskevi have been described by its excavator Soteriades in 1904 and later by Chariklia Kylakou. In short, the floor of a Christian basilica was found underneath the standing chapel of Agia Paraskevi. It belonged to a three-aisled basilica with a narthex, with total dimensions 38 by 14 meters. The floor of the main aisle was decorated with a mosaic, while the floor of the apse with opus sectile. The church was thought by the excavator to have been built at the site of a sanctuary dedicated to Heracles on three reasons. First, based on the testimony of Plutarch, and I translate, the water creek Aemon flows by the Heraklion, where the Greeks camped, end quote. The water creek Aemon was identified by Soteriades with the one which flows by Agia Paraskevi and the Lion of Cheronia. Second, it was based on the recovery during excavation of the basilica of architectural members of an ancient temple, large hewn stone blocks, fragments from epistyles, Doric column drums, and column capitals, Many of them were used as foundations of the basilica and are visible today. Third, it was based on the recovery during excavation of fragments from inscriptions, proxenate decrees, freedom of slaves, and catalogues of stratevsimi. The inscriptions do not attest to the worship to deity. However, Sotiriadis believed it was the one of Heracles, apparently because this was the renowned sanctuary of Hieronia, according to the sources, and because no other site near Hieronia preserves remains of equivalent significance. But I cannot comment on his judgment. The sculptured architectural fragments of the basilica, studied by Stefania Scarzi, seem to belong to two chronological phases of construction of the basilica. The earlier phase, which you see at the upper right with the gray frame, follows, the sculptures follow Roman prototypes and maybe can be dated to the 4th or 5th century, while the next phase at the rest is later and falls into the transitional period. Again, it is not early Christian. Two more members, now in the Museum of Thebes, found in Hieronia and probably in the basilica, appear to belong to the second phase. Repairs of the fortification wall of Hieronia have tentatively been dated to late antiquity, and along with excavated graves of the same period, attest to survival of the city until at least the 6th or 7th centuries. Therefore, succession of the temple of Heracles with the Christian church, or Heracles with the Christian church, should be seen in the frame of the survival of the city. So these three cases are the strongest documented ones, and now we move to next three, which are less strongly documented. At Orchomenos, the 9th century church of Panagias Kripou was in all probability preceded by an earlier church, since the late Roman mosaic was excavated underneath the floor of the main nave and west of the church, so it belonged to a different previous building. If we look closely, hardly, for a pagan predecessor in the religious cult of the immediate area, the only possible candidate is a temple excavated immediately south of the orchestra of the theater, 100 meters southwest of Scripou. And I would like to thank my colleague, Mrs. Kiki Kaliga, for drawing my attention to this temple. Based on the proximity to the theater, it is logical to assume that this was a temple dedicated to Dionysus. Pausanias attests to a cult of the Charites at this site, who were often worshipped together with Dionysus. However, the neighboring location is not enough to confirm continuity of cultic space and practice. A similar case is the church of Agios Georgios at Akrefnio. The standing church is Middle Byzantine and was renovated in 1311, but under the floor of the main nave, a late Roman mosaic was excavated recently, which suggests pre-existence of an early Christian church. Pausanias records a temple and cult image of Dionysus at Akrefia, and coins of Akrefia of the classical period bear the cantharos on the reverse. Whether the temple was located at the exact spot of Agios Georgios remains unknown, but it probably lay near it, judging from the very numerous spolia in the church and its courtyard. We move now to Anthidon. Archaeologically, actually very poorly known. Pausanias reports, roughly in the middle of the city there was a sanctuary of the Kaviri with a grove around it, and nearby a temple of Demeter and her daughter with cult images of white marble. This sanctuary and temple have not been located. An early Christian basilica was unearthed by the American school at the harbor of Anthidon. It was decorated with an impressive mosaic. So the above were the cases in which we can get closest to the scheme pagan temple succeeded by an early Christian church. There are not many, only 6. And you realize that in the last 2, I abandoned my first criterion, which was that the temple had to be identified archaeologically and not attested only in the sources. So I pushed it very hard. In most of these cases, succession of the sanctuary through the Christian church was dictated by liturgical needs of the community. Tanagra, Hieronia, and Anthidon were all populated towns which needed places of worship, also in late antiquity. Orchomenos was also populated, as shown by the concentration of late antique graves near Scripou. Podza, on the contrary, does not lie in the town of Koronia, but outside it. Construction of a church at Podza may therefore represent the conscious effort of the local church to expropriate the religious memory of the site. Further cases of religious succession exist, but the time and ways of succession are very poorly documented. Just a few examples. At Thebes, sanctuary of Zeus Ipsistos, attested by Pausanias, succeeded by a church of Agios Andreas of unknown date. At Solinari, a temple of Apollo or Artemis, succeeded by a church of Agios Ioannis, this one, of the early modern period. At the sanctuary of Apollo Ptos, succeeded by a church of Agia Paraskevii of the late post-Byzantine period, and many others. But these are, you can say anything about them. So this is as far as I could go. Of course, continuity of cult is not attestable only through the succession of sanctuaries, but also through other categories of evidence, let alone burial habits. But this is the topic of another paper. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ellie. And now it's difficult to believe, but we are at our last paper, which will be given by Stephanie Larson of Bucknell University, entitled Continuity in Southeastern Thebes, the Case of the Ismenian Hill. Stephanie.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me okay? It's hard to tell if I'm being microphoned. Yeah? Okay, good. Thank you, everyone, for this amazing conference. It's really wonderful to see so many people with Boeotian interests here. And I would like to thank the organizers of this panel, or this whole thing, not the panel, but you organized the panel as well. Brendan Burke, Brian Burns, Kiki Kaliga, Evi Sota, Trevor Van Dam, and last but not least, Alexandra Harami. And I would like to thank her personally also for all the years of collaboration with the Ismenian Project. And I'd also like to thank the American School of Classical Studies for hosting this. And although my name is on the program, I would be remiss if I did not include my colleague and co-director, Kevin Daly, and thanks to, and his name is here as well, since we have been successfully collaborating for many years on many things. We are both excited to see the pieces falling into place at the Ismenian. And in one talk, I can't hope to cover even a tiny fraction of the importance of the Ismenian for ancient Thebes. The hill has been so iconic for Theban activities, commemoration, and ritual practice from the Bronze Age through modern times. So questions of cultural and cultic continuity loom large. This afternoon, I will divide my talk into three parts. First, I will speak about a possible relationship between the classical site and the Bronze Age. Next, I'll explore the identity of Apollo Ismenios through a variety of media. And last, I will suggest connecting the early Byzantine phase of the site to this earlier persona. And in this section, I'll present some of our new genomic and bioarchaeological results to give you a sense of where our studies on this period are currently heading. And so it's really awesome to follow Ellie's talk because this fits perfectly. All right, so let me see if I can figure this out. Yes, okay. I'm going to first turn to the well-known fact that the temple on the hill was built, at the very least in its archaic and classical phases, directly atop Bronze Age chamber tombs arranged in the north-south line, directly underneath these western foundations of the temple, as first discussed by Karamopolis. I've written about this locational choice before. Today, I'd merely like to note a few additional points. First, as is well known, the hills surrounding Thebes were dotted with such burial clusters as maps of the hills, both modern and from early travelers' accounts and excavations demonstrate. The Megalo Castelli hill north of the Ismenian, of course, still displays the impressive tomb, today known colloquially as the tomb of the sons of Oedipus. The Ismenian tombs represent the southernmost cluster of these Bronze Age burials on this eastern side of Theban territory. So let's consider then the building of the later temple on the site. The builders either accidentally discovered the tombs on the western side of the hill as they were preparing the site for support of the temple platform, or they already knew the tombs were there. Karamopolis' section drawing of the western foundation shows a single block spanning what appears to be a tomb dromos, as you see here in the center. We ourselves did not re-excavate any of the tombs. A republication of material from the tombs by Arvantinos, Kountouri, Hild, and Fapis is nearing completion. In either case, the tombs would have presented serious construction concerns for the heavy and very deep foundations laid on this side of the building. Given even the general slope of the hill today, it is clear that the western foundations of the Ismenian temple did not have to be placed exactly where they were. The temple still would have been easily seen and similarly accessed from the Cadmea if the builders had chosen to set the westernmost edge of the temple platform even 3 meters or so to the east. The build would have been undoubtedly far easier, since the hill just slightly to the east of this area would have been even higher than it is today and would have continued to be so far to the east as the shallow foundations cuttings for the eastern side of the temple demonstrate in this topographical plan. Yet the choice was made to situate the heavy platform and its deep foundation directly atop these chamber tombs and also in line with the other hills of burials running in a north-south curve along this side of Thebes, as well as in an east-west trajectory aligning with the hill in the southern area of Theban territory that also contains Bronze Age tombs. So I believe that this placement of the temple was deliberate, despite the clear danger to collapse of the western edge of the building itself, which is visible today and has been happening for decades, as you can see here. This specific construction atop these tombs and the choice not to move slightly further to the east to save everybody so much effort you can imagine ties this huge and highly visible building, which we know was connected to significant civic festivals of the Theban polis later, to the Bronze Age. Together with the hills of burials to its north and west, this placement also thus delineates a topographical corner of significance, a quasi-border, if you will, between where the sacred area ends and the truly rural territory of Thebes begins. We know that the Greeks, Thebans, Boeotians, and non-Boeotians alike were well aware of the legendary past of this community, and so many of our sources, from epic poetry and Hesiod to Pindar to Sophocles, take pains to emphasize the Theban heroic age. There is no escaping it, and the situation of the Ismenion Temple at the corner of southeast Thebes on this exact spot in orientation with the other hills with Bronze Age burials, to my mind, only reifies the focus in the ancient sources on the ties between the Theban ancient present and its Bronze Age past. Situating the temple here in this corner of the territory generally also makes a lot of sense in terms of the ancient Theban understanding of where Cadmus, the founder of the city, slew the Ismenian dragon, and so where the earth itself was thought to have given birth to the ancestors of the later polis. And so, from its foundation and from its foundations, the Ismenian temple may have become in part a place of memory, where previous human activities on the site were used and reinterpreted via this later human interaction with the place. So now let me turn to Apollo. In a number of instances, the Theban sources give Apollo the topographic epithet Ismenios. Keramopolis cites this example from the earliest excavations on the left, and in 2014, Aravantinos published 2 Ismenian pieces, which we've seen, I think, one of them at least, or maybe both of them in this event. These 2 Ismenian pieces were built into later constructions or possibly used in debris in refurbishing an archaic building at the Heraklion. Despite Pheraklos' one-time supposition that the temple, first excavated by Keramopolis, could have been dedicated to Athena, even he accepts the hill itself at the Ismenion, and without any further evidence to the contrary, and in light of all the evidence supporting the identification, there seems no good reason to argue that the largest structure on the hill to date is not the temple to Apollo Ismenios. When Herodotus visits the sanctuary and mentions Cadmean grammata, he cites 3 inscriptions. One that does not name Apollo, a second identifying him as Hekebolos, the far shooter, and a third using the term euskopos, keen-sighted. In the second section of my paper, I focus on this second epithet, Hekebolos, since additional data points tied to the Ismenion use this epithet. I first turn to external Panhellenic data for this epithet outside Boeotia that I believe set the context for the Boeotian pieces. So I begin with the Homeric hymn to Apollo. From its very first line, even the Delian section of the hymn uses the epithet Hekatos, a shortened form of Hekatebolos and Hekebolos, to connote his frightening character, so terrifying that his mere presence with the bow causes the other gods to tremble. The early section of the poem only uses this epithet 8 times in 178 lines, and sometimes together with the term silver-bowed, and less often with unshorn hair. However, everything changes when we get to the following Pythian portion of the hymn, which is intricately tied to central Greece and especially Boeotia. So I show you a condensed version of this section here. Sorry about all the Greek text, ancient Greek. In dealing explicitly with the Boeotian places as Apollo searches the area to find his best site, the poem repeats Hekatebolos a striking 9 times in only 63 lines. And Apollo here moves from the Euripus to Mycalessus, on to Onchestos, and finally to and from the trickster spring nymph Tilphassa. Subsequently, when Apollo situates himself in Parnassus, the poem refers to him instead and exclusively as either Phoebus or Pythian. But on his return to Boeotia to punish Tilphassa, the poem reverts back to Hekaergos immediately before he also takes her name as his own. What's more, immediately after the Tilphassa episode, Apollo goes back to being Phoebus. It seems quite clear that the hymn, considered the oldest of the hymns with an archaic date, associates Boeotia with the far-shooting aspect of Apollo. That this poem was Panhellenic in scope shows this association as recognized both inside and outside Boeotia. And not incidentally, and near the end of the passage, Tilphassa, despite her trickery, prophesies that people will call Apollo Paian, healer, a characteristic that Apollo repeats of himself later in the poem to the Cretan sailors. So it could seem that Apollo is both far-shooter and healer in the Central Greek and Boeotian section of the Homeric hymn. The link between far-shooting and healing brings us to our next known Panhellenic example, the Iliad, which, of course, offers our most well-known depiction of Apollo as the god explicitly causing disease. The poem names Apollo as the bringer of disease from the beginning in line 8, as you see here on the left, where he is given one name, Hekabolos. Not incidentally, as Willie has shown, this passage also likely provides the earliest occurrence of the word nosos in Greek literature. Slightly later, starting at line 43, as you see on the right, the epic vividly portrays the far-shooter. Here the audience feels an auditory sense of the terror of disease as Apollo's silver bow clangs loudly as he shoots at livestock, dogs, and humans. Yet incredibly, too, the passage also focuses on the silence of Apollo's descent to the human world in the dark and silent like the night. He is like a pathogen, invisible to the naked eye, yet moving quickly and ultimately causing a literal uproar. So we have a god associated with disease, healing, and with the epithet far-shooting in two Panhellenic texts dating at the latest to archaic times, and one of these examples, the hymn, gives a consistent portrayal of these aspects of the god localized to Boeotia. So now let's return to the Ismenion with the Manticlos Apollo, one of the earliest examples of Boeotian script, with a hexametrical inscription including the epithet Wekabolos, the digamma being a nice Boeotian touch, my favorite letter. He now resides in Boston at the MFA. The MFA's records specify Manticlos' provenance as Thebes. MFA provenance staff have confirmed that the art dealer Henry Hoffman acquired the Manticlos in 1894 and subsequently gave or sold it to his friend, Count Michel Tiskowitz. In 1898, at the sale of the Tiskowitz collection in Paris, a Mr. Edward Perry Warren acquired the piece, which he sold to the MFA in 1903. Various vases originally sold with or acquired with the Manticlos Apollo are mentioned in the Tiskowitz's sale catalogs, and subsequently in 1895 by Frohner, the first publisher of the Manticlos, where he remarks that the vases come from the Kibirion. I have yet to see these vases, although the one piece in the MFA collection with the Kibiric inscription was acquired in a different lot and is said to have emerged on the art market in Athens a different year than the Manticlos. But anyway, he is associated with a set of so-called Kibiric vases. Papa Alexandru considers this link to Kibiric pieces in the accession records of the Manticlos to indicate a Theban origin. Jeffrey speculates that the piece may have come from the Ismenion as the central sanctuary of Apollo in Thebes. Papa Alexandru and Joe Day and now Shakeshaft find this quite possible. So I'd like to highlight a few aspects of the piece, suggesting links to Boeotia raised by these scholars, and then I'll move back to the Ismenion proper as a site. Day notes that the epithet Hekabolos is written at the primary spot for the reader because of its near horizontal placement at the top of the two lines, which, just like an ancient person, you can also easily see here without tilting your head, as you can also do with didoi, the verb of request to Apollo. Day suggests that reading just these two words aloud would have been sufficient for ritual action. And so it is possible that the artist inscribed these two words on the horizontal purposefully, in which case, then, we do have another example of highlighting of the epithet Wekabolos in a Boeotian and possibly also a Theban and Ismenian source. Joe Day elucidates the inscription's parallels with epic and rightly concludes that at this point in time, dedications such as these used epic formularies familiar to readers and viewers. And in this context, he cites a later 6th century dedication from the nearby and possibly Theban-controlled Ptoon, although we found out yesterday that might not be true, which I like. But anyway, that Ptoon sanctuary also uses the epithet Huecabolos of Apollo as Wanox. Day postulates that, quote, groups of visitors to the Ismenion, attracted to the gleaming dedication, would approach for a closer look and read or hear the inscription, end quote. I see no reason to doubt Day on the performance context. Certainly, the fixation in the Boeotian section of the Homeric hymn to Apollo on the epithet Huecabolos, not to mention the other terms appearing alongside the epithet there, lend credence to a Boeotian origin, if not an Ismenian one, for the Ismantiklos Apollo. Papa Alexandru ties the Huecabolos in the Mantiklos with the custom of dedicating hexametrical inscriptions on tripods at the Ismenion, as mentioned by Herodotus. Indeed, as I mentioned earlier, the historian records the epithet Huecabolos in one of the 3 inscriptions from the site. Given Herodotus's credibility in citing inscriptions from the Athenian Acropolis verbatim, I think we should go ahead and believe that Herodotus saw that epithet on the Ismenion hill itself. And so the argument for connecting Mantiklos with the Ismenion is slightly strengthened. Another tidbit of Boeotian textual evidence convinces me that the Mantiklos belongs to the Ismenion, and that is the use of the epithet Huecabolos by the Theban Pindar himself in fragment 52K from a paean associated with the site, a paean being the kind of poem that is given to Apollo as healer. Not only does the scholiast to this fragment mention the Ismenion, but Pindar himself first names Apollo as the Huecabolos alongside his Theban consort Melia in the context of the oracle and in the verse as Pindar begins to discuss the god. In the next verse, like the Mantiklos Apollo itself, Pindar adds Apollo's other 2 most common epithets as he turns to Apollo's child Teneros, eponym of the Theban plain, and to Cadmus and to Zethus. There can be no mistaking the Theban and Ismenian connections here and the use of the epithet Huecabolos first in association with the oracle. And last but not least, as Kevin Daly reminded us from this stage in a talk in honor of John Camp a couple years ago, in Pausanias' accounts of the statues of Apollo by Conicus, Pausanias says that if you know the statue of Apollo at Branchidae, then you know the Apollo from the Ismenion too, because they're the same in size and in eidos. He gives no further description except the 2 statues' material. And here we see images of what is accepted as the Branchidae statue on coinage and relief sculpture, in all of which Apollo conspicuously holds his bow. To sum up, while other epithets of Apollo appear in Pindar and other Boeotian sources, such as unshorn hair and healer and things like that, the epithet Hekabolos is noticeably and consistently used first and far more often, both in Panhellenic and specific Central Greek and Theban contexts in association with Apollo. Panhellenic ties between the far-shooting aversion of the god and his role as bringer of disease also inform the epithet, as do coin images of the Konikos statue of Apollo from Branchidae. In my view, these varied sources support identifying Mantiklos' origin in Thebes and the Ismenion. These epithets also urge us to consider the post-classical life of the Ismenion hill. And I will do that in just a moment, but stay tuned for more on the archaic and classical life of the sanctuary in future publications. This is an advertisement, including the suggestion by our architect David Scahill that the 3rd temple of Apollo at Thebes shares a number of architectural similarities with the last temple of Zeus at Nemea, which includes a sunken chamber in the Adaton accessed by stairs rather than the reduced opisthotomous plan advocated by Keramopolis. But at any rate, in the context of the Ismenion, where our archaic and classical sources show a strong characterization of Apollo as the terrifying far-shooter, associated with sickness, centuries later in the early Byzantine period in the very same place, well, in the very same region, we find a cemetery full of incredibly diseased individuals. So is it really just a topographic and cultural coincidence then that there across the modern street and only a few seconds walk away from the excavated parts of the cemetery, we find the Church of St. Luke, the apostle and evangelist known as a medical doctor by scholars of the Gospels? The foundations of this church date to the 5th century CE, I'm happy to report. Luke was referred to or discussed as a physician by Paul in his letters and a number of early church fathers such as Eusebius and Jerome. Scholars remark that the third gospel shows the same compounds of words or combinations of phrase used in the Greek medical writers, and that these are either peculiar to Luke or more frequently used by him than other New Testament writers. The 14th century church historian Xanthopoulos situates Luke as a bishop in Thebes, flayed alive and hung from an olive tree in the churchyard at the age of 84. Xanthopoulos locates Luke's tomb in Thebes. The relics are also said to have been transported to the Church of the Holy Apostles in Constantinople by Constantius in 357, and then were taken in the Fourth Crusade to Padua. A rib bone, which you see here in the center lower part of the slide, was returned from Italy and now sits on display here near the 2nd century Roman sarcophagus. Beneath this area is a cist tomb built with large stones, and although its dating is difficult, Hilaku considered the cist tomb contemporary to the 5th century early Christian basilica. Simeon Metaphrastes provides the most widely consulted work on Luke, and his version of Luke's life, dating to the 10th century, survives in over 96 manuscripts. The Menologion, of which Luke's life is a mere part, represents, as Stratus Papaioannou notes, quote, the culmination of a long history of Christian storytelling in Greek, end quote. Metaphrastes relied on numerous late antique and often anonymous texts to compile the authoritative rite text for each saint and feast day. We could say many things about Metaphrastes' account, but for today, you see the most important excerpt, which unequivocally paints Luke as intent on destroying all pagan sanctuaries to their foundations and putting Christian spaces in their place. The robbing out of the western area and cella of the Ismenion temple can be clearly dated from our excavations by this grave, dug right into the bedrock at the back of the cella area. The grave revealed much 5th and 6th century pottery and belt buckles. And in fact, the spoliation of the site is something everyone who comes to the site notices, because it's so very shocking. The temple of Ismenian Apollo, the Boeotian far shooter, god of disease, is very nearly completely gone, down to its lowest courses of its deepest western foundations, quite in accord with Metaphrastes' remarks on Luke's interest in aggressively destroying pagan sanctuaries. And the cemetery installed here, mere seconds from the physician Luke contemporary 5th century pilgrimage church, is so packed full of diseased people that it seems to me likely that the conception of Apollo as god of disease carried over in the area, so much so that it was logical for the community to dedicate the basilica to Luke here, in this corner of Thebes and nowhere else. Even today, the church is reputed to heal diseases of believers. So envisioning this church as a hospice or healing church fits well with what we know of the 5th and 6th century, it fits with what we know of the 5th and 6th centuries as a period of foundation and expansion of Christian xenones, or monastic centers for the sick and poor, especially during the reign of Justinian. A number of such hospital-type centers were founded, in fact, in the 4th century CE, such as the Samson Xenon in Constantinople, a philanthropic medical institution rebuilt and expanded by Justinian. And the most well-known example of such medical charities are often associated with churches. Justinian, in fact, legally introduced public doctors from the ancient Asclepia into service at Christian xenones, thereby indicating the understanding of xenones as medical centers at the time in the city. We also know of many other types of medical charities throughout the Eastern Mediterranean in this period, from Edessa to Antioch, from Cappadocia to Judea, and most interesting, the Alahan Monastery south of Konya, a 5th century pilgrimage shrine with a hospice situated near the entrance with the Basilica Church beside it. Closer to home, we also find a late 6th century xenona attached to the Church of Agios Dimitrios in Thessaloniki. So let me give you just a brief overview of our lab results so far so that you can see that this is not an ordinary cemetery, but one for the very sick and poor to be buried from the same time period as the foundation of the Church of Luke. Our osteologist, the incomparable Mariah Liston, first identified skeletal evidence of leprosy in the material and has found such evidence in the bones of even young children. We have so much consistent evidence of skeletal degradation due to leprosy that she has suggested that we are dealing with a leprosarium, or, as we really do believe, a cemetery reserved for the burial of very sick people. There are other people in the graves that do show similarly serious conditions. Leprosy is primarily a skin disease caused by the microbacterium leprae, a pathogen that manifests in inflamed lesions, anesthesia in lesions, facial lesions, especially honor in the nose, and blindness, among other symptoms. Skeletal lesions will appear years after skin lesions and thus indicate serious advancement of the disease. Skeletal lesions are primarily due to nerve damage or paralysis and secondary infections in wounds following loss of nerve feeling. All of this makes it that much more important that nearly every one of our Theban individuals shows skeletal symptoms of the disease. And of course, I don't need to go into detail about the social stigma attached to leprosy during ancient times, and all the way through, I suppose, modern times. Lab results from the Kurt Engelhorn Center of Archaeometry have now corroborated Dr. Liston's analyses by finding well-preserved lepride DNA on a phalanx from grave 4, a grave that Dr. Liston had already called an epicenter of our leprosy epidemic. And this lab has been able to reconstruct a high-coverage genome of this pathogen. When comparing the genome with other modern and ancient lepride genomes, it phylogenetically positions on the so-called branch 3, which comprises other ancient genomes from medieval Europe. Carbon-14 dates for this DNA date to 419 to 537 CE, and so completely corroborate the lamp fragments and all the other evidence from the context, as well as many of the other pieces of evidence from across our site. New results from our 2 mass graves on the eastern edge of the excavated area reveal the bacterial pathogen Salmonella enterica, the causative agent of typhoid fever. This would have been undetected by anthropological inspection alone, as it does not leave any visible traces on skeletal remains. This sample formed part of a presentation just this past September at the International Society for Biomolecular Archaeology by Gunnar Newman from the Max Planck. He is analyzing the evolutionary path of the pathogen. The Theban example contributes to our understanding of the timing of pathogen mutation, but in addition, the Theban Salmonella example belongs to the strain Choleraeus, which means that this pathogen is hosted both in humans and pigs, unlike some other strains which are restricted to one or the other host. More examples of this strain are needed to better trace the evolution of the variant strain that can infect both humans and pigs. And so we are hopeful that under a new permit, which we now have under consideration at CAS, we might find more pathogenic data to assist in helping trace gene mutation and thus the history of disease evolution and the spread of certain strains. And who knows what else we'll find now. What's interesting about that, though, in light of all the ancient evidence we have for the Athenian stereotypes of Boeotians, just off the record, is that the Athenians were always talking about the Boeotians as pigs. And when I first got that result, I was like, you have got to be kidding me. You know, I don't know, I can't make this stuff up. A typhoid epidemic helped explain the mass mortality observed in graves 19 and 20 and the massive increase in the amount of coinage deposited with the bodies all at once in these 2 contexts. Excavation of just these 2 graves alone quadrupled the number of coins found in the entire excavation, perhaps indicating the seriousness with which these deaths affected those who died or those who were still living at the time of the deaths of these people. What's more, all of those who died at the time of typhoid, probably of typhoid anyway, were already infected with leprosy, as Dr. Liston has documented. Last, I will mention a few of the data points from last summer's survey of our over 1,900 teeth, done by Dr. Alexis Dolphin and her team from the University of Waterloo. Whoops, oh yeah, this is the right slide. These teeth show that many more people were interred in the graves than the bones alone had suggested. Many experienced significant wear and had several cavities, which developed into large abscesses, and abscesses have been implicated in causing death in other population samples. Obviously, it's clear that oral care and diet were health concerns for this group of people. Ms. Robin Wood, a member of the team, notes that nearly 41% of the population bore at least one linear enamel hypoplasia on their tooth crowns, which you can see here as the horizontal lines sort of demarcated on the teeth. Many individuals, as you see here, bore several, each produced as the result of strong physiological stress that they experienced during childhood with disease or diet or both. The numbers of these stress markers seem striking in light of the dental team's experience with other collections, and Ms. Wood pinpoints the most common age of developing a first hypoplasia to the time of weaning, between the ages of 2 to 5 years. This period loosely matches the most common age at death of the cemetery's subadults. Ms. Wood remarks, quote, "It seems that weaning was so stressful that children either developed a stress marker or died," end quote. I know this is not a rosy picture, but it seems to be the truth of the matter, and it may make sense in light of the Church of Luke, a healing saint a stone's throw away. This data also corresponds to a dip in Theban population estimated previously by Simeonoglu. And we hope to find out more. In terms of other bioarchaeological data, the Max Planck has identified preserved DNA for 12 individuals so far, and with this information, we will learn more about population structure and human mobility in the near future. But to sum up, today I have laid out some arguments based on memory, language, and human activity at the Ismenion, and I have provided an update on our team's scientific studies, particularly with respect to disease, age, and DNA. How might these strands tie together as I close? One approach may come by considering a particular case in England. In London's Natural History Museum reside the remains of Cheddar Man, among the oldest known skeletal remains of a modern human in Britain. Modern DNA analysis has revealed that the closest living relatives to Cheddar Man still live in the Cheddar Gorge area today. That demarcates almost 9,000 years of a population tied to a local area. In asserting that place and memory go together, we must recognize that as part of normal existence, populations of most eras before our own simply did not travel remotely as broadly as most individuals in this room have tonight. Apart from a vast migration and displacement on the grand scale, wide travel was unusual at the individual level in an individual lifetime. Populations persist in specific places. Collective and individual memory are built, reside, and are maintained exactly in place. And the case of Cheddar Man is not unique. While we all have read with excitement the tracing of Bronze Age DNA discovered in Greece to origins in the Caucasus and Iran, we should not miss the larger picture. In the studies to date, that percent of DNA that is geographically distant in the origin from Greece, less than 20%, is best contextualized by that percent that seems local, upwards of 80%. So objects carry memory, but they only serve the most prominent and primary vector of human memory, which is humans themselves. As poets and chroniclers tell us, those same humans occasionally fall ill and turn to higher powers for aid, and those powers might reside in specific places, not just in memory, but in remembered landscapes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Stephanie, and I'd like to now invite the speakers to come up to the podium. We'll have a discussion about their papers. I think we can open discussion on any of the papers. Brian?
Thank you. I have very quick, brief questions about Thebes. So, Stephanie, what is the statue of Apollo holding as well as the bow?
It seems to be a fiale mostly.
Okay, great. And Ellie, within Thebes, the Church of Ius Gregorios or none of the others have a direct, I know they have spolia, but they don't have direct connotations with one of the sanctuaries?
Yes, exactly. They all have spolia, but we don't know of any actual cult building underneath them, as far as I know, at least. Yeah.
Thank you all for your talks. I have a question for Stephanie about this Ismenion. Thank you for weaving together this long period of activity there. I'm persuaded and drawn especially by this discussion of the Paions and so on, which, by the way, I often think of as Apollo healing communities in that way, you know, kind of a little different from his son Asclepius, who heals individuals. And I think that ties in nicely with what you're seeing here. I don't know if you express, probably we don't know what that relationship between the Church of Luke, in terms of why are they picking the foundations of the Temple of Apollo to bury. I think what you're saying, or what I could surmise is, well, we have earlier traditions of a god who is associated with healing. Are you willing to say more about why you think they're building, even if I understand correctly, laying into the foundations of the temple some of these graves, or are they not?
Yeah, the burials, some of the burials are right in the middle of what was the temple, but it's in the bedrock by the time it's spoliated. So I'm thinking that over, the previous centuries, the temple is being spoliated. With Luke, it's heavily spoliated to build the actual church of Luke itself out of the remains of the Ismenion. And there are triglyph fragments in the back of the building. There are all sorts of other things. I would love to study it in great detail. But I don't have time. Anyway, but I don't know why they would dig right there. In fact, when we found there were 2 graves right in that cella area, and I just kind of couldn't believe it. I mean, it's still the same bedrock as any other place on the hill. It was down to the bedrock by that point. So the bedrock in Thebes is very soft, and it's easy to dig into. But we have burials all over the site, but not always in a linear fashion. So at some point, someone did go into that area and decide to dig it, and there were still some remains that would have been visible. So I think that I can't say for sure anything, right? This is all ancient history. It's all speculative, but I just thinking about it, find it so hard to believe that there wasn't something going on there. And it's a nice big open space. And if you look at older pictures of Thebes, actually, from the 18th or the late 18th and early 19th centuries, the modern cemetery of the Church of St. Luke actually was much more expansive than it is today. And you can see it going on for a number of, maybe like 20 to 30 meters in either direction from where it is today. And I wrote to some of my Theban friends and said, whatever happened to all that other cemetery stuff that I see in these pictures? And they just said somehow it was cleaned up a long time ago. They don't know whatever happened to it. But so I have seen the cemetery of the modern church, at any rate, much larger than it is today. So I can see it just expand. I mean, it just makes sense to me now that I've seen those pictures. I probably should have shown you one of those pictures. I think I might have one, but I'll send it to you. Does that answer your question? It doesn't really answer your question.
Well, I think we can't answer, right?
Yeah.
But I would find it hard to imagine. Thank you. I would just find it very hard to imagine that for those people, because you made a strong argument, and I agree with it, about memory, that they knew that was the Ismenion Hill. They knew there was Apollo temple there, and I would imagine there's some potency of that was still thought to be active, and that might affect why they're putting burials of very sick people in that.
I'm sure they knew. There were some pieces. The place wasn't entirely spoliated completely. There were some pieces still there. So the identity of the place was what it was.
Brendan, yeah.
Thank you. So I had a question for Evie about SIFI, which the work you're doing there is so impressive, and it's so. And I'm sorry if I missed the point. Do you think the water level has changed? And so, in terms of the reconstruction you have, which is so great, that the tower complex is coming out. There's that question, but also the idea that is it a military fortification with this sacred aspect is kind of interesting, as the gates you were showing generally too. And I just really appreciated your talk too. So let me know about the water levels.
Well, at first, as the sea level changed, and probably changed during Byzantine time, as the building shows very recently re-emerged in the sea and in the road just in front of the gate. Probably changed because of geoseismic anomalies, similar to what happened to the other side of Corinthian Gulf. I mean, during the fourth, the last tower was inland, not by sea, what is today. But we do have to do a second geological aspect, because the first one was about the bedrock, the rock itself, because we have a serious problem collapsing. And yes, it's not very easy. And the second one is about the seashore and the coastline, how it was during the centuries. But what is more impressive is hardly mentioned that it was an earlier fortification, probably even prehistoric time at the west side of the Acropolis. Unfortunately, we haven't located something like that. Well, we do have hope to find something different, but at least the coastal gate and the other two, gate and gate tower, was probably at the same era, just earlier of Agostino, and only for military reasons.
If I could just jump in, I also wanted to ask, or just make a comment about how your paper made so much sense. Yes, I think gates are named and identified with gods, and I was so glad you brought in the Thasian material, because that's an instance where we have the sculpture to go with it, identifying the divinities. But I just want to say one more thing, which is at the west gate of Samothrace, we have now found a niche, which might also be added to your collection.
Yes.
So thank you. I see Nancy has a question, and then I have a couple more too.
Just a further comment on gates. Recently, the Lamvisita Ephoria of Corinth had to do an excavation of the extension of the intercity railroad, and they found an early fortification wall at the base of the rock of Corinth, which is either archaic or classical, and right near the gate is a niche. So it's beyond Boeotia.
Well, probably many gates all over Greece, Mediterranean, or even more, they did have something. In Boeotia, we do have one or two gates that stand at this height. Normally, the gates or the towers are collapsed, and we don't have the first image of the fortification site or whatever it looked like. Well, hopefully, if we study even closer or we dig even closer to other, to Akrefni or to Panopeas, even to Thebes, to locate other gates or fortified buildings, maybe we could find even more of the same subject or parallel subject, hopefully.
If I could also ask a question of Ellie, I wanted to understand whether when you were speaking about a continuity of cult, you actually meant that literally, or if it was just a sacred place that was reused as a sacred place.
Okay, yes, you can take it in a more general way, but I mean, if we have a sacred place, why else would it be sacred other than having cult practices?
Well, it just could be a splendid quantity of building material of the right scale that might be attractive to reuse. I'm just being very cynical in a way that it could just be purely spoliated. But I guess the next thing one could say is, well, do you see stoas or other kinds of buildings transformed in the same way?
Okay, I'm not sure if I understand your question very well. The cases I chose were the ones that we see cult in both periods, pagan and Christian. Is your question if we have cases of reuse which were not meant for cult? Is this your question?
I guess I'm really asking, when you use the word continuity of cult, that's one thing transformed into the other, but it's more like continuity of sacred place. Would that be more? I guess that's what maybe I'm.
Yes, I guess I agree with you. Yes, it can be just a place of memory, of communal memory, yes. However, in the cases where we have a church, a basilica, there is a liturgy going on, so it's actually specific Celtic practices and not just general memory of a place where something was going on earlier. Mm-hmm.
It's a wonderfully interesting topic. Okay, there's a question in the audience.
I intervened to your discussion and your remarks. Well, Ellie wasn't able to be here yesterday when we talked about the Valley of the Muses, but there is a characteristic example where we have an altar, a cult place, a clear ancient cult place that is transformed into a church, into an early Christian church. So there we know that they chose to build a church upon the altar, and they're not going to use the portico, the stoa. They're using the altar because it was the altar of the Muses, and they want to transform it into a church. So it's a characteristic example that you can add to your other excellent examples.
But if I jumped in, I would say that was a place as opposed to a cult.
Yes, okay, yes. It's a sacred place reused with the intention to use this exact place and not another building of the valley.
I just had one last question, if I could, for Stephanie. Have there been analyses of other cemeteries in Thebes to set your cemetery into high relief? Or does it goes into high relief right from the start?
You know, that's a good question, and I'd have to ask Alexandra, are there other cemeteries like this that have been analyzed, like, with the DNA? I don't think so yet, but... They're going to do it with the what of Thebes? Sorry? There you go. Can you repeat that?
We're going to do it with the Acropolis of Thebes.
The Acropolis.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Great.
Wonderful.
Great. That will be great. One of the things that is important about the Ismenion, even though Keramopolis, excavated some of these graves, and Faraklos excavated some of these graves before on other parts of the hill, is they didn't care about them, right? They dug them, they threw out all of the remains, mostly except for the pottery, and they didn't care about the early Byzantine period. And so, in some ways, what we're doing with this study is we're going to put these people back, sort of in situ, in the record, and they are not the most important people, right? They're not the kings and the people with the gold jewelry, although we did have one gold earring, just for the record. But I think this is really exciting. It's exciting for me to feel like these Thebans who will forever remain nameless and, didn't make any big political decisions probably in their lives are going to be, in a book at least, published, and their lives will be known a little bit better from this kind of work.
If we don't have any more questions for this particular panel, I ask you to thank them, and then we'll move into our general discussion of the entire conference. So thank you so much.
Hello. Trevor and I just wanted to open things up.
There's a question on the screen that's for you all.
Okay, we'll do that. We want to open up some general conversation. Πρώτο μόνο θέλω να πω ότι είμαστε πολύ ευχαριστημένοι με τις εξαιρετικές παρουσιάσεις και την συζήτηση από όλους. Ευχαριστούμε για την Αμερικανική Σχολή, για το χώρο του Kotzen Hall και τις συνεργασίες από όλους. Konstantinos για την τεχνολογία, Miguel για τις φωτογραφίες και όλους. Trevor, do you want to open up a question about the broader discussion, and I'll go read what's online.
Okay. Well, I think, over the course of the last 2 days, 3 days, if we include our keynote address to kick things off, we've seen just the richness that Boeotia still has to offer in terms of cultic landscapes. I think there have been a number of really interesting trends emerging in terms of thinking about the materiality of Boeotian cult practice, whether that be through monumental tripods or whether that's through inscribed vases deposited in caves. We've seen a lot of very interesting presentations centered around the question of gender and the participation of women at the cultic level, so whether that is as a member of a family or, again, a direct participant and dedicator. I guess one of the questions that we might open up to the floor thinking about is what is going on in terms of the actual experience of cult. I think we got into this a little bit with this morning's panel, but one of the larger questions we might think about is, the role of procession and the involvement of the community versus the individual. I feel like a lot of our focus so far was on the individual and thinking a little bit more about what might be happening at the community level as well.
Yeah, and I'll just add on to that. I was reflecting on how we've had so many great reinterpretations or new ways of thinking about these individual sites. And so I've been thinking about the diversity of places within Boeotia, right? This marshy landscape or these high points, and just the difference between a cave and a really built sanctuary amongst these, parts of the region that people were crossing from one area to another, from one settlement or city to one of these sacred places. So just if people have questions for each other exploring these kinds of topics, we'd like to open that up. Maybe not.
Or you can feel free to just reflect in general on anything you want.
Okay. Well, I also meant to say that we're delighted that we're all here in person. All of our speakers made it through diverse efforts, some easier than others. But we also have now more than 7,000 people who have participated online. That's pretty great. And one of those people has asked a very relevant question to you all participants about publication. And so we've also had 2 opportunities raised to propose publications. So we're definitely going to be thinking that through, evaluating what we think is the best option and the best way forward. So we'll be in touch with the speakers about that. So, yes, Stephanie.
Question about the recording. I know some people weren't able to attend even despite outside the 7,000 people.
Yes. So, yes, for the speakers also, I'm going to write you this evening and ask if you would like to not be included because generously the school would like to archive this for long-term documentation, sharing, but I know that maybe not everyone has permission to share that material long-term or feels comfortable with their presentation lasting online So we'll tend to that over the next couple days. Bartek.
Thank you. Nobody wants to break the ice. So I would love to ask a question which I failed to ask during the last panel, but it may be, I don't know, maybe some other people also have some ideas about it. I wanted to ask about the continuity of cult. And especially, I'm looking at you, Ellie, but obviously it can be a question to everybody else. To what extent we can see that one divinity or form of cult replaces the other in some sort of way that has is not just related to the sanctity of a place, but actually to the character of the divinity. So we have seen a healing divinity replaces a healing divinity. Now, you mentioned Aios who replaced Dionysus, and this seems to be a pattern, at least as far as Michael Yanda is concerned. He seems to have identified this pattern. Do you confirm it, and can we see a sort of pattern of continuity of similar practices or similar character or places retaining their character over prolonged periods?
Yes, thank you for the question. I think one needs to be very careful to draw such links. The example you mentioned refers to Akrefnio, right? You said from Dionysus to Aios. No, in the case of Akrefnio, I would not be able to confirm it at all. The only hint I made in that direction, but I think we're not sure at all, is for Podza. And this is only because, well, according to one theory, Heracles was worshipped there as Charops, and Pausanias, that's why I showed the excerpt, specifically says the Boeotians believe that Heracles came out of Hades, accompanying the hound of Hades, right? So this is a transition from the underworld to the earth. And Archangel Michael and Gabriel, but especially Michael, are considered in the Christian cult as psychopombi. So this allows us to make a link mentally. However, yeah, there are many, we don't know actually. There can be many arguments against this theory as well from many aspects. That's why I think we should be really, really careful. And in the case of Boeotia, I do not think we have any other case where we could draw such links. Orchomenos is Panagias Kripou. And Dionysus, because of the theater, maybe again. Okay, thank you. But maybe we can return to the general discussion and continue this discussion later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I would like to thank all of our participants too, but another aspect I'd like to just highlight and maybe ask people to address again is our natural elements. Sort of we've been focused on Olympian deities too, but even something like fresh water and how, using it for divination purposes, for example, or also the worship of springs and natural places, how they are so important for, they're topographic markers in historical texts, but also how they sort of shape narratives. And I think Nazim's talk was great for that also. Maybe, are you still here? Yeah, and Max is as well. But I think maybe in a way the future of, well, I don't know if we can speak so grandly about the future of religious studies in the ancient world, but definitely moving away from Olympian deities to thinking about built environments and the way humans are sort of exploiting the environments around them. So I don't know if we have any more follow-up questions about it, but I just take that away from our presentations in the last few days. Sorry. And also, especially GLA. The whole reason GLA exists is because of water management. Okay, that's my last point.
So it is. Thank you, Stephanie. Yes, on that point of water and what goes with water in antiquity, but wine, and what goes with wine, but the creations of Chef Takis. So please join us downstairs for a reception. And once again, thank you all for coming and for excellent participation.